Do you? But also, you see it now. Okay.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go have a cigarette.
I'm having one myself, so. All right. So, yeah, the race top is pretty weird. Not a familiar attitude or whatever to me.
I think my problem comes with just the way that I communicate, and not so much like my actual feelings. I think I'm just the what I say is coming off worse than what I really mean. But
Yeah. Well,
go-
you know what it is with Rustin that I've realized when you were saying it, it was almost like, sometimes when you want to say something, I mean, you can say it the way you want, and I could with things, but it's just that like something so horrific. I think you have to kind of acknowledge that first, and then say about whatever motives or whatnot it could have been, because that was a valid point on the motives. But I'm saying in that case of and I don't think it could have been justified. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Actually, the girl who I live with that I was dating for 14 years, she said that like within the last 4 or 5 years, she said there's been a trigger with me, and she said that like that's why she was kind of happy that I was going to go to Japan, because she says you can say all the weird stuff that you want, nobody will understand you in Japan. She said at least
That's funny.
it'll save yourself some heat, because she sees. I mean, this is not something that's unique to this. I mean, don't get me wrong. In public, I watch what I say. I try to be careful, but I think she
Right.
was just saying in general, like it's some. She says like some of the things that you say. I know that this is not you. Like this is not how you act,
Right.
but you say stuff that makes people kind of go, "Wow, I can't believe you just said that."
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people have to watch how you say it. You know what I mean? And that's what people usually they could get easily offended, right? I mean, you could have good intentions, but if you say it, in somewhat of an insensitive way, then someone's gonna be like, oh, Rustin's a racist, you know what I mean? And then I mean, that's how people will perceive it as.
Right, but yeah,
But
but if you look at my past, you'll never have seen me treat any student impartially. I guarantee you that it's never happened.
yeah,
I've always been very impartial when it comes to I just out of honor, just out of respectability. I've never been impartial. So,
Hmm. Yeah, the phrasing there might be spelled this. Hmm. Okay, let me suggest. I don't know. Analysis not being seen. I guess my various attackers and such were, primarily white and all that.
well, what's interesting about that, Nadia, is that you remember that movie? I'm sure you know that movie, Taxi Driver. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so there was so Tarantino was mentioning a very interesting point about that movie. He was saying that even though like he was like obviously a racist in that movie, Robert De Niro, the only people that he killed were white. I thought that was interesting.
Hmm.
That was a point
Okay.
that Tarantino was making about the I didn't know the nuance of the movie, but there was like for example there was a lot of black pimps, but like when it came down to the actual violence, he targeted white people. So just because like your attackers could have been like very racist, and then like just use you as an outlet. I don't know the situation. I don't want to know because it's personal, but I think I kind of know a little bit. I think I heard you say something in the past, a little bit about it. But
What was the point of that, Rustin? Sorry, I've missed that point. I mean,
I was just saying like how like a lot of times like a lot of times it's just weird. I was pointing out the weirdness of human psychology. I wasn't really making I guess a point per se. I was just saying it reminded me of Taxi Driver, on how that guy was obviously racist, but even though he was racist, even though he was racist, he did target his own race still. And I just thought that was an interesting psychological phenomenon that I think that is true in the real world. That Quentin Tarantino made that point. I didn't make it.
yeah, no, I like Quentin. I like his movies. He's got a special technique, hasn't he? He's got a couple others coming out soon.
Yeah, what was interesting about
in fact, openly declared a smear the queer operation. So, yeah.
Did you see?
Had pretty good ideas. There was something different about me, even if it weren't clear what.
Did you guys see Django?
Yeah, I did. That came out quite a few years ago now.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention an interesting point that Tarantino did in that movie. Just the whole Brunhilde stuff, where it was like I thought that was interesting because that he was using Wagner's. So like Wagner would be, I guess Wagner was probably racist, and I think that Wagner is the one who did the opera with Brunhilde, and I thought that was interesting that he actually kind of reversed that and kind of inverted it. You know, where like it was kind of a German white, a German thing. He actually turned it and made it, a black thing in a weird way. I mean, that's what the movie was based on race, right? So I'm not making this up. So it was just interesting that he used he used something that was I guess comes from a culture that may be known for racism, Nazi Germany, and then kind of flipped it and kind of used the same mythology, and applied it to the other race. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. They do a movie about was it the Haitian Revolution? That'd be awesome.
Which one?
The Haitian Revolution. The only slave rebellion to have ever founded a nation.
I'll have to look that up.
I mean, Spartacus, just had apparently was it 65 or some odd thousand of the slaves killed in battle, and the remaining 5,000 crucified along the Appian Way, right? I mean, well, that's bad news. Valley of Haiti, on the other hand, that's good news. Unfortunately, the founding fathers of the U.S. were not so appreciative of it. I mean, for all the sort of, dare I say, whitewashing people like to do with the early U.S. and all that, I mean, it wasn't just the Three-Fifths Compromise. You dig through Benjamin Franklin's letters or whatever it is, and Noam Chomsky points out a point where Franklin says, imagine that, N-words speaking French.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course, the usual thing about the Senate being, what is it? There to protect the minority of the opulent from the leveling impulses of the masses. I mean, flat out aristocratic, plutocratic garbage there. So. something a bit pure and a bit higher in history about, just outright throwing off your chains.
Hello?
Hello.
What happened to the group?
I'm just doing a bit of background reading on the Haitian Revolution.
Haitian religion?
Revolution.
Oh, revolution. Okay.
Yeah, I think Sugar got tired of defending me. she took off.
Many riches of the Caribbean depended on Europeans' taste for sugar. I just read that there.
Oh dear.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, Nadia. She's there.
Here.
Guess not. Nadia?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, how did you get so many
So many what?
subs like you have a lot of YouTube subscribers. I was wondering how you got so many.
13, 1400 is not that much.
Well, it's more than
Ask me that when I've got, something like 50,000 or more.
Well, how did you get 1,400 subscribers? I'm saying, because that's a lot. I mean, just starting out. I don't know how long you've been doing this, but
Well, certainly you can see here is, I guess the efforts for the 24-hour radio show type thing has been going on for about since the beginning of the year.
Do you get paid? Do you get paid, Nadia, to do this?
Very, very little. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering because I was watching one of the videos by Thunderfoot, and he was saying that he makes more money doing YouTube videos than he did as a university professor or a university researcher. I was just wondering, like, how much money is that? Man, he's got to be making a lot of money then, right? If he doesn't even have to do what's that?
Depends a lot on how popular you are. I am not popular enough to make a living.
It depends on how you promote it too. Like you can have a web and embed it into a web page. I used to have a channel that would get, like probably $1 every 1,000 views on average, sort of thing. It really depended on how much advertising you wanted to put on your videos as well.
So 10,000 would be $10.
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, depending on
100,000 would be $100.
Yeah,
a million
yeah,
would be
$1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah.
So Gangnam Style, they're like, holy shit.
Well, let me put it this way: like the bare bones, just keeping the roof over my head and the internet connection going. Probably about $750 a month, and I'd say less than 10% of that is how much the ad revenue is doing. Patreon, it's probably on the order of about the same as the ad revenue at this point. So the rest comes from like individuals who are
Yeah, I think so. Thunderfoot, he's been doing it for like 10 years. So he's got to be making like at least $30,000 then, right?
It's
If
not how long he's been doing it.
Oh, it's not. It's just how many. I got you. Because he's got like
Yeah,
1
it's
million
all about
viewers.
subscribers and viewers. So,
But is it safe to say he makes at least 30,000?
Viewers more than subscribers.
Yeah.
Subscribers
Subscribers.
calculates into like your rankings and listings and searches and all that, but the actual sort of ad revenue and all that, that's just views. And beyond that, also clicks.
He had a good point by saying that sexism sells, doesn't it? I mean, if you look at the fact that he's making so much money based on sexism.
Sex and UFOs.
Sex and UFOs?
Yeah.
What about Hitler? What about Hitler? I bet that would sell too, right? People like to view stuff on Hitler.
Sex and UFOs are the two most searched things for on the web. So.
All right.
Really?
Look on look for like Lacy Green or Jackson Glenn.
I think Gangnam Style has the most views of any YouTube video.
Yeah. I think it's a great debate. And in
So
fact,
if you can,
even my sort of like trans corner of it doesn't really tell either. You can compare me to like other trans event online. You'll find I haven't got a whole lot of subscribers. I don't really pop up with things. Who are the trans women who do? Well, I'm not that they're like. Well, first off, they actually look like women. They sound like them too. And second off, they don't really take on like any kind of like philosophical or political topics. They like self-help and random like I guess their own success story or whatever. I don't have a success story for them. I guess my own kind of political story of literally being defeated. Right. And raising that as a grievance to, right-wing Christianity, right? So that doesn't really sell very well. And of course, having right-wing Christians on and debating them, it gets an audience, but always too much more. My top videos are like only 5,000 views.
Yeah, well, I would hate to be like Thunderfoot and be that popular where everybody knows my face. I think that would be a curse. I think there's probably some virtue in being like not too popular.
Well, try this one.
Well, if
What if your face?
you're not too controversial, good thing.
And everyone knew my face is, well, you always hear me like, oh, well, I'm disfigured Matt's face, right? Well,
you can ride that popularity wave too. So I mean, you have it work for your advantage. Like you see, obviously a lot of the good-looking, women on YouTube who just play on that, So depends on the character,
Yeah, some people love that.
Yeah, but you can become a prisoner though. You can become a prisoner to your own caricature, right? Like Bruce Jenner.
Random hot chick will get several tens of thousands of subscribers pretty quick. Like maybe like 10, 20, 30,000.
They don't get my views.
In about 90 days. Well, sure, but I mean, the sheer numbers are a lot of count too, right?
I think perhaps, maybe the younger generation, the younger guys particularly would, they're going to go for the good-looking females and click on them when they see their web pages or whatever, and perhaps follow them for a while and subscribe for a while. But as you get older again, you want a bit better quality content,
Right, more substance than that.
Yeah. A lot of the show ponies don't provide that.
Well, probably the number one thing that boosts my views is improving my appearance and health. Like, probably number one is dropping weight.
What I found nutty with my channel that I had, I was just doing, just a hobby that I had and just posting videos. A lot of it was to do with the actual image that you had as a thumbnail. If you had a really good quality thumbnail and it was interesting and people like to look at it, they'll click on it, as far as the live feed goes, I don't know how that works. When you go and scroll through Google Plus or whatever and you see the thumbnails there, I don't know whether that gets selected automatically or how that works, but I definitely did notice that when go on.
I know how it works. It will select it automatically, but you can override it. So if you don't choose something, it will choose one for you out of a random point in time somewhere in your video.
So it works the same as YouTube, even in the live feed? Or do you have to wait till it finishes?
I think it chooses it even in the live feed after a while.
Yeah, because I know how to select the thumbnails. You take your snapshots of whatever you're uploading, and then you put your own selected thumbnail up there and change it over and do all that sort of stuff. But as far as the live feed in Google Plus and that, I didn't know whether you could select it.
The live feed, I think you can change it while still running. Most of my views, I think, are while still live. So.
Which, when Sugar was in here and she's saying how Brett Keane has her on their image up all the time, even when other people are speaking, that was where I was thinking the reason perhaps why he was doing that. To have people sort of see an image of a female on there or something, or someone scrolling through to see that and click on it.
Welcome, Jim, by the way.
Morning, Jim.
Howdy, y'all. How we doing this fine and lovely morning that the Lord has made? Let us
It's actually
rejoice.
night time here, eh? It's 9:23.
Yeah, ain't it? Yeah.
You're about 9 hours late.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, like hot chick stuff will sell. So becoming a hotter chick somehow would be probably the best sales pitch if I can last long enough to make any of it happen.
What do you mean by last long enough?
People are, basically certain people are chipping in on my behalf, and the thing that makes the difference is basically, whether they are willing to chip in or not. So, basically they back out and I drop offline and so on and so forth.
Mm.
And you've got how many subscribers did you say you had? It's about 1,700, was it?
More like 1,400, just short of 1,400.
1,400 subscribers, $1 each, $1,400.
No,
$1,400 a
it's
month.
not $1 each. No,
It's not $1
not
each.
1,400. No,
No, but what I'm saying is if they contributed $1 each to Patreon, you know. So, I understand, but it's not what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are about 6.
Yeah. But that's all. That's all. How much help would that be for you? Like if there was just $1 from each person. I mean, that's you said what your cost was $750.
Mm-hmm.
$750. Yeah.
How many subscribers do you need to make money? Like 100,000, 200,000, so that?
Strictly speaking, it's not the subscribers.
It's the viewers.
Yeah.
It's the views and clicks, yes.
Clicks, okay. Yeah, because it works with Google AdSense or something like that, from what I've read a long time ago.
Right.
They pay like 5 cents per click or something like that. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, I've had one video that's clocked up about 50,000, and it's earned me about $50. And it's like it's one of about 100 videos I've uploaded, but on another channel, but I don't have it up anymore. But the other videos are only getting maybe 30 or 40, and because I had UFO in the title, it just got all these views.
Mm.
I thought about doing something, but then I was like, I don't really want to put my, I just because of I face being in the public's eye, and I didn't like it. Because when you work as a public teacher, you're in the public's eye constantly. And I realized like how much I hated it, and I started to like have so much regard for privacy. So I just don't think I just told myself I don't think it would be right for me to do, even if I was really good at it.
You don't have to put your face on there. I mean, you can do it. I mean, there's so many different ways to to start up a channel or whatever. I mean, you can wear a mask. You can just do it through anime. You can do it through any sort of style. You don't have to show your face on there.
I guess I just wouldn't want to get even comment on this channel and talking about my views, or just not my views, but just throwing stuff out there. And I realize it's live, and I'm like, oh my god, what have I just done? But my opinions and stuff's changed so often and so quickly. So I just do. The idea that it's becoming permanent. So I guess if I were going to do something like that, and where people could find out my name, I guess I would want to do something that's away from politics and away from religion, something that's neutral.
I think it probably depends on your situation in life too. I mean, if you were going into politics, or if you were going into a position of power, then perhaps you may want to keep a low profile, and may not want your views to be readily, to be seen for everybody. And understand that you can always take those videos down, or you can put them as public or private, or it'll just show whoever you want. You can click on them to say, I only want these people to see it. So it's not like once it's on there forever and a day. It's up to you, how you want them to go.
Yeah, I hate the idea how people like typecast you. Like as soon as you have like an opinion, it may just be like an opinion that you're working out, and then like you're also you're typecast to that opinion, and you're like, well, I'm just kind of going through something right now, and I don't want to hold these beliefs forever, because I like the idea that my belief systems do change, and that I don't have to have the same political view for the rest of my life. That I can go from being conservative or liberal to conservative.
Well, in that case, that's what you're going to have to be, because unfortunately, this gentleman who says videos go away and they don't stay out there forever is completely wrong, because anybody can copy your YouTube videos and then they can put them on their channel, and then you've got no control over it. Again, it's nothing wrong with putting a statement out there and saying this is what I believe. Not certain of it, but this is what I believe. Because at that point, you have the opportunity later on to say, you know what, I held this belief incorrectly. I did that when I was an atheist. I actually told everybody, yep, there is no God, no how, no way is there no God. I had to eat my words on that one, but that's okay.
Are those
Because
videos online,
sometimes when you
Billy?
stand up and you
Are
do
those
that, and
those
you
videos
admit
online
your
now, or did you
mistake,
take them
people
down?
respect you even further. When
Did you
you
take
admit
those
your
videos
mistake
down,
and
or
say, yes, guess what? I made a mistake. There is a loving creator
I'll go and
God.
have a look at your channel and see if you've got them on there now. Have you got a channel there, Hillbilly? With you as an atheist?
What's the matter, Black?
Have you got a video? You said you had videos there from when you were an atheist. Is that right?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I just must have missed
My
your point.
atheism was before
I
you.
must have missed your point. I thought you were saying you were bringing up a point about the fact that your
Oh,
videos are always
everybody
out
knew
there.
me, sir. Everybody knew who I was. I was very vocal about what I believed. As a matter of fact,
So
I
they
still
are out
to
there.
this day run into people at church events and Bible studies, and they'll back up a step and they would say, "I never thought I'd see you here." I
I'll
think that's
tell
a
you the good
great
news.
compliment. The point is, you can
Do you have a
change.
video? Do you have a link or something I
You
can
can
have a look at
change,
it?
but if you put something out on the internet, it will always be there. So
Let me
just
tell you the good news that I've known since my earliest memories. There are no gods, souls, or afterlife, and Jesus Christ never existed.
Well, Christian hillbilly or whatever.
Yeah.
So you kind of proving my point then, right? What I was making that it's very difficult to be because you become typecast to those opinions, and then it's very difficult. But you were saying that people respect you even more, right?
Well, no, not all people, but let me go ahead and tell you this. In all my years of preaching and teaching and learning, not necessarily in that order, which has been about 25, almost 30 years worth, there's one thing I've learned without a shadow of a doubt. Well, two things. Number one is God loves us. Number two is that there's only one person in the world that you have any control over whatsoever. Only one, and that is you. So, you know what? You worrying about what other people think about you is not worth the time of day because 99% of the time they aren't worrying about you. They don't even give a crap.
Well, the reason why I worry so much, or maybe the reason why I have that yeah, I still kind of think about that is because I used to be a public figure, so I had to watch. But now it doesn't really matter, But I think I just still have that. Once you've been in the public eye, it's like it was weird because like I could be. You can't get away with anything if you're in the public's eye. But as soon as you're not in the public's eye, when you're a high school teacher, like you're in everybody's public, you're everywhere. You always have to watch your step. And then like once you're not, it's really weird because once you're a high school teacher, even though you're not longer a teacher anymore, you're still in the public's eye because it's like once you became a teacher, it's like people are still watching you and expect you to hold these principles of being a teacher. And sometimes you're just like like I told my students, they caught me doing something that I probably shouldn't have been doing, and I told them, I said, look, I'm no longer a teacher. You're no longer my students. It's over with. So I'm not. Basically, don't come to me looking for any answers because I don't have them. That's what I basically was trying to communicate to them. But
Well,
that's more of a moral issue, obviously, between you and your students, as far as what they would perceive to be moral and what you would perceive to be moral. I would imagine it wouldn't really have to do with you being a public figure as such.
well, okay. So the situation was, and I do not do drugs, but the situation, I don't mind exposing this part on the internet because it was something that I don't do normally, and it just happened where I had been drinking a large amount of alcohol, and somebody had offered me drugs, and I took them, and a student was at the bar and saw the situation, And then he kind of gave me shit the next night when he saw me at the bar. He was like, "Oh, I saw you doing," and I said, "Look, dude, I'm not longer your teacher anymore. That's over with. Don't look. I'm not. I actually never told him not to do drugs, but I thought that was implied. Like I don't have to tell you not to do drugs. Of course, they're bad, but in that situation, I got my situation where I guess I needed a relief. I'm in my room for been in my room for like 5 years straight, and I haven't really left my room. And it's real quickly. What's really crazy about solitary confinement? Like I was like the girl that I used to date, who I live with, she brought me out to go see a movie, and I haven't been out in like 5 years, and I actually broke down in like tears because there was so much stimulation from the situation of being taken outside of my my comfort zone and going to the movie theater that I just couldn't handle the stimulation. It was so much.
Well, we as teachers will be held to a higher standard. That's what the Bible says, because we are to be not only making sure we're teaching correctly, but being an example of the law. But when it comes down to something like that, nobody's perfect. No, you don't have to worry about every single person that you've ever taught anything, especially when you teach them too that, hey, you know what? I may have taught you some stuff, but I'm just as human as you are.
You weren't teaching the law, though.
No, I was teaching chemistry. I was teaching chemistry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was getting confused when he was talking about law.
I think he was talking about the law of the Bible.
Yeah, I know. It was just bizarre. Anyway,
I teach the law all the time.
Christian, let me ask you a question. Why did you put straight pride? And another question is, does gay pride offend you? Because that's the vibe I get off you or something. I don't know. I could be wrong. But...
Oh, no, sir. Gay pride or homosexual pride, I don't like to call it gay, because it is anything. The homosexual lifestyle is anything but gay. No, that does not offend me in the least. What it does is it makes me feel pity for all the people that I know that are trapped in that particular lifestyle, are trapped thinking that they can't get out of that lifestyle because they've been told by their so-called friends and family, oh, we know you're just born that way and you'll never be different. That's like telling a pedophile, oh, you're just born that way, don't worry about it, you'll never be any different, we just hope you don't get caught with a little 3-year-old.
That's just like telling an ignorant...
That's bullcrap.
That's also like telling an ignorant Christian person that doesn't accept other people's choices that they're wrong, right?
Hey, I accept their choices. Their choices are wrong. What can I say?
I think you're wrong, but
Yeah, why do you
have the right to be wrong, sir.
I was so right. I mean, I didn't want to judge, but just hearing you is just...
I don't understand what he means by what he was saying about homosexuals not being gay. I mean, what do you mean? Are you talking about gay as happy gay, or what?
No, I meant homosexual. It was a bit of semantics on his part. He knew exactly what I meant. I meant homosexual pride, I guess.
Let's call it what it is. It's not gay. Okay. It's homosexuality.
Okay.
I got it. But something that's
semantics on me.
But something something that's more special that we should concentrate on is the fact that he was talking about he equated homosexuality with pedophilia, and they're not the same thing.
Pedophilia, bestiality, necrophilia, fornication, adultery, any type of sexual sin is all included there together.
Oh my God, this is horrible. So when have you ever watched a porn with 2 lesbians? Do you find that offensive?
Sir, yes, I do. I find it extremely offensive.
Really?
I find pornography itself offensive.
I think you're a liar, sir. I'm sure you've seen...
I have lied.
You'll notice, if you pay attention,
I can't deny
that he conflates transsexualism with homosexuality, too.
Well, again, Nadia, there's no such thing as a transsexual, because you'll never be something that you were not going to be. You were born to be man. You will always be man. That's all there will be.
What do you think?
What I'm saying is again that your so-called transsexualism is simply homosexuals who have gone as far to mutilate their body to be something they never will be.
I think it's something that you dream about.
The distinction between transsexualism and homosexuality is that homosexuality is about who someone has sex with. Transsexualism
And transsexualism is
transsexualism is about how someone is with their body, right? So this is a very different matter.
nope.
It's not about
Same thing.
who I have sex with. Okay.
How long
Same
do you
thing in
think it
terms
is?
of, I mean, what relationship? It doesn't have a relationship to who I have sex with. I don't even need to have sex at all to be transsexual. There are various transsexuals who, well, don't have sex at all.
How long do you give Hillbilly Nadia before he comes out?
Well, the reality is, though, it's kind of at some point like people feel vindicated when someone who's like positive in that comes out. It's actually not even the majority of the anti-LGBT bigots who are, themselves closeted LGBT.
I just found it just the fact that he came in the room with like straight pride and the American flag in the background and all that. I just sensed that that he was like that.
This room because I come in here all the time. Been doing so for over a year, preaching to Nadia.
But I pity you so much, sir. I pity you so much that you're so ignorant.
Nadia's ways. Nadia,
you are very ignorant, and you're talking over, and I'm talking over you all day because you're an ignorant person, and you don't even know. You're a horrible Christian, my friend. Because if you were a good Christian, you would actually embrace other people's differences, and you would accept them. Because if you were Nadia and you grew up in her shoes, you'd be exactly like her, and you don't realize that because you're ignorant, you're uneducated, and I feel sorry for you, my friend.
Actually, no, sir. I'm not uneducated. I know.
Yeah, you are. I think you are.
Well,
Socially,
you can
you are.
all you like. That shows you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Is when it comes right down to it, Nadia knows that what Nadia is doing is wrong, and that's why Nadia is going out of Nadia's way in an attempt to basically.
And you know, and you have no idea how wrong you are.
General.
It's suicide
argument
surgery, is what it's called.
Is that my general line of argument is that the anti-LGBT animus is actually, probably the most appropriate interpretation of Christian doctrine, and that the religion itself is therefore a bigoted and evil thing.
When you say that what Nadia's doing is wrong,
leave it alone, Hillbilly. Leave it alone.
What do you mean?
No masturbating, remember.
Hillbilly is he's just,
Hillbilly, when you say that what she's doing is wrong, what do you mean by doing?
Well, number one, by promoting homosexuality as being normal. Number two, by actually perverting the body and mutilating the body to try and be something that Nadia never will be. It's another thing that the Bible talks about, how we all should look like our gender. We shouldn't try and look like some other gender.
You against all mutilation, Hillbilly?
The main thing is still the main thing.
Are you against all? Are you against all mutilation?
The main thing.
Are you against all mutilation?
Thing, and that is that Nadia needs to repent of Nadia's sins.
Are you against all mutilation, Hillbilly? We don't want to hear you on and on and on.
Specific Hillbilly, have you ever had your appendix removed?
There's other people in the room.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5.
So slow, mate. It takes you about 2 hours to get 1 point out. Are you against all mutilation?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
What about
Are
circumcision?
you against all mutilation to the body?
Well, circumcision's different. It has a
I didn't say
Oh, it's
circumcision.
different.
very proven benefit to male
Oh,
genitalia.
oh.
I
And
didn't say,
that doesn't
say
change
circumcision.
their sex. It
What do you
simply
specify as
changes the
mutilation?
fact that they're less susceptible to infections and things of that nature.
Have you ever
Can
had your
you
appendix
specify
removed?
what mutilation is, please?
Do
Have
what
you
now?
ever have you ever had your appendix removed?
No, and I'm glad of it because it's a useful organ.
What's it useful for?
It does some really cool things with the enzymes to help your digestive system.
So no one should have their appendix removed.
Yeah,
So,
you
no,
could
not
die.
But if there gets to a point where you can't help it, yeah, you gotta have it removed.
Oh,
Define mutilation for me, Hillbilly. I'm waiting to hear you where you draw the line as far as mutilation goes. So
Mutilation.
plastic surgery, is that okay?
I would say no, but that's none of my
So
business.
no plastic
But when
surgery
you're
now.
talking about,
If someone had an injury that they needed to get repaired.
is trying to change the body, to try and change your outward appearance of your sexuality.
So if someone was born without a nose or something like that, you wouldn't allow them to have plastic surgery.
I think Hillbilly's brain is mutilated. That's what I think. Like his perception of life is just mutilated on its own. Yo, let me ask you a question, Hillbilly. You're saying you're a good Christian. Shouldn't you not judge other people? Isn't that rule number 1 of Christianity? And you there just insulting and...
Nope.
Nope. Nope. What do you mean?
Nope.
You're judging her.
Because you're so stupid, you don't know the
I'm
Bible. If you never even
stupid?
read the Bible,
No, you're not
Hillbilly.
supposed to judge anybody. I think it says it somewhere.
mutilated your body.
You don't know your Christianity. You shouldn't be judging her. You're
Have
a
you
bad Christian,
ever
sir.
read the
And you're a
Bible?
liar. I could
Have you
sense you're a liar.
mutilated your body, Hillbilly?
Yeah, you're a bad Christian. You judge people.
I'm going to tell you, you're a liar, sir.
You're a liar.
It doesn't
Have
say
you mutilated your body?
It says we are not to judge others. I don't stand in the judgment seat of Nadia.
Yes, you are. You're judging her. You're saying she shouldn't be that way.
And Nadia, because
judging,
sir.
You're stupid because you just said that you're not judging, but you are judging. You're clearly judging.
My position is to tell Nadia that there's a way out, that God has provided it. There's only one way. And if you don't accept this one way, you will go to hell.
Okay.
That is being discerning.
You know, hell is in your mind, sir. That's where it is. Hell is in your mind right now. If you had
a mind, hell would be in yours.
I do have a mind, and you're ignorant, you're uneducated, and you're just like, wow.
Funny guys, what you are.
I'm pretty funny.
Have you mutilated
but at
your
least
body?
I'm not the joke like you. You're the joke of the joke.
No, I could care less.
I think you do. Why are you here in this chat room, just insulting people? You have no like tact for life.
The gospel. Hey, if pointing out your ignorance gets a few more views and gets a few giggles and gets people to remember what I said because you were so ignorant.
You're going to hell, sir. You're going to hell. You're going to hell, sir. That's all I can tell you.
Sir, that's one thing I don't have to worry about.
Oh, you're going to hell. Let me tell you that.
I'm glad you're
going to hell.
Does Jesus allow for you to mutilate your body, Hillbilly?
Sir, I don't have to worry about anything about hell or mutilation or nothing.
Oh yeah, you should worry about hell.
So no, I just want a straight answer.
Repented of all my sins.
Okay. So you have then.
If you ever bother to read the Bible, it says when you repent and you are
so you have mutilated your body then, and you've repented.
New creation. The old about the news comes.
This guy's delusional. It's retarded.
What's sinful about what is sinful about homosexuality, Hillbilly? Can you explain how that works? What's actually sinful about it?
It denies the actual creative order of God. It denies what God said.
He doesn't even know what God is.
God created them male and female. Jesus Christ recited this verbatim. Haven't you heard it read? That is, don't you read your Bible? Are you going to shut up long enough to listen to the answer?
You don't know nothing about nothing. Why would I listen to you?
Are you going to shut up long enough to listen to the answer?
Well, there's no answer. Jesus would actually embrace Nadia because she's a person.
Well, if you're that ignorant, you won't shut up long enough.
No,
to
you're the one who's ignorant, buddy. You're so ignorant. Jesus would actually tell you, listen, you need some medication. That's what Jesus would tell you. Jesus would say, don't hate other people.
Okay, now that we got that fixed. The problem is you don't understand the way God created.
I think he blocked
what the Bible says. You've never read it.
Why did you block
You are just a walking contradiction.
Because he couldn't take it.
Why does God create homosexuality then? Why does he allow it to exist?
God doesn't fear sexuality.
Look,
God gave us sexuality.
This guy is
for
just so
pleasure,
delusional, and
for
this
procreation,
is the textbook
and also
people
to bring
that I
us
actually,
together.
you know,
That's why
I'll
the
even
Bible
say
calls it becoming one.
I hate.
Are you going to shut up and let me
He's
say
so
what I got to
ignorant.
say?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Well,
I'm gonna. Can you read the chat? Can you read the chat?
I don't care if I hear him or not. He wasn't listening.
If I post something.
I'm actually trying to hear what you're saying, and you've blocked him, so you've now got a problem. I don't know why you've done that.
I don't have a problem. He's got a problem.
I didn't block him. He blocked me.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He done it because the thing is, you know, with bullies like that, when you step up to them, they hate it. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to be confronted. When I told him it doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that you're judged, well, obviously it does. It says you can't judge other people, and then he said it, and I go, that's exactly what you're doing.
You know I would actually just like to hear him define.
John 7:24, something like that.
If it says it there, then no one should judge anybody, and he's totally judging Nadia.
John 7:24, and it says there to judge with righteous judgment.
To judge with what?
Righteous judgment.
That's exactly right.
So you're allowed to judge?
There are a few people that have to stand judgment over others. We call them judges.
I've always thought that
Supreme Court judge.
Hillbilly, can I just want to ask you this again. Why does
stand in judgment over others in this life? But I'm not called to stand in judgment over you or doofus here that I had to block. All I'm supposed to do is preach the good news of the gospel.
Hillbilly, I just want to ask you a question. I'm just trying to find out why God allows something that obviously offends him so much when he has the power to just make it and there wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't exist. Why doesn't he do that?
Because God gave us free will to obey him. He wants us to love him of our own accord. He wants us to come to him with open arms, not because we're programmed to like little robots, not because we have to because we're scared to death of the alternative. He wants us to come to him because we need to know how bad we are, how good he is, and how much he is willing to pay the price.
Hillbilly, answer my question, please. Define mutilation.
Look it up in the dictionary if you don't know what it means.
So, I mean, I want to hear it from you. I mean, I know my perspective on what it is, but I want to hear it from you. It might be different to mine.
You don't know what it means.
I know what it means. I'm asking you to define it because your definition may be different to mine.
I don't know what it means.
Yes, you do, because my definition may be different to yours. So you need to state it. You need to state your definition. Come on, state it for me. I'm asking a reasonable question. Why won't you answer it? Crickets.
So
do you not know? I mean, do you not have a definition, or what's going on? Oh, he's going to have a play with himself, I think.
So Hillbilly, you've just posited a situation where you say that God wants everyone to have free will to choose, but then he penalises people for making that choice. People exercise free will, and he says, no, wrong answer. That doesn't make sense. If people choose to be gay, why should God penalise them for it? That doesn't make sense. So we're not going to get an answer then, okay. Have a fucking tantrum then.
What I was going to say there, like if he was going to define mutilation as any disfigurement of the body, so he doesn't have any tattoos, he doesn't have any piercings, he doesn't have anything like that on his body. That's where I was going with that. He didn't want to answer me.
What's a disfigurement?
That's
disfigurement of my
the
body.
definition. I was after a definition from him, but he wasn't forthcoming.
I mean, my body's been disfigured. The failure to intervene before the inappropriate puberty has radically disfigured me. My voice, my
But then
face,
again, so is
my hips and shoulders, my hands and feet, and all that are disfigured by the inappropriate puberty and all. So.
Yeah. So if his definition was any markings on the body, any piercings, anything like that, then he would obviously fall foul of that because he has got them. He may even have a Batman tattoo, maybe. Who knows? Tattooed on his ass.
Well, in any event, I guess you may not be a fan of the transsexual agenda. Yeah.
Oh, we know that. How you going, Dex?
Yeah, welcome, Dex, by the way.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I'm a little bit sus by Hillbilly with the way he's looking lately. I think he's got something going on with his body.
Is he getting bigger?
Yeah, I just noticed his breasts were sort of looking a bit plumpish.
Be nice if mine did. Unfortunately, they're not really developing as I hoped.
Is that a myth?
Well, given
times are tough.
Rumor has it it's a trailer.
Nadia, did I just hear that you're jealous of my man boobs?
Maybe.
He might be able to spare some hormones for you.
And that's what happens when you get older after you get big. Everything. Gravity has its way with everything.
So you're not going to answer my question then, Hillbilly?
Aren't you going to look it up?
Well, what do you mean? I can't look into your mind, unfortunately, for me.
I don't need to look into my mind.
Well, no, you wouldn't. What I'm asking you is why does God allow free will and then punish people for choosing to be gay, if that's indeed what you believe? That's all I've asked you.
Free will doesn't mean you have the free will to do whatever it is you want to do, regardless of what God's law says. No. Free will says you have the ability to choose to obey God's law and have life to its fullest, or disobey God's law and suffer the consequences when it comes time of the end of your life.
So why give people the choice to do something?
While you're still here.
Right. So why give people the choice if the consequence of that choice is so severe? Why have that as a possibility in the first place then? That doesn't make sense.
Sure does. God wants us to love Him.
Well, why does that preclude any? Why does what I've said preclude that from happening?
Well, I think I would explain this to you, but maybe you're not sharp enough to pick it up. Let me try this one more time.
I'm probably not. I'm probably not.
Let me go ahead and try this one more time, and I'll go a little slower.
Yeah, please do.
Here we go. Ready?
I'm ready.
God gave us free will.
Okay, you don't have to speak that slow.
Okay, so we can choose whether to accept Him and His great glory, or to deny Him and go about our merry way and put ourselves in the place He rightfully deserves to be. Number one. So
am I the only
now
one that he
we
blocked?
have that choice, what did we do? Now, and here you got to understand the concept. God gave Adam and Eve everything in the garden. Everything was theirs except for one tree. Just one tree. One tree. Out of everything, one tree.
Oh dear.
We couldn't keep their hands off of it.
I don't see what that's got to do with being gay.
That
But, okay.
broke God's law.
Was that a marijuana tree?
We don't know what.
That doesn't really. You've not really answered my question, though, Hillbilly. What I'm trying to say to you is that God wants us to choose to love Him and do all the lovely stuff that He likes, but the consequences of choosing the things He doesn't like is eternal damnation.
No.
Would it not? Hang on.
No, you made a mistake.
Hang on. I can keep saying hang on. I'm that kind of person. Hang on. Hang on. I'm not hearing you because I'm saying hang on. And you're not going to get through to me because I'm not listening to you because I haven't finished my point. Stop talking. Calm down. Stop talking. Let me finish.
Make sure you got it right.
You've not
you
listened.
Don't go to hell because you disagree with God.
Well, you do. You've not listened.
No.
You've not listened.
Go to hell because you're
heard what I've said. You've not heard what I've said.
Yeah, I've heard it, and it's wrong. I'm trying to explain to you.
You haven't heard what I've said because I haven't said it. So just stop talking for 5 fucking minutes. God wants us to choose what He wants us to do, what He wants to do, and do all that stuff. The consequences of choosing otherwise, through our free will that He has given us, is to burn in hell forever. Would it not be easier to just preclude things that we get punished for? Why allow people to be gay if it offends Him so much, and the person who chooses that through their God-given free will is going to burn.
So you're saying we shouldn't have morality if we have free will?
I'm just simply saying why allow it to be a thing? If it offends God so much, why have it exist at all? If He could just unmake it, no one would know any different. It would just be a.
So you're saying that the preferable state would be us being moral robots?
Gee, this is why I stopped in the middle of your false premise to begin with, because you build on that false premise to come to a conclusion that will not stand as long as you deal with the initial first false premise. Now let's go back to what you said. You said that God sends people to hell because they disagree with Him. No, they go to hell because they're guilty of sin. Everybody's guilty of sin.
Christian, what is sin? Can you clear up what's sin?
Missing the mark that God has set. Sin is breaking the law.
Apparently mutilating your body.
Is that equivalent to a disagreement with God's preferences?
Nope.
Okay, explain to me now.
We're not talking about God's preferences. We're talking about God's laws.
Right, which are based on God's preferences.
I am the Lord thy God. You shall have no other gods before me.
Okay, what are the laws based on?
They're based on the attributes of God.
Okay, His preferences.
No, His attributes. That's different.
So God does not choose the world that we live in and how we behave. He's sort of like a robotic judger of people.
No, God loves us like a heavenly Father.
Bring it in then.
Hang on a second. You made a mistake. You made a statement, and I'm going to clarify. God is not some kind of robotic judger that stands up. Whoop, this one did something bad. Boom, send them to hell. No. What God does is He says, you know what? There's one of my children. They're messing up again. I'm going to send them.
You're not answering the question.
But ultimately, if they choose to walk away from all the assistance that God provides, hang on a second.
We've got to stay on point.
The help that God provides.
So you said the laws are based on what? The laws are based on His
perfect being.
Okay. What does that mean? Like
attributes.
His attributes, so His nature, right?
Based on God being perfect.
So not His thoughts, not His preferences and values, but based on His nature. We're describing a robot here.
It is.
You're describing a robot.
God's attributes are His values.
That makes absolutely no sense. Okay,
So
you're describing a computer. The computer's attributes are its values. Because the computer cannot help but value things the way it does. It is robotic.
Really. Does the computer love you?
The computer can say it loves me.
Computer
It
love
can
you?
give me hugs if I program it to, if I give it arms.
Exactly right. If you
But
program
that
it to.
is
That's
based
not free
on
will.
nature.
That's not even close.
Okay? It's not love if he has no choice about the matter. If God's love is based on its nature.
We're getting somewhere.
Okay.
There is no choice without love in the matter.
That's not love.
You know
That's
what
not
God did?
If any person says I love you, but I have no choice
you know
but
how
to
much God loved us?
would you
Jesus
actually
loved us
consider
enough
that love?
to send His Son to die in
Stop
our
preaching.
place.
Answer my question. If any person told you, Christian, I love you, but I have no choice but to love you, it is my nature as a program. I am no different than a dog or a cat who has no choice but to snuggle up to you because it is my instinct to do so. Would you consider that actual love? Of course not. So
well, no, you're talking about a programmed instrument, and that's not what I'm talking about.
God has no choice.
God loves us like children. Do you have children, Dex?
You're changing the subject. Come on now.
Dex, you have children.
I do, and they choose
well, guess what?
to
Do you
love
love
me.
your children?
I choose to love them. I cannot love them.
Choose to love them.
But I could choose not to
I've
love
got a whole bunch of kids, and unfortunately,
I
my
could choose
oldest is
not
in
to
prison.
love them.
And you know
I
what?
could choose not to love them. That is why my love is valuable.
Prison,
That is why
I
we
still
care.
choose to love the oldest child. So once again,
What God has, Christian,
that
stay on point.
is, I choose
God's
to love him
love
anyway.
is not based on choice, therefore it is not love. I'm sorry. You're done.
You're the one's done, Dex. You don't have to.
You're done. Okay? I can
Done
program
like
a
a dog's
computer to hug me and tell me that it loves me and tell me that it cares about me and sacrifice itself. I can program a robot to do that. That's
you
not
are
love.
so ignorant. You think that is free will and love.
No, it's not. And
You know
God
what?
doesn't have
You're the
free
kind of
will.
person in about
God
20
doesn't
years.
have free will. What are you talking
hit the
about?
computer and say, just send me some pretty Asian girl to love for a while.
Christian, stay on point. We're not talking about me. We're talking about your God.
I think that sounds about what you want there, Hillbilly. We'll send one your way.
Let me try this, Hillbilly. Why is it necessary to send gay people to hell? Then why does he do it?
Well, we don't send just gay people to hell.
I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking on
I'm
this
talking
issue.
about anybody, sir.
Well, I'm not.
Anybody
But it's not muddy
that
waters.
has not been saved is going to hell. That's just the way it is.
Well, okay, why doesn't God save gay people then? Why doesn't he just say, I forgive you? You made a bad choice.
Do that. He would love to say, I forgive you of your sins.
So he's not all
You know
powerful.
you know what has to happen first? You have to acknowledge first that you're a sinner.
No, it's not that he's not all-powerful, G. He's a robot. He's a moral robot. He can only judge you one way, and that's it. He cannot choose to say, you know what? It's okay. I love you, and I forgive you for that. No, you can't do that.
Would that be just? If you went and killed your neighbor,
unjust?
Hey, wait a minute. If you went and killed your neighbor, and the judge you stood before said, you were having a bad day. That's all right. Just go ahead about your merry business. Would that be justice?
That would be free will.
No, that would not be justice.
I don't care about that. We're talking about the freedom of God.
We're also talking about justice because one of God's natures is justice.
Right, and it has no choice over that nature. It is a robot. It is a robotic judging machine. That's it. It's a judging machine. It judges and dispenses corporal punishment as
corporal punishment. There's so much for corporal punishment.
For what? I don't know.
Never had to find out, buddy.
So, Christian, let me ask you something.
Like I do.
Let me ask you something. Why must there be retribution for our actions?
Why must there be punishment for crime?
Well, we use punishment for crime to dissuade people from committing crimes. We use punishment for crime to control the people who are a negative impact for society. Those are two reasons. So, but God is, we're not a threat to God. And clearly, there is no choice to rehabilitate or change our mind once we're in hell, right? So it is a form of retribution. It is not a form of justice. It is not a form of even punishment.
Do people who go to prison, is it not said of those people that they are paying their penalty to society, paying the price of their guilt for society?
That is a stupid way to look at it.
No, sir.
How can you pay for example, killing somebody? There is no payment for killing somebody.
Yes, that's right. There's no payment for killing somebody. Those people should be put to death.
So there's no chance for rehabilitation then, in your view?
Some people cannot be rehabilitated.
So
when you take somebody and they've been in the penal system 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and then the last time they come out, they kill a family of 5 just because.
What about if they are wrongly convicted, Hillbilly? There's been many occasions where people have been wrongly convicted, and
many occasions.
What about them? What about them? Should they have been put to death or not?
Well, ask Hillbilly, is gluttony a sin?
But the ultimate God of creation will figure it out. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, but you're saying that they should be put to death, but by whose judgment? I mean, could they go through the court systems and the court systems sometimes get it wrong?
Happens, sir, including the good, the bad, the ugly.
Yeah, we've heard that fucking story before, haven't we?
Hey, Hillbilly, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had homosexual desires in your life?
Sir,
of course he has.
Why do you want to talk
suppressing
about sin?
so much?
I don't want to talk about sin.
I just want to know if you ever had desires. I'm not being judgmental.
Dude.
I just want to know if you ever had desires for homosexuality.
I don't care what you want
suppressing
or what
it
you
so bad.
feel about judgmental. I'm just telling you right now that's not where I'm going. I'm going down the path of there's one way to salvation.
Ask Hillbilly, is gluttony a sin?
And that's Jesus Christ himself.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not trying to make. I don't want to make. I just want to know if you are actually fighting homosexuality yourself. I just want to know. I'm just trying to relate. I'm not making fun of you seriously. I just want to know, like, if you ever had desires or not.
8-hour hangout titled "Fat Christians Need to Repent."
Let me go ahead and put it to you this way: we are all susceptible to some type of sin. Some is homosexuality. Some is lesbianism. Some is gambling. Some is adultery, fornication. There's a bunch of them out there, lying, stealing, you name it. And I've been guilty of a few of those, absolutely. But let's go ahead and put it this way. When God forgives, your sins are as far from the east as from the west. So I have no sins to worry about, sir. I am a clean, sinless person in God's eyes.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So to me, that came across as a yes, but I
don't know what you're thinking, but whatever you want.
That's really sad. That like if you were homosexual and you felt bad about your own homosexuality, to me that's really bad. Like you should embrace it. You shouldn't.
Sir, let me ask you a question. If a person was an alcoholic and they felt bad about their alcoholism, wouldn't it make them a right person to go out and try and help other people struggling with alcoholism? Or maybe a drug addiction person? Or maybe
I don't equate.
Sir,
Okay,
these are diseases of choice.
I don't believe homosexuality is
go out and engage in these diseases.
I don't think
that's a category error, Hillbilly. It's a category
They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing, though.
They are absolutely the same thing.
Well, explain what you mean by disease of choice.
Disease of choice is one where you have a propensity or desire for, yet you can choose to engage in it or not. You know, you don't have a propensity or a desire for cancer. You can't choose whether you engage in cancer. But guess what? You can have a propensity or a desire for alcoholism, and you can choose to go down to the local bar and spend your old paycheck and get plastered. So that is a disease of choice. Homosexuality is so different. You can have a potentiality to lust after somebody of the own sex, but you don't have to do anything about it. You can actually pray, and God will take that away from you.
Would it be fair to say that what you mean by disease of choice is that what the disease consists of is this disorder or wrongness of these choices? Go ahead.
It's what now? My watch was going off. What?
It's the disorder or wrongness of someone's choices.
Well, from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. I will give you that. If you're thinking about it and lusting about it all the time, yeah, that causes you to sin.
I think the problem you've got there, Hillbilly, I think the mistake you've made is that you have confused sexuality with acts. That you think homosexuality is defined by the acts that two people of the same sex might perform, without getting too graphic.
What country are you in?
Well, what does that matter?
Because that's got to be one of the dumbest countries I ever heard of. If you don't know what sexuality is about.
We have here representatives from Finland, the Czech Republic, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia, as well as the United States. So,
and the Deep South.
Why was that dumb, Hillbilly? What was dumb about my statement?
Because you don't know what men are. You don't know what women are. You don't know how men are supposed to act. You don't know women and how women. You don't know how men and women relate to one another. You don't know how husbands and wives relate to one another. Mothers and fathers relate to one another, and how all that relates to the children, to the next generation. Yeah, that's got to be one of the dumbest countries out there. But you know what, Dad? We're getting ready to jump in right behind you.
No idea.
Tell us,
no idea how that has any bearing on what I said.
Tell us, Jim, what men and women are.
Men and women are what we are created to be, Nadia.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
Sure. Men are men and women are women. How's that? Is that more specific?
Well, you may start with, but there are two dichotomous and comprehensive categories.
Gotta find it.
Beyond that, how do you tell those two apart?
Well, let me see. We've done this before, Nadia. When you're at the hospital, and if you've got a cousin or a family member that's coming down the aisleway, and they've got a pink or blue cap on that little baby, and then you roll that baby over to go change that diaper, you know what? It's quite obvious whether that is a male or a female. And if it's not quite obvious, guess what? If it's not quite obvious, by definition, you have a birth defect.
Right. And the scriptural basis of that is what?
So, Hillbilly, I think you completely misunderstood what I was saying.
The scriptural basis of that, it does exist. The question is, does he know it?
I don't think he knows very much.
Well, I fooled around with women. Yeah, it's like, they pretty much, fist or use dildos or whatever, and work on me, and I do stuff like either go down on them or use dildos or whatever. So. The last time I fooled around with one was like in, I think, 06. We took turns using strap-ons on each other.
Great breakfast talk there, Nadia.
What?
Great breakfast talk.
Let who just talk?
No, breakfast. Great talk to have around a breakfast table.
Well, breakfast, yeah.
Hey, Hillbilly, do you see yourself as in the image of God? You were built in the image of God?
Yep.
See, I always thought that Buddha was like a sort of like a big, plumpy, round, sort of bald fella. I thought you might have sort of been trying to sort of mimic him when I first sort of spotted you, but obviously that's not the case. So you think you're building the image of God, eh?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
Isn't
Can't help your
Yahweh
intellectual.
usually depicted as like having white hair and a big white beard, long white beard like a Z-top, but you know, apart from that, actually kind of ripped, you know, really buff, six-pack abs and whole 9 yards. You know, like, you know, white ZZ Top long beard, but you know, six-pack abs and you know, big guns. Yeah,
I think Hillbilly's got a fair way to go to get there.
Sistine Chapel.
Better start now there, Hillbilly.
Yeah.
You do what?
You better start jogging now, mate. Get some of that weight off if you want to look like that.
Sir,
Yeah. You also got to grow out that beard.
I work out on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah, we can see. Yeah. Good on you.
I started working out yet.
Worker out or a person, nothing like that. I give you that. But I walk every day, multiple times a day. I take care of my wife. I do all kinds of stuff, sir.
To Walmart, walk to Walmart, and then to McDonald's or somewhere, maybe.
I don't like McDonald's. Now, I do like McDonald's sweet tea. I got to give you that. McDonald's got the bomb sweet tea.
The main trick here is, you know, isn't the body a temple?
Don't change your position, Hillbilly. Stay like that. Oh, no. It's all right.
Isn't the body a temple, though?
The body is a temple in the form that it holds the Holy Spirit.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19, right?
Yep, I believe somewhere in that area.
Of course, it's a vile sin to desecrate that temple, as per 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 17, right? Well, isn't there a demand, you know, that one honor, consecrate, and maintain well your temples to your God?
So do those tattoos removable, Hillbilly, or are they permanent tattoos, mate?
Once again, it's not talking about Nadia trying to have the best looking temple. It's not about the external. It's about the internal. Just like when Jesus called the Pharisees,
You talked about mutilation. Mutilation, it would be external, wouldn't it?
Why refer to the body?
Wouldn't that be external?
Hey, Black.
Oh, we're just trying to clarify something.
I'm talking to Nadia, I'll talk to you.
No, I was just trying to clarify. I mean, we were talking about external.
Well, clarify done. Nadia.
Clarify that.
When the Pharisees were talking, or Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, and they mentioned something about something he was doing. And what did he say? You white-washed sepulchres. You sit there and you worry about...
Oh, dear. Yes, the whited sepulchres, I recall. You've been muted, though, so... Come back to this.
But not worried about the inside of the cup. This is also referring to your temple. Because, again, it's not what goes in a man's mouth that makes him evil, it's what comes out.
Right, yeah. And, of course, Romans chapter 14, verses 22 and such, right? Romans chapter 14, verses 22 and such, right?
I don't understand. Why are you dodging the fact that you have tattoos? Why are you dodging that? I mean, do you accept that
I
they're...
do have tattoos.
Yeah, so are you
What's
not
wrong with
marking your
tattoos?
temple? Are you not
Nope,
defacing your temple?
I'm not defiling my temple.
Or what about your pierced ear? Is that not mutilating your body?
My what?
Mutilating your body?
What? How would I be mutilating my
You're
body?
punching holes through your body?
Oh, my pierced ears, both of them. I
So
wear
is that
those
not
as
mutilation
a
of your
symbol. Are you
body?
gonna listen, or are you just gonna talk?
Is that not mutilation of your
Are you
body?
gonna listen, or are you just gonna talk?
Are you going to answer yes or no to that?
Are you gonna listen, or are you just gonna talk?
It's a pretty straightforward question. I mean, it's a yes or no answer.
About being a slave to God.
I don't
Yes, I remember
understand
your
why it's
answer.
so hard to answer.
Pierced ears in the ancient Israel were a sign of slavery. So he's
a
claims to
slave.
have his pierced ears
Perhaps he's
in
a slave
relation
to
to
fashion.
the idea of being a slave to God. Right.
They would have had big rings through them, though, wouldn't they, Nadia?
I don't know.
Maybe one or two through the nipples.
Hey, if my breasts ever grow out to, I guess, a decent extent, and I'll get the nipple piercings or whatever. But until they do, I'll hold off.
Do you reckon
Wouldn't want the
Hillbilly?
development to be disrupted. Go ahead.
Do you reckon Hillbilly might have a Prince Alfred?
I was about to say that.
I doubt it.
Too
Weird.
small?
What's that?
Too small?
No. I just don't think he's from a generation that would have appreciated it.
I hope he comes back. I've still got a couple more questions I'd like him to answer.
Well,
It just doesn't seem to want to answer them appropriately. He just likes to go off on bloody
Gentlemen, I'll
random...
be right back. I have to go make breakfast for the missus.
yeah. No. Bigoted white supremacists, etc. Jesus don't seem to be attracting very many followers these days. Kind of why Christianity's been dropping off in the U.S.
Hillbilly, where's my breakfast?
Sure, bacon will be on the menu.
Mr. and Mrs. Hillbilly there.
Well,
You'll start to hear the pigs
hillbillies,
squealing around the back.
hillbillies are what's wrong with U.S. Urbanization really needs to play out faster. Got to get all them to move to the city. Make all the farms factory farms. Work on even getting the farm laborers to all be commuting from decent-sized cities.
Why do you think he bothers coming into your hangout, Nadia? I mean, do you think he seriously thinks that he will make an impact on your life and you, personally?
I'm not sure if that's sure it's quite a way of thinking, still.
Do you think he has other reasons for it?
Cultural, generational, protest against modernity sorts of reasons, sure. I mean, you know, holding a sort of revanchism to, I guess, the social standards of the bygone era of multiple millennia past is yeah, no small respect. Very much a protest against modernity.
All right, well, I'm going to head off. It's been fun. I'll catch you all tomorrow, and
All right.
great day.
Have a good night, Black Swan.
See ya.
Here we go.
Have you heard of Nassim Taleb? He's a Lebanese author of a book regarding, I guess, unanticipated or rare events. And called it, of course, the Black Swan. What it refers to is that, well, there are swans across the world, but in the vast majority of the world, swans are white. In Australia, they're not. And Australia was not discovered until quite late in, I guess, the history of civilization. At least not by Western Europe and all that. So, something like in the way longitude or determining longitude was phrased as something of an impossibility. You know, black swans were described as something of an impossible creature or object, right? I guess we say invisible pink unicorn now. And then, after that became something of a standard term phrase in English, well, then people found black swans, or European people found black swans in Australia, right? So these black swan events, well, I'm referring to something like that. It's kind of a little bit of a potential backstory behind black swan's name. On the other hand, it might just be Australian. No, well, we have an exotic creature here. I hope my voice lightens up soon. Well, the protests against modernity or revanchism or something, relate to what are perceived to be former economic eras of prosperity. So, for instance, like the 1950s, such are mythologized in American culture, and there are some genuine ways where the economics were actually much better. The rest of the world had been shattered, where because there had been no truly effective territorial incursions on the U.S., apart from Pearl Harbor itself, if you can count that. I guess this manufacturing base was completely intact. So, the U.S., of course, economically conquered the world in that decade or whatever, and it was also rolling off of, I guess you might call them, I guess tilted toward lower classes economic policies of, Franklin Roosevelt. And Eisenhower, for instance, had a top tax bracket of 91%. Eisenhower being the president during much of the 1950s, right? Well, that prosperity really trickled down, especially with the wealthy putting in that kind of stake. So, the revanchism for that era and such, well, that kind of thing was happening in kind of, affected the perceptions of why it was deemed idyllic. Kinds of things most often brought up are actually, almost cultural. I speak of cultural and gender and sexual and other, also racial and such kinds of norms, right? And the terms in which this kind of revanchism and such is cast. And also very much religious. Well, in respects to sort of evangelical, fundamentalist, etc. movement, hadn't really gained very much traction then. I mean, still a different time. It was maybe more pervasive. And, well, the boogeyman put up was godless communism. Well, and the answer to the godlessness of communism was religiosity, right?
I don't know about it all. Yeah, me? I don't care. Women, they care. They want to know the whole detail. Me? I don't care. So let me text Miss Marcia, see when she wants me over there.
Jim was probably born in that decade, and maybe scarcely remembers it as a child, but yeah, definitely rose-colored glasses of you know, like 5 or under 10 years old.
You what?
Jim, how much do you remember the 1950s?
How much I remember the 1950s? Nothing, since I wasn't born in the 50s. No, but let me go ask my wife. Honey, I'm in trouble now.
Okay.
I
I thought you might
I'm
have
a
been born
child
like,
in the 60s, thank you very much.
What, 960 or?
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
In the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may thrive. That's a 60s song for you. Man, did I do that on Facebook? Yeah, I did.
I also remember the moon landing, and I think, well, pretty sure, not pretty sure, I am sure, you know, he was an infant, but living and born when Kennedy was assassinated.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Most of you could have been about 3.
Yep.
You remember when you were 3?
Yep.
That's early, but not unheard of. So.
I was one of them kind of children that you had to keep a real close eye on, mainly because somebody would be hollering, "Oh my gosh, call an ambulance!" Generally not for me, but sometimes. I pushed my sister out of a 3-story window once. Oh man, that was funny. I don't care who you are, that's funny.
That's shocking. You're only 3 years older than my husband. Okay, well, anyway.
No, I've got internet. What the heck? There we go.
I thought I missed out because I.
Are you trying to say that you thought I was older than I actually am, Nadia?
Only about 5 or so years. So.
I did it. I'm shaving off these darn gray hairs. Most people think by the way I act, especially when I'm around the kids that I drive, they think I'm around 20.
Well.
25, 25. If man is still alive. Now I got that song in my head.
Remember, well, some of the Christian things that were going around in the 70s. Greg Bonson was going around then.
Yeah, they were just starting up then.
Yeah. You can see like on YouTube like these lectures or whatever that Greg Bonson's like doing at bell bottoms.
I still have a picture of me somewhere when I graduated. I had a white John Travolta leisure suit with the black silk or nylon, whatever the crap was, shirt with the collars that came down to here, black boots, but I was staying alive, staying alive.
You would have graduated right into Saturday Night Fever, yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
I remember that actually existing, but of course, I was an infant myself. Apart from like a brief flash of the image, or whatever, not really much. Kind of like Memories of Carter. One little soundbite about how if you'd known who shot JR, be able to fund his presidential campaign better.
Well, I tell you what, I don't read much off of Facebook. Every once in a while, something catches my eye. And there's a couple of stories. I'm not going to read the one because it's got pictures and I can't watch that. It kills me to see that. Breaking news, new video of Planned Parenthood abortionists going through and harvesting babies' brains. That's disgusting. And then a gentleman who is now in ministry, he says, looking back on his past, Bailey says he now sees that he's been brought out of what he calls the sexual confusion of homosexual behaviors to a sexual clarity in mind and heart. Ex-gay man, homosexuality is just another human brokenness. Dean Bailey, 50, is not afraid to tell anyone he is living proof that sexual orientation can in fact be changed, but he prefers to use the word restored rather than changed. Bailey remembers how from an early age he felt different from other boys. He felt he did not fit in, and thought of himself as awkward, out of place. He remembers never feeling treasured or affirmed by his dad, who was an alcoholic and who consumed pornography. Bailey believes he began a pattern of turning to other males to find the affirmation he needed and never received from his dad. Wow. See, just one more example. People can be saved, Nadia. It's still not too late.
So what's that an example of exactly?
It's an example of how it's not something you're born with that you can't get out of. You can be, like this man said, restored. Oops,
and yet there are millions of gay people who will tell you otherwise, who live perfectly happy lives, all things considered. Oh, it's on phone. Oh, goodness me. Hello, Christian Hillbilly. You're through to the Bible. For all your biblical prejudice needs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You two have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
You have a blessed day as well. Oh,
sorry. Sorry, I had to take that phone call.
But there are many gay people who don't feel as that person did. So I don't know how that's affected anything.
A bunch of people that have cancer that don't feel the pains of the cancer just yet either. There's probably a bunch of people who have leukemia who don't feel the pains of leukemia yet either.
Does that mean
they're any less diseased? Does that mean they're any less in danger of losing their life? No.
So how are gay people in danger of losing their life?
Number one, have you ever looked at how bad homosexuality is for not only the person engaged
Bad
or trapped
homosexuality?
into the lifestyle, but also the partner of the person, the family of the people, the community of the people, and
I
ultimately
really
the
don't know what you're talking about
society
now.
is brought down by this.
Well, that's just demonstrably not true, isn't it?
Actually, it's demonstrably true. That's why I said it.
It's not demonstrably true because society hasn't been brought down by the gays, as is evidenced by the fact that society hasn't been brought down by the gays. I hate to be tautological, but they were.
I would briefly. People are actually even trying to.
Good morning, Miss Marcia. Are you ready for me to come over and hang some shelves? Question mark.
People are trying to get people to stop being gay for a pretty long time.
Yeah.
And part of the whole founding of the field of psychology was to get people to stop being gay, basically.
Ah!
How many different things do you think have been tried? Castration, lobotomies, so on and so forth. I mean, there's lots been tried. Why don't you think people why do you think it is that people take those efforts failing be an actual sign that not that kind of choice, right?
Does an alcoholic have a choice?
What?
Does an alcoholic have a choice?
About what?
About going to see if they take that next drink.
Well, in respect, there is something of one, yes. And the question is, how much of one, really? And it's less of one than a full one. That's why we consider them damaged in various ways, right? And, of course, there is, I think it need not necessarily represent damage. There isn't such a full choice there, right?
I don't know. Every time they do that, they become more damaged.
But I know people that have had that were born gay and they were very strictly gay and never even they could have had heterosexual sex, didn't want to, and I do know people who
no such thing as born homosexual.
No, I know. Hold on a second. I know people. I'm just trying to be honest with you. I'm not trying to criticize you, Hillbilly. Just hear me out. I've met people who have been confused about their own sexuality. But I've also met people who I understand. I've met people who are as militant straight as you are militant. I mean, I'm sorry, militant gay as much as some people are militant straight. So I really think that some people are confused. But I think just because some people get confused doesn't mean that the whole spectrum is confused. That's what I'm trying to say. I think what you're getting stuck in is the gray area, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but some people are.
There is no gray area.
I think that there is.
Yeah. You have
I can't speak for every person. Every person knows in their hearts like what they are. They know whether they're in the gray area or not, and there's nothing wrong with being in the gray area. That's called being bi, right? You know, if you feel a little bit both ways, and I find like the older I'm getting, the more I don't know. It's not sexual, but there is an attraction towards intelligent men. But it's not sexual. It's more like a platonic love than anything sexual. So I feel like I'm moving more on the spectrum towards the other side. Even though when it comes to sex, I only want to have sex with females, and that's just my own personal feelings. I don't know. I've never been against gay people, and I never nor have I been against straight people. I don't know. I guess because I went to a boarding school with all men or all guys. I guess that maybe that had something to do with it. I'm not sure.
Oh, that would have been cool. Yeah, sausage fest. All right, sorry. Yeah, my choice of boyfriends pretty limited. Back in the well, before college days.
Ah, I hate working on small stuff when I can't see.
Yeah. I was born too soon. If I'd, about 20, 30 years later, 30 years later, I'd be getting raised as I should be now. Of course, I'd have the puberty blockers, maybe even estrogen during that time to have normal puberty and all that. And I suppose I could just flat out just wish for having been born without emasculizing medical conditions to begin with at that point. So. Jim, that I will not live to be the age you are now.
Why not?
Should be relatively obvious that have a number of major medical conditions.
Yeah, that's relatively obvious.
I have a number of major medical conditions. I don't get a full human lifetime. Especially under the kinds of hardships I've been living. I'm already about 5 years past my expiration date.
Your expiration date, I like that. That's a weird way of putting it.
Really? You think I don't get arrhythmias too? They generally happen with ketoacidosis, but anyway. Of course, I get acute kidney failure then too. true. I mean, is that the kind of health you'd ascribe to a, well, guess what age? I mean, from, heart attack, arrhythmias, kidney failures, and, well, 6 or more ICU stays a year. What age do you think that is?
Too young.
Yeah, well, from that kind of health description, most people are going to say that sounds something like 70 or older. Yeah.
And what caused your current situation, Nadia? What led up to you being in the situation you are right now?
Oh, well, that's easy.
It's the fact that she's a homosexual.
Christianity. Yes.
That's part of it. Yes, that is part of her. Homosexuality is a big part of why she is what she is and where she is.
Except that she's not a homosexual. She's actually straight.
Yeah, I'm pretty much into guys, so. I guess I'm tad bit flexible, but still. Yeah, guys are my main thing. So, anyway, yeah.
If she was homosexual, why would she have? Why would she become trans? Because many homosexuals don't ever become transsexual.
Nadia, why are you in the condition, position, situation that you're in right now?
Christianity is.
Christianity has
a
nothing.
bigoted.
Christianity has nothing to do with it, Nadia. What did you do? Quit pointing the finger at everybody else and see what you did.
Oh, the answer is what I personally did. The answer is I did nothing to.
You did nothing.
This or bring this on myself.
Really?
No, you were born. It was your fault for choosing to be born. You see?
Howdy, Art.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah. So, like I was saying. Yep, the bigoted, hateful ideology of Christianity is disturbed me. And Jim, frankly, you exemplify it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no worries. It's raining out there. I mean, for instance, what was the impetus against well, universal health care? Well, it was contrary to communism. What was that impetus against communism? Oh, that's right. It was godless. Christianity. There we go. So, you know, every little hiccup and, well, health or whatever, or hiccup in my income and such. Yeah, it's pretty damn nasty spiral. You know, the income stopping stops the healthcare from being available, stops the income from coming in, and until something breaks. Okay, that's one. Also, what was the 1981 little regulation there? Ronald Reagan signed it. Was it Foster or Fisher in his administration? Unrelated to Brian Fisher, he's much his senior. Might have been Foster. Anyway, those were. Well, the letter was testimony from, well, some random feminists. Rather, minority one repudiated by majority thereof. On the other hand, well, who went out and trotted this policy out and aggressively pushed it, and even sought her out in the first place with the Christian right, denying treatment to transsexuals within the United States for next pretty much 30 years, right? Who inculcated the anti-transsexual bigotries and all these employers who pretty much say, fuck you? Oh, the Christian right. Hey, this is a really easy question to answer. All roads lead to, well, if not Rome in terms of the Vatican, then at least the Protestant Christian right. Right. Well, Billy Graham, Paul Weyrich, was it Jerry Falwell, and all that. Yeah. They weren't just going after Larry Flint, they were also going after, well, all those like me who are trans. Right? Except we're not all tennis stars like Renee Richards, and vast majority of us are cut down before we make it anywhere near so far.
Yeah, speaking of getting cut down, Nadia, I was thinking, I think people were wondering why I was getting so upset when I think Lydia was on, because she's like a Baptist, and like the Baptists here, and when I was a public school teacher, I think because the Baptists have such kind of militant beliefs. When I was a school teacher teaching science, and I never even said that I was an atheist or claimed to be agnostic. I wasn't ever militant at all about chemistry. I mean, chemistry is just chemistry. But I didn't notice that, like, a lot of my problems did come because I was perceived to be the enemy because I was a science teacher, and I think there were efforts to cut me down, and I think maybe that's where some of my biases may come from. I think if you're a public school teacher and you're not teaching, since there's such a war between Christianity now and Gnosticism or atheism, you're going to be cut down when you're trying to get up if you're surrounded by people who are Christians.
Well, hey, this is the Saudi Arabia of Christianity. It's
Yeah, I've been treated more horribly and have been shown less compassion or mercy at the hands of Baptists than I have by any other organization. I think the Baptists are just really angry people inside. I haven't seen that type of anger with the Catholics like I've seen with the Baptists, nor have I seen it with the Methodists or the Calvinists. There's something special about the Baptists that makes them so angry. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe because they're so law-abiding when it comes to the book. I mean, the way that most Baptists are is as long as you follow, as long as you stay within the rules, they don't give a shit what you do. But as soon as you break a rule and they catch you, that's your ass. And that's how my landlord is. He actually threw out a kid's. It was a family of two, and they had four kids living in one bedroom apartment. And the kids kind of got mischievous one day, and they didn't but they opened, and they're young, they opened somebody else's mail, and he kicked them out, and they had nowhere to go. He was Baptist, did it with a straight face. They broke a rule. He saw that he was justified in doing what he did.
well, anyway. Yeah, what says I'm such a horror, so just an abomination, so disgusting and all that with Christianity?
Well, do you see, Nadia, do you see your prejudice, people who are against you, do you see that more so all around with Christianity as well as atheism or Gnosticism, or do you see that mainly with a certain branch of Christianity?
I don't know, actually, we're usually mostly skittish about it online. We'll say, oh, well, I guess I'm anti that, but don't really want to really talk about it much. It's I don't know. It's not just the branches. I mean, because even within different branches, there'll be like a bit of a spectrum, but the how tilted the spectrum is varies by the denomination, right? You can still find heavily pro and anti people in almost any denomination, whatever.
Right, but I would guess, based on my experiences, that you would probably have a community that was more willing to accept you in the Baptist community, but deep inside they would have more resentment towards you than, like, say, the Catholics. I just feel like the Baptists, they pretend to accept you more, but in their hearts they really don't. But whereas the Catholics are really more tolerant than any other group. What do you think about that?
I think sticking to New York and San Francisco would be a good idea, barring getting my ass out to frigging Europe, right? If I can wash up on the shores of Europe somehow, avoid leaving at any cost. Right? That's why I don't just show up willy-nilly, right? Your tourist visas have like a 6 month, whatever it is, on being able to return, right? Yeah, I'm also getting the hell out of the U.S. and
I mean, like,
bigoted rednecks, hillbillies, all that.
yeah, but I don't think that's fair because I've seen in interviews where like some Europeans have said some extremely racist things or some extremely bigoted things towards like a community that they don't even
That
belong
was
to.
probably a Jew.
What's that?
That was probably a Jew.
Why'd you say that?
I was kind of kidding because you said, you know, I was being racist because you said, hey, you know, something to say, right?
Oh, okay, I got
That's
you.
just the former party secretary of UKIP said, you know, called trans women she-males in a lecture, I think, like Young Republicans Conference or something in the U.S. So yeah, I mean, you can dredge up, you know, bigoted European here or there. The question is, you know, where is the cultural hegemony?
Define bigoted.
Oh, well, it's generally deemed to be something like irrational hatred or animus.
I don't have a hatred for you, Nadia. You know that.
Oh, I said or animus.
Animus? What's that?
Like bias against.
Bias? I don't want to be biased against you. I'm simply telling you the truth.
Well, would you say you are anti-trans?
I'm anti-sin.
Okay.
Does
And you
that
regard trans
you
sin.
personally? No. It makes me against sin. That's all.
Okay. And of course, it's generally deemed position that transsexualism is immoral, deemed by most to be irrational, right?
No, I don't. I guess I messed up. Transsexuals, what?
The position that transsexualism is immoral is deemed by most to be irrational.
I would disagree with that wholeheartedly. And as a matter of fact, that type of position would be deemed immoral by its very nature, because you're going outside of the designs, the confines of the way God created you. You're trying to pervert your body into something it never will be. Excuse me a moment.
How is it that you think I try to divert my body into something it will never be? You know, pervert is to turn something from its intended purpose, and well, I don't really have that purpose, you know, imprinted on me or whatever by anything. Number two is that I also was it perverted something? What was the other party said? Fuck.
So, Hillbilly, do you believe that birth defects can happen, for example?
in his workshop. He's building all sorts of terrible things.
We've already hit that. We've long since hit that one, though. This perverted something you called it again? Okay, so perverted and something it'll never be. The what it will be that it's supposed to be made to be is something less distressing to myself, at least, and perhaps also to others. Now, this nothing to quote-unquote change what I intrinsically am. Whatever that seemed to be. So, the resolution of that pain is all those changes are supposed to actually make happen, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right? What?
Nadia, you don't need surgery. You need psychology. You need psychiatry. You need the truth about what you're doing to yourself and to your body. Nadia, you don't need somebody who's going to come along and say, yeah, we can cut this, and we can do this, and we can give you these. No, be the person you want to be. That's why you are so sick right now, because all this crap you've done to yourself.
Coughs and colds don't come from transsexualism.
No, but what's been putting you in the hospital?
Certainly poverty and
Poverty
in effect, malfeasance by health insurers and such.
Came from your desire to be something you'll never be, so that's your choice. What else have you been in the hospital for? Endometriosis.
What else have I been in the hospital for?
I don't know, all these different things you said you've been in the hospital for. A lot of it has to do with you trying to make your body be something it's never going to be.
Ketoacidosis generally comes from the denial of the medication that's used to keep me alive. The denial stems from health insurers not cooperating and all that.
And besides, we have cases of trans people who have completely transitioned to female, right? If their case is caught up early before puberty, with hormones, you can make them to be a almost perfect female, for example, right?
Art, that's completely false.
You have examples of that empirically.
Nope, sure don't.
Well, you can prevent the disfigurements that are irreversible as they are in me. So, yes, perfect female is probably not a good way to put it. Preventing irreversible disfigurement is probably a more appropriate way.
Can you hurt your body and destroy your body? Sure can. But can you be a female? No.
The question isn't whether I can be a female. The question is whether the kinds of pain, anguish, distress, and all that can be resolved.
They can, but not by surgery. Not by trying to cater to a whim that you have that is completely false.
What is a whim? What is a whim? What is a whim?
A whim that you can be something that you cannot.
That's not what a whim is. A whim is something transient, flighty, and without, rational, justified reason and all that, right?
That's all
these,
that.
whims. These whims are, well, dismissed as what we call it, frivolous and all that. Now, there's also a temporal aspect, right? That whims don't last very long. Right? They're sudden and they also pass quickly. But well, in the case of myself and those like me, these things are quite long-standing, right? And they're not frivolous or ungrounded in reason or analysis and so on. What we do have is that our disfigurements grieve us to such a great extent that these surgical methods, interventions, do actually alleviate quite a bit of anguish and grief, right? Much as the surgical reconstructions of an acid attack survivor's face would. I think an acid attack survivor who is lost parts of their lips and their nose and all that is not quite distressed and aggrieved about their status after the attack.
I would have to say that's a lie right straight from the pit of hell.
Really?
Yep, really.
All right. Who's lying? What is a lie?
Well, number one, you're lying to yourself. Number two, you're believing something that is a lie by somebody else who's told you this lie and perpetuated it by somebody else who's been living a lie. So you can take it from there.
Lies are generally need to be the deliberate spreading of falsehood in order to deceive, right?
Yep, and definitely spreading falsehood, even though they might believe it's true. So, like those Muslims that flew those planes.
Well, actually,
into the Twin Towers.
Generally, when someone
believing in a lie,
if someone goes about disseminating things they actually believe is true,
in a lie.
It's not deemed to be a lie. It's deemed to be an error.
They believe in a lie.
You think I don't actually believe that, these resolutions of my disfigurements would actually resolve my anguish and grief, at least, or mitigate them to a significant extent? You think I don't believe that?
Nope, I sure don't.
What do you think I believe about resolving my disfigurements?
I personally believe that you're trying to commit suicide by doctors, suicide by surgery.
You think that, well, correcting my face, actually be a woman's face, correcting my voice to be a woman's voice, and my genitals to be a woman's genitals, is an attempt at suicide?
You asked me what I believe, Nadia. That's what I believe. I believe you're attempting to commit
in what manner?
By surgery.
In what manner do you think these kinds of surgical corrections would result in death?
And how many times have you been in the hospital in the last 6 months?
I would briefly point out that the hospitalizations have generally been against my will, in the sense that the conditions that led to my needing to go to the hospital were not something of my own will. Right?
Yeah, that is, you didn't want to go to the hospital, but the way you were living caused you to have to go to the hospital. Yeah, I get it.
The way I was living did not cause me to go to the hospital.
Then what did?
Well, the denials of health insurance, denials of medicine, denials of employment and all that.
No, wait a minute. What were you diagnosed with? You've not explained that.
Ketoacidosis.
And that ketoacidosis, it comes from what? What's the reasoning behind that? How did that occur?
My pancreas was destroyed in 1995.
How so?
My immune system destroyed it.
Why?
There is a genetic vulnerability of my immune system into being tricked by some form of common bacterium into attacking my own body instead of the bacterium itself.
Or nothing to do with you trying to change your body and trick your body into thinking it's something it is not.
That's correct. It had nothing to do with any of that. I was unable to pursue that at the time it happened. And in fact, also from what is known about the mechanics of this disease, called type 1, it also has no relevance to things like transsexual hormone treatments or whatever it is that were much later medical interventions. It's been long-standing for the past. It's been long-standing for the past 20 or so years, right? Do you understand that?
I do.
That this came about independently from any kind of gender identity affair.
I still understand that your problem is your problem, and you are your problem. Tell me the truth, no. As you start making that transition, as you call it, that trying to change yourself into somebody you never will be, had you started doing that, wouldn't you have continued to have health insurance? Wouldn't you have continued to have good health care that you could have gone and gotten treated or whatever was needed to keep you healthy?
Well, there are two sides to that, right? My own quote-unquote choices were to stay with the companies and all that. They, on the other hand, said, well, we don't want a she-male slave around our office environment.
So, once again, what you did caused the problem, and then you didn't have any insurance. Is that right?
No, what they did caused the problem.
No.
They transphobically discriminated against me.
They didn't discriminate against you. They didn't want somebody who was engaging in sexually perverted behavior in their office and openly engaging in sexually perverted behavior. Nani, you got to understand, as a former person that came from the business world, you cannot have that out there at your front office, somebody that is actively engaging
none of these work front office
kind of perverted behavior. It doesn't matter if it's in the front office. It doesn't matter if you're in that corporation and it's found out, it will make news and it will cause the corporation problems.
By and large, transsexualism does not cause that great a scandal in computer programming. Sophie Wilson, for instance, is with ARM Limited, and Well, by and large, no one really bothers her about being trans.
So you're telling me that they didn't want trans in your office, but now you're telling me that they don't really care one way or the other.
That's not what I'm saying.
What is it? Which way is it, Nadia?
It's not what I said. What I said was that from other workplaces that did not act in this way, one has evidence that trans people do not actually cause damage to business in these back office engineering
Are you
environments.
saying that they let you go because you are trans?
Yeah.
See, that's all I'm trying to get out of you, Nadia. I'm just trying to get you to tell me the truth here.
Are you medically qualified in any way, Hillbilly?
What?
What?
Do you have any medical qualifications or biological expertise?
He has the Bible.
Well,
Come on,
obviously.
Sure do.
Other than the Bible?
I am a doctor. I am a one who can perform surgery on your soul. I am a beggar who's been shown a place to get free bread, and I'm here to tell everybody else about it. Now,
What's your PhD again?
if Nadia is saying that Nadia got fired because of Nadia's trans behavior, and Nadia brought that on Nadia's self. Do you know how hard it is not to use pronouns?
But there's no trans behaviour. There's behaviour that people might do who are trans. Trans doesn't. You keep doing this thing where you conflate behaviour with the thing.
Yeah. Anyway. Behaviors get away. They actually literally took advantage of medical crises as, well, a pretext or occasions to dismiss me and all that. And the reason why they aggressively utilized the medical crises to do so was, of course, trans, right?
Was trans what?
My transsexualism.
Back then, they showed that people attempting to pervert their body like that was really, really bad or something? Or what are you trying to tell me here?
I couldn't quite hear all that. Say it again.
I said was, did those people use that medical information that you said about being trans to let you go and to cause you all these problems?
It wasn't medical information about being trans. It was, they had a, well, quote unquote, low tolerance to any kind of medical crises I might have, right? So where someone else might have, I don't know, had medical leave for cancer or whatever, you know, my own becoming ill from whatever I did, MRSA in these cases was used as a pretext to dismiss me, right?
So, this is still very interesting, Nadia, because what you're telling me is if people get a disease that they have no choice over, that it's okay for them to go ahead and take time off, take some leave, whatever they need in order to, get the therapy and the treatment that they need. But if somebody just decides they want to be a homosexual and cut their body up to be the other sex, but they don't allow time off for that, is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. And welcome, Lemon. The way Jedi works is if one has a quote-unquote, perfect work history, no medical problems, no hiccups in one's project track record, and so on, you can skate by being trans. But on the other hand, if you do have a hiccup somewhere, like a medical problem, then they'll have a pretty low tolerance for you because you're trans.
Hey, Nadia.
At the first hiccup, like MRSA, MRSA, they said, "Oh, well, that trans person just usher them out the door."
Nadia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Lemon.
I just wanted to mention to, is it Hillbilly?
Yep, Christian Hillbilly. That's me.
Okay. I'm retired from one of the largest corporations in the world, and they absolutely promote LGBT.
I know that's sad.
And it is the wave of the future. There's no way to stop it.
Oh, yeah, there is. Don't think for a second there ain't.
Well, what I'm saying is this, if you feel that her lifestyle is hedonist, remember what she wrote down here, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's?
Whose lifestyle?
Nadia's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't call Nadia she. I call Nadia Nadia because Nadia is not a female.
That's fine. I hear you, man.
That's fucking disrespectful. That's beyond. You can't even manage a simple courtesy. You fucking idiot.
Sure can. I'm actually giving the courtesy of calling the person what they are, a man.
You don't know fuck all about it, you ignorant fat fuck. Fuck off.
Apparently I've made somebody.
Jesus fucking Christ. You and your stupid religion. Fucking sit here and listen to the shit you come out with, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Pathetic.
You don't have to sit here and listen to it. Have a nice day. God bless.
God doesn't exist, you fool.
Oh, could I mention one other thing? Nadia, I don't know if you're probably aware of this, but the first transgender suicide hotline in the United States is now operating. Trans Lifeline.
I know better about that,
Yeah, 877. Well, I guess maybe I better not give the number out. I don't know.
Well, I know Greta, so.
Okay, that's cool. I just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah, she runs it.
So I guess, hopefully, why not turn this all over to God? I don't. I mean, that would be.
You want to turn it over to what?
Why not just hand this all over to God to handle?
Well, God has handled it, sir. He died for our sins to handle it. Now,
well, that's right. Well,
as Christians to tell people who are trapped in their sins that they can be forgiven, that they can be freed of their sin. They can be freed of the shackles of pornography, of homosexuality, of all these things. They can be free.
There's no hope, is there? There's just no hope.
Dude. Sir.
I'm sure he counts my being doomed to die with all my masculinizing disfigurements and disformities as some kind of grand victory for his cause.
Why would that be the case, Nadia?
Well, you've thwarted my attempt to live free of gender dysphoria. After all,
don't be afraid of who you are.
Your Jesus Christ suffered us to death, not so that we might not suffer, but so that our suffering might be more like His, so that we will be forced to carry our crosses so we can be nailed to them, right?
Just man up and be a man, Nadia. You don't have to be afraid of being a man. Just man up.
And if I won't man up, you'll man me up, won't you?
Nadia, have you ever heard of a philosopher by the name of Jacques Derrida?
Yes, of course.
Great. Yeah, he's fantastic. I mean, the way he is able to, define what a naive believer versus a real believer, at least in his own mind. I would recommend anybody to read his stuff. I can send a.
I recommend everybody read their Bible.
Well, all philosophers read the Bible.
No.
It's an arduous task.
Not all philosophers read the Bible, sir.
Well, this guy does. Do you mind if I post that, a website that has some of his stuff on it?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay.
Safety first. Where's your safety glasses? Another glass. Oh, there they are. Found them.
There's a nice little YouTube video there. It's only 6 minutes long where he explains his thoughts on atheism.
Lovely.
Yeah. I suppose my own naivete relates to, thinking I could escape from that overwhelming influence that cultural hegemony and such that Christianity possesses over the United States. Just New York and San Francisco be far enough to get away. Well, I kind of already knew. I'm still trying to get out to overseas, the UK or whatever.
So when you try to move there, just out of curiosity, what do they say? Did you say that they don't want you to move there? Or they block you from moving, or?
Well, the visa sponsors, like graduate schools and employers, pretty much are not interested.
Okay, in terms of that, I see.
So, without a visa sponsor, there's kind of no real basis for immigration.
Have you ever heard of a book called The God Part of the Brain?
What's that, the right temporal lobe? I've heard of the body part. I don't think I've heard of a book named after it.
Yeah, it's basically stating that they were all born with different aspects of them. Some of us have a God part of the brain, and some of us are born without it.
Yeah. There have been, what is it, God gene kinds of things. I've heard about that.
I tend to believe that. I think that that's possible. People are just born with a part of their brain that is able to feel comfortable around a concept of a theist, and those that simply are healthy, it's nothing unusual, they're just not born with that lobe of the brain or something. And that's why it's so difficult for both sides to not see the other side.
I usually hear, what is it, medial prefrontal cortex, temporal parietal junction, the superior temporal sulcus, and I'm not entirely sure what else. Mostly theory of mind related parts of the brain. Anterior cingulate cortex is probably the one outside of that that's most pertinent. Oh, am I still here?
I can hear you.
Okay.
It looked like the screen froze up for a second there.
Yeah, screen froze, yeah.
So Dex had asked me to repost that again on the video. I hope it worked this time. If not, I'll try something else.
Oh, Dex bounced out. That's why he missed it.
Oh, okay. I thought that was pretty interesting last night. The young person that was talking to Mac about her approach to religion. I can't remember what her name was.
Lydia something, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. She had some good ideas from where she's coming from. Seemed like a reasonable approach, at least.
I was tired enough. I missed a fair amount.
Yeah.
think I caught something on the order of she wasn't, I guess, fully LGBT affirming. She was at least lesbian, gay accepting, and curiously also young Earth creationist. So. It's a little bit of an unusual mix. So.
I thought so. It sounded like Mac didn't have any pat responses to what she was saying. Like he was kind of taken back a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of it was giving her airtime because she was a little bit new to the group and hadn't really had a chance to articulate her own position before.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have a lunch to go to. I just wanted to drop in and say a few words, but I can try back at a later time.
Absolutely. Good to have you going.
All right. Thanks. See you.
Cheers, Solomon. And welcome back to Dex. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow for some blood work. Fortunately, I have one more day. Not sure how well you, or how well you all can hear me, but still. Quiet all of a sudden. Can you still hear me? Or are any of you with me? I'm guessing you're not actually with me. So, give me a minute. Yeah, the LGBT uh, that was in the same way. The extent we have I guess what you might call visual discernment. But you can tell just by looking at it. To the extent that is the case, we are showing her a great deal more. I have no idea if you can hear me. Be nice if somebody said something here. Or still. Okay. Who's left here with me? Not many. Has anyone been able to hear me for the past few minutes, or? Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, it's a bit different when things are not visually distinguishable. Someone has to ask you, the subject has to come up, and so on, for it to even make a difference. I mean, if they can't tell, their biases are not able to act against you. When they are, oh boy, they ever kick in. So, let's see. Okay. City downstate mental health. Does it give a distance from outside? Sure, Mount Sinai is further. Below. It's Manhattan. Yeah, it is Manhattan. Street, yeah. Oh wait, that's cardiovascular. Patient. Pediatric infectious disease. This is physical therapy. That's not gonna help. Okay, here we go. Next page. Could be an American Family Health Center. Okay. Coney Island. That's pretty far. Well, one thing in order to the State Department, okay, first off, basically requires a letter saying I'm trans in order to get a passport that says I'm who I am. And, well, apparently a psychiatrist has to sign off on this. You have to be an actual MD. That doesn't look very good. Oh, welcome. Good to have you on, Chili Pasta. What's happening, Chili Pasta?
Nothing much. How about you?
Oh, well, it's a slow day thus far. I'm still, I guess I should be able now to line up the all things for the passport. Possibly even leave the country. Depends a bit, though. Something has to happen on the other end so I can get out there.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think? Oh, wow. Campaign for Houston. How am I finding out this your essence of thought? Possessed by demonic spirits. Versus families. Yeah. Campaign for Houston. Yeah, no men and women's bathrooms. Okay. Anti-hero trans campaign trans supporters and donations. A toilet company gives $5,000 to toilet obsessed anti-LGBT campaign. Okay. Houston baseball legend Stokes trans bathroom panics. No, Huffington Post, it looks like, is probably the most obvious source for it all. Okay. Okay. Jermaine Greer defends transphobic comments with an expletive-laden anti-trans rant. Okay. Apparently, a perfectly passable trans woman is being sent to an all-male prison in the UK. That's yep. I don't see anything about the Texas anti-hero stuff. Actually, something from Texas, isn't it? Animal heroes applauded at House of Lords. That's okay. LGBTQ Nation. Yeah. The random city I don't work for is covering SRS for its employees. Yeah, great. San Francisco's mayor says he's open to allowing bathhouses in the city again. Hey, that's good. ISIS stoning men for being gay. Anyway. For Texas. Showdown in Houston. Houston Equal Rights Ordinance. Okay. The vote in Houston will carry national significance. Oh, and welcome, Alexandria.
1, 2, check. My name is Alexandrie, not Alexandria.
Oh, sorry. Alexandrie? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I have to guess a little bit, sorry.
Oops. Point split.
Oh, fingers crossed you'll work out soon for a job and all that. And I'll have more changes to close.
Ah, pourquoi ça marche pas?
Well, it looks green right now. Is it supposed to be?
I'm not sure. Where's my bug?
I remember there was a musical movie where they had a song about how it wasn't easy being green. There you are. We see you now.
Yeah, thank you. I just figured out what was the bug with my camera.
fingers crossed I can get a doctor to sign a letter for a passport that will, I guess, have my identity accurate.
Come to Quebec, because here in Quebec, it's paid by the government. The surgery.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
I've tried for 20 years. Yeah.
I was very lucky because I started transitioning 8 years ago. I had surgery 2 years ago, and from the last 2 years, my life is like, I don't know, maybe a revelation. Also, I was listening to all the broadcasts from since yesterday. I just woke up. You were talking about morality, objective morality, and there was a speech from Lydia or Nadia. No, Nadia, it's you. I think it's Lydia.
Lydia, yeah.
About Christianity and Catholicism. I wish people were still here. They would have questions for me, but it's like Jay left. I think I appreciate Jay. I appreciate Ocean. I like Steve because a little. I don't know. It's my day off. I can be here all day long if you want to.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
I didn't put makeup yet. Actually, I don't think it's a sin. Transsexuality is not a sin. I knew that in the Deuteronomy or in the Bible it says that it's a sin for a man to put woman clothes. But transsexual, we're not men's, we're not women's, we're just not cisgender. Our gender is not the same as our sex at birth. That's why we suffer. And
yeah, I guess cross-dressing is Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. There's also Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1 against castration. And some take Genesis chapter 3, verse 16 to be saying that women are defined by, capacity for childbearing. So.
But I don't consider gender to be a binary thing. I think there's a spectrum of genders, and gender can be kind of plastic. We can change our own beliefs about anything. I had therapy to accept myself, so because I was with other people like me. I had other also therapy because one of my sins is taking heavy drugs. I used to 10 years ago. I did sniff coke and smoking crack, but I quit. I had to quit in order to get my hormone therapy, and that the will that I had to quit drugs was stronger because of. I could say that my gender change saved my life. If I was not a girl, I would continue being a guy that. Basically, I would say that my gender dysphoria caused me to do criminal things, but that since I had my surgery, I'm not criminal anymore. I don't have any criminal tendencies. I just, I don't know, drink beer sometimes, I smoke cigarettes. Sometimes I smoke pot, but it's not a habit. It's not like I don't need it every day. But from my point of view, from my beliefs, from what I've read, from books, there is no sins. There is, I don't, also, sometimes I think I am an atheist because I think that sometimes I don't believe in God and I don't believe in evil also. If you believe in God, you will believe in evil things, but morality, how can I describe my morality if I sometimes don't believe in God? My morality comes from the TV shows that I listened when I was a kid. TV shows about cartoons about science fiction, about like Ulysse 31 or the Cité d'Or. I don't know how to explain. I don't have examples, but some things like the four Toltec agreements. If you know about the four Toltec agreements, the first one is your speech must be impeccable. You will not use your speech to bully people or to say bad things or to curse people, because if you curse against yourself or against other people, your what you say will come true. It's like the word of man. It's like our speech. It's like magic. We attract to ourselves what we believe in, and if we don't believe in something, it will never happen. But changing sex for me was my biggest dreams, and I can say it's my intuition, not my instincts. Animals have instincts, but humans have intuitions, and it's my intuition that told me that I was a woman, feminine intuition. And after I went to high school, I did some study in books in parapsychology, in supramental consciousness, and I've read books from Rudolf Steiner. I have heard about Elena Blavatsky, but I have read some Carl Jung, some Karl Marx, no, C.G. Jung, and who else? But
Karl Marx.
yeah, but I don't like them so much. I think Karl Marx talks about the childhood or the inner psyche, or I don't know. I tend to mix a lot of things together.
Oh, well, capitalism mostly.
Am I a man? No, I am a woman. I had a sex change. I had an identity change.
He's asking Art if he's there. Art, the one who looks like Thor.
Man,
yeah, it's Thor with the beer bottle or wine bottle. Yeah, Art's actually I think Ukrainian or Russian, Caribbean or something, and right now living in the Czech Republic. So. And for some reason, he uses a picture of Thor as his profile picture.
The picture with like he's drinking vodka or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Thor. I like Thor. Thor for me is the god of ustensiles, like forks and knives, because I was working as a dishwasher for more than 20 years in restaurant. I'm still a dishwasher in restaurant. And sometimes I believe that there is more than one God. There cannot be only one God, only one being that knows everything in the universe. It's impossible. Or one creator from the Big Bang. I think what is beyond the mind, I don't know. I have read book about supramental consciousness. I have read the book of Urantia, and I believe there's a hierarchy behind God, or God, I don't know. I could talk about the Eternals. It's like in the movie The Green Lantern, there are 3,600 Eternals, and they are the summit of the cosmic hierarchy. And I believe that there is civilization that are omniscient and omnipotent. And I believe that the next step from the human evolution will be the sixth race, not sixth race by perfection, but sixth race like a telepathic, a supramental race. Because sometimes I consider myself or I describe myself as an indigo child, because in my life, I had telepathic experience with my mother, and also I had telekinesis. If I could not do telekinesis, I would probably be dead today, because one time I wanted to kill myself. I tried to suicide. I don't know. I was involved in sadomasochist.
Oh, I still am.
But what I want to say is that I handcuffed myself to my bed and I could not get out. But with the help of my guardian angel, I broken my handcuffs and broke loose. I broke loose. Maybe it's I don't know how to say, but when I wanted to break my handcuffs, I wanted it to open it without my key, and somehow it's like it's not broken. It still functions. It still can be locked, and I cannot reproduce again this experiment. It's like it's unscientific. There is lots of paranormal things that happened to my life. I believe in ghosts. If I don't sleep for 36 hours, or I do heavy drugs, or I drink too much coffee, I can see ghosts. In fact, I can say that I am suprasensible. It's like my sixth sense is very. My pineal
Welcome, Ibrahim.
gland. I would say my pineal gland is very accurate, or I can focus on things that I cannot perceive with my five senses. It's like there are things that I can know without learning them. Like, I don't know how to explain. I can do some remote viewing sometimes, but I have to know the place. I cannot remote view some place that I have never been before.
Welcome, Ibrahim.
I can also chat with text. So,
no worries.
Or post links.
I haven't really been terribly concerned about the supernatural. I haven't been able to go about really much in the way of medical affairs until about 2012, but prior to that, I had, I guess, been presenting in some way or other. I guess more as time went on, since the mid 2000s, maybe 2004, 2005, and well, as you can see from like the old video from 2012, I mean, there's a reason why.
The Mayan calendar.
Sorry, go ahead.
The Mayan calendar. For me, 2012, I was not afraid that the world would end. I was just, it's just remind me of the prophecy that says it's the end of a cycle and another cycle or age starts by. And I believe that the fourth dimension, it's like it's here. There is kind of portals. How can I explain this? If you don't believe something that will happen, it will never happen. You have to use your own faith to attract to yourself your own destiny, that is your dreams. You have to take conscious of what is your deepest dreams. When you sleep at night, some of our dreams is here to help us memorize or make the sort what's good and what's not good in our memory, because we can forget things. If we could not forget things, it would be bad. I believe that our soul, I believe I possess a soul, and every human being possess a soul, and our soul is made of antimatter, and the creation I have heard that the creation of the soul is from another civilization. Our soul, the energy of our soul is not from this local universe. There is parallel universe, and we tend to believe that all the alternate reality are separated, but they are not. Every universe is connected together by consciousness. Somehow, I would say I am not more important than a bacteria. I consider myself equal to any form of life in this universe. And I believe that the universe is alive. It's a way for me to explain what God is. I could say that paradise and is when you access all the information of your soul, and hell is when you deny access information to your soul. And what some drugs do is it's related to your soul. It's what's happening in our brains. It's when we memorize something, it's we put something that we know into our soul. We put it into the antimatter, and antimatter is what rules the universe. There is a difference between my mind and my soul, and my soul wants to become like my mind. In my mind or beyond the mind, I cannot explain what the mind is, but the mind is it's more like imagination or God particle. I don't know how can I say. I'm confused because I'm a French Canadian and I'm not used to explain everything that I know in English. It's more easy for me to explain all those things in French. But I can talk about myself. My mother is Hawaiian. I've been to Hawaii 3 times.
Oh, wow.
I've been to Orlando. I visited Disneyland. I also visited Cap Canaveral, so I've seen part of the space shuttle. I think I want to grab a beer so it will help me calm because I'm kind of stressed now. I'm not shy, but there's so many things I want to say, but it's all messed up in my brain.
No worries.
How about church? You ever been to church?
I've been to church when I was young. I was baptized. I did my communion. I did my confirmation. And morally, I would say I don't want to have sex with a man unless I will marry him. But I don't want to marry a guy unless I know him for a while.
That's hilarious.
I'm attracted to Gothic people.
Well, there we go.
I don't care when people ridiculize me because ridicule doesn't kill, and truth is always go with four steps. First, we ridicule it, and at the end, we accept it like if we always accepted. But especially, I have the pretension to believe that we're alone in the universe. And I believe that the Pope would be glad to meet extraterrestrial so he would read them the gospel or things like.
What's the Pope got to do with anything?
I heard that the Vatican thinks that aliens could exist. I found this over the internet. I think they.
Yeah, if it's on the internet, it's definitely got to be true.
Wow, there's a mouse.
Books cannot be true. I have learned to not believe. With the books that I read about the cosmic lie, it's like if we are sheep, if we believe things that we cannot verify for ourselves.
But that's why I like science.
But sometimes I pray.
Provable, repeatable, observable. That's why I like science.
Science, but we have to be like in harmony between science and emotions, like love. It's unscientific. How can you scientifically say prove or about love? If I say to Yvette or Nadia that I love her, how can I prove that I love her? Should I send her money on her PayPal?
Love is a choice.
Love is
God
a
would
choice.
never call us to do something that's out of our control.
Well,
Love
I
is
choose to love
strictly
every human
choice.
being that respect nature. So that's why if I had to choose a religion, I would choose Wicca, like David
Well, it's not
Bowie.
about choosing a religion. It's not like you go to a buffet and say, "Oh, I think I'll take this one," or "No, I'll pay for that one." No, it's about the truth.
But you have to understand, I was raised with
There's one God, one way, one,
Buddhist, and my mother is Catholic.
and that's it.
But I have sometimes dysphoria between being a Buddhist or being Catholic. Sometimes I believe in reincarnation, sometimes I believe in God, sometimes I don't believe in God. It's all, maybe I am like, I know that I'm bipolar. It's like my point of view changed from the moment of the day. Maybe I am, some people, I compare my transsexuality to autism. It's like I suffer so much from people who thinks that I am a man that I don't know. Sometimes I would I have thoughts like killing people, all people that thinks that I am a man. But it's only fantasy. I know difference between a phantasm and reality. I think I never killed a human being, but all the other sins, I think that I made them. I never tortured a human being, but I think the biggest sin is domination. I think the whole world is under the domination of Lucifer, and that's why we pay tax, because Lucifer is alive and he lives from us.
We made tax because of that. Whoa! Have you had your medication yet today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My medication.
So,
I'm going getting have a beer. That's my medication.
Please do.
I should.
Hey, Hillbilly, have you had your medication today?
Absolutely.
Probably gives a bit. What do you think would help? Risperdal, Invega. Actually, Invega has like the monthly shots, so I think it's what they. I know how to use it. So anyway, yeah, there's a month-long shot that works pretty well.
I take Risperdal every night. I shouldn't drink.
Yeah, I should join you for, I guess, a little bit of a drink myself. Yeah, you think it would? I mean, by and large, my own kinds of troubles when I get too much dysphoria or I guess attempts to carry out surgery of sorts of myself, like well, cutting certain parts off that don't belong. You think that the surgery is available in Canada would help with that?
I don't know about everywhere in Canada. I think it's financed in Manitoba also. But
I think Alberta's the one.
Yeah, Alberta is the one. Yeah, you could go to Alberta.
But Alberta's the one I think that bans it. Ontario, I'm pretty sure is still with it. British Columbia, definitely. Manitoba and Saskatchewan, I'm less clear on.
Yesterday, someone asked you a question about do you blame evolution for being trans? My answer would be I blame that evolution that mankind split it into genders. I wish that there's some civilization they like some aliens could have no genders. They could be like bacteria, a single organism that could only divide when they needed. Like they don't need to have two sexes.
Well, in some cases, there's granted they're only single cell, but there
I also had
seem to be a differentiation between the mating types.
about thinking that transsexual could be people that are possessed by evil. I am sure that there is no evil. People, I think that most religion would want to make believe that transsexual people are like in trance, or I don't know how to say, but there is no such thing as being possessed by. I believe that there is some people that can be possessed by the astral or the world of the dying. Some people are conscious about this, but they cannot do anything. It's, how can I say, how it's like people who play too long with Ouija and gave themselves to entities. It's like that's why people turn crazy. People turn crazy because it is the accumulation of too much negativity in their brains or in their I would
Let me see.
transsexuality is because of my environment. It's a social thing. It's how I want to be perceived, and it's like I hate my voice. I hate my hands. They are too big. If I had more surgery, I would want to change the chromosomes in my genes. But I heard a documentary. What was the name? Gender about something. I've seen so much documentaries and read so much books about transsexuality to 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 have faith that we are not sinners. Someday it will be proven that our brains is really wired differently. That my brain is wired like a woman's brain.
Oh, there is something like that already. Let me find that for you. Transsexual brain body map. Here we go. I just it's the article and here we go. Basically, I use it to more reliably diagnose.
Is anybody in here?
Young transformations and all that.
Nope, I'm dead.
Alexandre, me, I think Pseudo, Chili Pasta, and Jim. Stahl's been idle a while, but they'll probably pop back in soon. So. Well, there are the brain scans for you. I think these are fMRIs. No, that actually regular MRIs. Sorry. Okay.
You can't hear anything, Art, because of one of two things. Your headset's not plugged in, or we're not speaking.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed it'll pop back in. I think it's raining outside, so.
Yeah. Is it raining there, Nadia?
Yeah, it's raining in East Flatbush in Brooklyn. You're I thought you were in Ontario.
Yeah, I'm up by the Great Lakes.
That's pretty far inland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
pretty far inland.
we also are getting hit by the tail end of the hurricane, Patricia, as it worked across and up.
The sky is gray. Here it's not raining, but the sky is gray. There are clouds everywhere.
Where are you, Alexandra?
Montreal, Canada.
Okay. Are you happy we got rid of Harper?
Well,
yeah.
I don't care about politics.
No, I didn't say that. I just said, are you happy we got rid of Harper?
No.
Well, those politics are why their surgery was covered. So.
Yeah.
I mean, Tommy Douglas and a number of others helped make sure of all that.
Yeah, only my surgery was covered. All my other expenses, like buying clothes or paying for my psychotherapy, paying for, I don't know, even my medicaments, my hormones, I have to pay for them. It's not covered. I don't have a good job that covers or pay for my medicaments.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to pay for them, but unfortunately, the surgeries are a lot harder to get here than there. So, on the other hand, rumor has it Broussard's technique would work very well for me. So, if I can make it up there, in principle, Broussard would be ideal. But
what is that technique, Nadia?
I don't know if there's a name for it.
Okay, what do they do that's different from something else? Or what does it do?
I haven't really been enlightened so much as to what he does, as to more of the ideas of like my own condition and so on that Broussard would work well with. Apparently, can somehow deal with like less donor skin tissue. So having had an orchiectomy already, being circumcised, things that reduce the amount of donor skin. I think this technique is better able to cope with.
Unfortunately, I got to drop out. I got a phone call here. All right,
no worries.
I'll be back a little later. And Alexander, you don't worry about your voice. You sound fine. You got an awesome accent.
Me?
Yes.
No, I don't worry about my voice.
I'm just saying, don't worry about it. Okay?
But I know that there is some real biological women that have voice deeper than some men's. And
okay, I got a phone call I got to take here, all right? So I got to go.
See you later.
Right. See you later.
Yeah, I don't know if...
I used to broadcast a lot on Blog TV a while ago. Now I go on YouNow, I go on Tiny Chat. We cannot broadcast on Facebook, but I have still to figure out how to broadcast from Hangouts. I can broadcast myself alone, but I don't know how to broadcast my whole Hangout. Do you use XSplit Broadcaster and broadcast your background, or your screen, or what do you do to
well, there's a...
to connect your
URL I go to?
account with your YouTube? I don't figure out the way you do this.
Yeah, it's actually a...
I'm sure it's not complicated. I just need to know the procedure. It's like, that's what I like about science. It's like everything is like a recipe. If you follow the recipe, the good way, you will have the same results. It's like chemistry. It's like making a cake. It's like I compare chemistry to cooking. There's a link now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what that is.
Thank you.
Showing a tutorial.
Thank you
very much.
Sorry.
On air.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, Chili gave a destruction video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also like that.
And I will check those.
Yeah, I'll try and show up. It can generally be a 2 at once.
I'll check it later. Last month, I got rid of one of my jobs because of my piercing. I have a piercing here, and I work as a femme de ménage. It's a cleaning woman in a hotel. I used to do beds and make the vacuum cleaning, empty the garbage, and washing the dishes. But I had to take my piercing out, and after 8 hours of work, my piercing was just closed. So I had to pierce myself every time. After when I put my piercing back after I finished work, I had to pierce myself again. So I decided that I quit my job. I prefer to have a job that doesn't oppress myself. I think this. Now, what I want to say is that I think that the most prestigious jobs are the most like people your boss choose out the way you dress, the way you talk, the way you look. It's like the most free job are the job that are like less salary. I think I don't know what I want to say. I want to say that with I've seen the movie Manufacturing Consent with Noam Chomsky.
Right, yeah.
And I want to blame the corporation for creating job at the minimum salary. It reminds me of a documentary I've seen from Milton William Cooper that told me that the same people, the elites that gave us our government, is the same people that give us our religion, and religion is for the mass, and sects are for the small numbers, or I don't know. I'm not into any sect. I hate sects. I would also say that people should not believe me because of the cosmic lie, because people should believe their own self. Maybe I am a satanist because I want everyone to be happy and to follow their own kind of instinct.
I'm not sure that's what makes somebody a Satanist.
Yeah, I'm not a satanist because I'm not like, I don't know. I'm getting drunk. I woke up an hour ago and I'm getting drunk. It's my day off. I do whatever I want. I am free. I mean, I have to go some grocery later, buy myself some food because my fridge is almost empty. Unblock who?
I'll join you for a beer. I'll get out shortly and grab one.
I have another beer left. I'll try to sip my beer. And from my point of view, nobody can judge nobody. And from my point of view, I believe in the sovereignty of every human being on earth. I would like that every human being lives like a king or a queen. But since we live on a material world, it's like it's always war for natural resources, war for territory, war for But mostly what I want to say is that every human being are born in captivity. We have no idea of what it is to be like animals. I've seen a documentary that said that one child was raised by wolves, and when she was a teenager or like 15 years old, she was still alive, but there is no way we brought this child to the civilization, and there is no way that this child could learn how to read or to speak. This child was really like a wolf. It's like what are those links anyways? Steven Peter, the better angels of our nature, while violence has declined. Yeah, that's seems to be a good book. It's the kind of book that I would like to read.
Well, there are things that answer more questions, well, or answer questions that matter more to me
But
than the ones
all the answers
religion
of
seems
life
to offer.
cannot be found in a
I'm
book.
sorry?
Most of the answers you found them by experimenting by yourself. It's like book is it's like the theory, and you have to do the practical in real life.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah. There's
Someone told me
I'm
it's
just
like
saying.
c'est en forgeant qu'on devient forgeron. It's
Here's another book. Tells you a little bit more about various kinds of, I guess, moral questions that the religions often are said to offer. And
I will
another
give,
one.
I think that's the kind of book that I would like you to read. Beyond the Mind. That's the I don't know. I don't force any human being to do whatever. It's a suggestion. My books, PDF. I will try to keep your link also because it's free books. I love free books. Oh, comment je fais?
Here we go. Oh, okay, here we go.
Because what I've read from French books about supramental consciousness makes me believe I have a strong makes me believe stronger that every human being has a guardian angel and a little evil. It's like in the movies, we have like two cosmic part of ourselves that knows everything about ourselves, but one part wants us to be positive and one part wants us to be negative. And sometimes I just switch between my two it's like I would say I have two consciousness or two myself. It's like I pretend to be myself, but myself is not a stable thing. And I think every human being suffers from this kind of dysphoria, not only transsexuals. I think just living psychologically with language, I think that everyone is kind of crazy. And you cannot be intelligent without being crazy first. You have to be somehow a little fool or crazy to become more intelligent. Religion. The only way I relate to mankind is if I would see someone in distress, I would try to help him. But if his distress would put me in danger, then I will not help him. Somehow, I would say that my morality comes from like the Knights, the Templars. I read books about the Templars with the Red Cross and their.
It's surprising. I don't know of anything particular they said. What did the Templars say?
I don't know what they said. There was a kind of police. There was on the roads, and they 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 had a treasure. They accumulated a treasure that is hidden somewhere, and that has been lost. I didn't finish my read. It's like there is so much books that I read at the same time, and and I finish them slowly. It's like some of the books that I finished a long time ago. It's like I don't think about those books anymore. I am full of knowledge, but I am aware that my knowledge is an illusion, and le savoir, what I know for sure, it's not knowledge. It's something else. We're embedded with.
Yep, finally something we agree on. Your knowledge is an illusion, all right.
So that's why when I philosophical about myself a lot, I used to think, is my transsexuality my cosmic lie? Is the belief that I have that I am a woman a lie? Because of I could say that everything that you think, it's almost a lie, because thoughts could came from three sources: from your guardian angel, from your demon, or from yourself. From things, thoughts come from elsewhere. It's like we are like an antenna. We are like robots, and there are forces in the universe that can play with us, just like a toy. They can put thoughts in our brains, our imagination, our instruction, and that's why sometimes I believe that the whole mankind is possessed, but I know that mankind is possessed by their own minds, their own spirits. We are spirits in the material world.
If they're possessed by their own mind and their own spirits, then technically they would not be possessed. They would be acting of their own free will and free force.
Free will.
What I'm saying, ma'am, is you need to understand that there is a purpose for each and every person. It doesn't matter how long they've been someplace, doesn't matter where they are, there is a purpose. Time, place, and purpose for everything.
I don't know how can I prove this, but my faith tells me that it is God who wants me to be a transsexual person. Somehow God is forgiving me for being who I am, because I'm a good person. I just want the best for every being, not only man but animals. I believe that mankind is.
I can prove you're not a good person.
How can you prove this? Because I look.
You ever told a lie?
What?
Have you ever told a lie?
Yes, I've lied.
Romans chapter 3, verse 10.
What do you call a person who tells a lie?
Why did I lie?
What do you call a person who tells a lie?
A Christian.
A liar. A mythologist.
See, I'm proving to you that you're not a good person. What do you call a person that tells a lie?
A liar.
Okay, have you ever stolen anything, no matter how small? No, a penny from your mom's purse, a cookie from the cookie jar. Have you ever stolen anything?
Yeah, I have stolen.
Okay, what do we call people who steal things?
A thief.
Okay, now obviously you perverted your body to try and be something you're never going to be, and that was outside of God's purpose for you as well. So you're already a liar, a thief, and a homosexual. So yes, you are definitely not a good person.
That's bullshit. Because I'm forgiven for my sins. Because I have the energy of, I don't know, not Jesus Christ, but the Christ.
Oh, Alexandra, you're a Christian?
Before No, I'm not a Christian. I was raised Catholic. I used to go to church and pray prayers like, I can say it in French, Notre Père qui est aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté
That's
soit
probably
faite.
about 60% of your problem right there, being raised Catholic.
I know prayers in Latin also. Benedicat vos omnipotent Deus in nome Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Par les pouvoirs qui me sont conférés par le Seigneur Tout-Puissant, au nom du principe de l'amour, de l'intelligence et de la volonté, je vous bénis.
I'm sorry, I don't speak frog. Could you
Frog?
translate?
Yes, I am a frog.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm just being an
Yeah,
asshole.
but I don't know. I don't care. I have a good sense of humor. As I said before, I don't care that people will insult me. I consider almost insult like a compliment. Sometimes. Or
I think you missed the point of an insult.
but insults, it's no. It's like it's cursing. It's a bad thing to insult someone. It's like when I wonder, I not wonder when I travel into the city. Sometimes some girls told me, "Hey, I think that this girl is a man." So last time it happened, I did not go see the girl and explain my condition, but I run away. But she was doing bad things. She made me feel like wrong, but I am not wrong. There is a purpose. Sometimes I think that transsexuality comes from the aliens. They want to construct our own humanity to other people. Why?
Well, I agree. I agree. There's nothing wrong with being transsexual. I agree. Absolutely.
Well, I would also maybe. Oh, where do I even start?
Everything is a mystery. Everything is sacred. Everything is it's like a temple, and we are. Sometimes I believe that every human being is an alien because we have cosmic influence that are different. It's like every human being has a different cosmic origin. We all originate from our parents, and our parents have two genetically different. We are the merging of two different genomes, and I believe that humans that are mixed are are more rich genetically than people that are keeping the same genes. Like if Germans go sleep with German, I prefer that when people is all mixed together. And I would say that every human being holds a piece of the puzzle, and when all the peace will come together, it will be peace on earth. And sometimes I've read about the Blue Beam Project and about silent weapon for quiet wars. And those books, they say that our society has been engineered, and there is mind control and so much manipulation from the mass media and
Okay, Nadia. Nadia. Nadia, she's too positive. You have to destroy her.
Why? No, I mean.
Someone yesterday said that Catholics are kind of fetishists because we idolate things like they talk about the sun thing or not the sun gate or I don't know. But I think that some items, some can be not magical, but have. I will say that things that I have stolen in the past are maudit. It's like it's a bad thing. I got rid of everything that I've stolen in the past. When I was young, I was stealing nylon pantyhose in stores. That's the only thing that I theft in my life. It's like kleptomany. It's for a kind of sexual purpose. And I would say that when you give something like a gift, it's positive. But when you take something, it's negative. And what I believe in is it's karma, the law of karma. What you do to others will be done to you.
Where's the law of karma located at?
But the law of karma has to do with many lives. That's why I reincarnate maybe in a man.
Why do you gotta get reborn?
Maybe I am a trans because in a past life.
Why do you have to be reincarnated?
Because our
Pope says we're the bomb.
Because our soul
also,
has not finished the process of evoluting. Our soul is the collection of all our lives. And I am aware that before I was human, I was an animal, and before I was an animal, I was a plant, and before I was a plant, I was mineral. That's the way evolution works. And in my future life, I will become something like a guardian angel or a god. I will make my own universe.
Well, I'll be praying for you. You got a long road ahead of you.
Yeah, I know.
Hope you get better. Nadia, take care. God bless.
Yeah. I thought the cheers, Jim, by the way. I thought the dermacologians wanted to achieve like moksha or nirvana instead of, well, ending up at deva status. I think if you somehow ended up as a deva, you were kind of stuck there because you were immortal, and so couldn't be reincarnated or otherwise end the cycle of reincarnation.
Yeah, there's a way of ending the cycle of reincarnation.
Yeah, moksha. Right? Yeah.
But I am aware of the chronic Akashic Chronicles, a plane of energy that absorbs every material event. Some aliens have access to these planes. That's why some civilization, even myself, in part of my life, I would say I was omniscient or not omnipotent, but omniscient. I knew everything. I could not explain how I knew everything, but I understood everything, and it's like being on nirvana. It's almost like being on drugs, but it's not the same thing as being on drugs. It's like you're communicating with you. You're aware that you're part of a network. It's like I would say, I am by being an internaut. I am a cell of the planetary brain. I am only a cell. But what can we do as a cell? I don't want to change the world. I just need to change myself, and I'm changing the world by thinking or by believing that the universe is really infinite. Then I believe that everything is in everything. We cannot imagine what infinity really is, but we are connected to it. Whatever we do, we change things. We have consequence. There is a law of cause and effect.
Oh, there's some healing and such. Generally not regarded as a negative thing, but guess what? Somehow people think our being healed is somehow negative. And of course, well, the Pope I think has something in this article right here, and I'm not sure if you've heard of Germaine Greer, but she's like a notable feminist who's been making a number of transphobic commentaries, and I guess the public eye. That's, I guess, what Germaine Greer had to say.
Germaine, yeah, those are transphobic people. Loping off your dark and wearing dress doesn't make you a fucking woman.
Yeah. Trans-exclusive radical feminists, they're called. And Pope, I think, has gone this route too.
Sometimes I think the only thing I want to complain about is that the minority will never change the majority. If there is a majority of humans that are being heterosexual, they will never understand what we are suffering from. They will never care somehow. And being a transsexual and being kind of oppressed in most of my life, I want to give my life to somehow to all the oppressed people on earth. I feel the biggest problem on earth is a communication problem. And it's people oppress other people because of their difference, because they don't understand we're all the same. Really, every human being, whatever race or sex or language we speak, we all need to eat, we all need to breathe, and we all need to be comfortable, to have clothes, and to be clean, and to be understood. We need to communicate. If you put a human being and you put him alone for a long period of time, he will become kind of crazy. If you isolate a human being, it's not natural to isolate human. Even in prison, in jails, we put all the prisoners together. That's why we call them criminal school or the school for the crime. But I've seen a documentary that said that we should never put, we have created a second society. We should never oppress people because somehow there is no crime. It's almost a crime to put people in jail, but people doesn't realize this.
Well, there's
even the
retributive and restorative and so on.
Somehow we're all innocent. Everyone's innocent. Even Hitler, I forgive. I could forgive anything somehow. Sometimes, if I really feel human, I would forgive a murder.
I don't think the question is of innocence so much as
I think
say undeserving of retribution. Right. That's a somewhat different question.
I think she's compared. I think she's just realizing that there's no free will, and that why would you punish someone if there's no free will? But I just wanted to make a comment real quick before you took that down. With the Pope compares the transgender people to nuclear weapons. I think that's only because I didn't read the article, but I would guess, knowing the Catholics, it's only because like they see the sex, like the female sex, as a reproductive object, and I guess if you transgender, I guess that's the reason why they, if they view that the guys have a risk of changing from man to woman, and they're not reproducing, I think that's why the Catholics might feel threatened. So I don't think it's actually unnecessarily hatred for transgender people. I think it's mostly just thinking that like the church would fall apart if everyone became transgender. So it's more of a phobia than anything else.
But I'm not afraid that will happen. It's not the whole humanity that will change sex or want to change sex.
No, it's unreasonable. I agree, but I think that they feel like it could become like a meme, and people might start doing it more often. And I think some people have done it more often. I think there has been certain, I'm not saying you guys, but I think there's certain people who are experimenting with this idea.
Well, it's not really something to be played with in that regard. He's reversing these things is not a trivial matter. At least if one makes a mistake, and some of it's flat out irreversible. I mean, if someone were, I don't know, underwent say the genital reconstruction surgery, or you don't get the corpora cavernosa or testicles that root back, right? So the smoke clears. I think what it more has to do with is the idea of human nature is a sort of cookie cutter identical thing. I mean, if we're not tabula rasa, we're all supposed to have the same works of the law all inscribed upon our hearts, identical down to the last letter, according to Christianity, right? Well, truth of the matter is, we actually do have individualized natures. They don't acknowledge that. There's also a normative case to whether we should or should not grant legitimacy to individualized nature. Sorry, go ahead.
I would like to say that we are our ancestors, our dream, our will comes from what our ancestor did not finalize or realize. I sometimes think that I am a transgender because my father wanted secretly to have a sex change, so he had a kid, and then the kid had a sex change. It's like I'm fulfilling the fantasy of my father somehow. Not the fantasy, but also of my, because somehow when I was in really big distress, I was kind of supported by my ancestors, my grandfather. Even they were died, they were dead. Psychically, I could feel their presence in me. It's like I could say that every human being is the rest of mankind. We have the whole history of mankind embedded in ourselves. I mean our ancestors, not all mankind, but only our ancestors. And that's enough. We are connected to a network, astral network. It's like my grand aunt, my grandfather, my grandmother, Hawaiian grandmother, Canadian grandfather. They're watching me. It's like when you die, it takes the third of your lifetime to I don't know how to say, but if you live 60 years, it will take 20 years before you will be ready to reincarnate. If you lived 100 years, it will take at least 33 years. Your soul will still be on the material plane, on the objects you have touched, and I don't know how to say. Objects have psychic energy. Sometimes I feel like medium. I feel like someone could give me an object and I could say things about this object that I shouldn't know about because I just open myself and I try to communicate with, especially gold. Gold is the most precious metal that can accumulate the energy of our soul, our memory. You just put if an armory or let's say if you were at a knight and you put a suit, an armor of gold, you would feel the prestige of like being a king. I don't know how to explain, but people that has a lot of gold, that's why gold is so precious because gold is a kind of a memory. There is also the crystals. There was the crystal skulls, the 13 crystal skulls that some people think they could be like computers, they could be some knowledge embedded in the crystals. But anyways.
I'm not sure many of these, do you call them paranormal kinds of ideas or things I buy into much, but
I would almost say that material things, objects, have consciousness of what's around them, especially rocks. I used to talk to rocks, listen to the noise of the wind and the tree leaves, and I don't know. We have to make communion with nature, and mankind is not listening to nature anymore. Nature is like saying, "Oh, you're killing me." It's like I'm a vegetarian and I try to avoid eating meat because I believe that eating meat is a sin somehow. I'm so much confused. I'm drunk. I have no, it's like, I'm going nowhere.
I'm getting beer.
So when you were saying that you were doing a lot of drugs, was that more to do with the fact that you had not transgendered, or was it because of the way society was treated you?
No, I would say I was taking lots of drugs because I was trying to avoid myself. I was trying to convince myself, oh no, I am not a girl. I was trying to, how can I say that? I was just unhappy with everything. I had to quit drugs, and it's a big thing. I don't know how to. I never quit it entirely. That's why I still smoke cigarettes. It's like, but I would say that at the beginning of my transition, I would oppress myself, and with drugs, somehow with coke, I used to accept myself, or I don't know how to explain. If you had the good question, I will give the good answers. You have to be more precise, or
Okay, I can be more precise. I was wondering, do you think like I've noticed there's a correlation between homosexuals and drug use, and do you think drug use has a lot to do with the fact that they are denying their homosexuality,
well,
or they feel guilty for their homosexuality?
there is no correlation between drug using and homosexuality, but I will say that a lot of homosexuality will take drugs because they want to try to avoid reality. I was taking drugs because I wanted to avoid my own reality, but now today I accept my reality. It's like, that's why I promised to myself 10 years ago, I promised to myself I will never touch coke and crack and heroin anymore. Never, never, never. And I never did chemical drugs. I only smoked pot and did some things like not ecstasy but speed. I've tried speed. I've tried mushrooms. I've tried things like I wanted to try LSD, micro acid, but I never found the real LSD. I'm still in a will to try LSD someday, but if I do heavy drugs, I want to be with people that I really trust, that will take care of me. It's like I find it ridiculous that some drugs are illegal because in the past the drugs would be like an initiation. Like, have you seen the documentary on DMT?
Well,
And
the reason why a lot of drugs were illegal is because I think white people were afraid that a lot of different races, especially in America, I'm talking about, of course, because, like for example, when I think it was the Asians when they came with the heroin, they were using heroin to get white women intoxicated in order to have sex with them. And with black people, they were afraid with cocaine that it actually increase and intensify their sex drive, and they were more worried that black people would rape white women because of the intensification of cocaine on the sex drive.
but I've read that people like Freud, I think it's Freud or I don't know who other psychoanalysts did drugs and explained them in the books what the experience they had with drugs. And I really think that drugs are not a bad thing. Sometimes I even wish that all humanity would do drugs, but in certain condition, every drugs should be legalized. And at the same time, there is a reason why it is forbidden and why people want to do forbidden things and why I don't know. It's like we're part of a cosmic game. It's beyond us.
Well, that's just like, they tell you if you have kids, don't ever sit there and keep saying don't smoke cigarettes, because if you tell your kids that, then they're going to smoke cigarettes because you told them not to, because an authority, they want to rebel against authority. That's why they
Yeah,
do it.
if I had kids, I would want my kids to do drugs for the first time with myself, with their own parents. I used to smoke joints with my mother. My mother was a hippie, and yesterday I said that the hippie was related to Anton LaVey's church, or I don't know that about the New Age, or sometimes I think that people are afraid of the New Age because it's a menace to Christianity. And also, I had heard that all the Christianity of the world will be uh, not pursued, but they will be the New World Order, or some kinds of you, some kind of global government will say that all the Christians have no powers anymore. I don't know. I'm saying things, and just that I heard about. I'm not sure that somehow I can still say things that are so. Ah, yeah, yeah. I wish you were French.
Are you French? You
Yes.
from
Yeah, I'm French Canadian. I had to translate everything in my brain. But I learned in English when I was young. I learned in English when I was 6 years old because my mother is Hawaiian. But I'm 41 years old, and my first language is French. But I know a little Spanish and a little German and a little Vietnamese and a little Chinese, but not enough to live in those languages. The only language I could live and survive is French and English. I have to go pee.
My first language was Spanish. My mother is from Cuba, so yeah. I haven't learned any significant amount of French, but I picked up some German studying it in college.
Naughty, that guy behind you is really looking at you. So.
I don't know. They always look at me. I guess I stand out as being kind of freaky.
The
What's
computer.
that?
He may have just been looking at the computer, wondering what you were doing.
Okay. They see me coming in doing video calls all the time, so it shouldn't really be that much of a question. My laptop is likely getting wet. Anyway. I better get in that door before it does get wet, and they locked it behind me. That's, at the very least, awkward. Need to open the door fast before it does get wet. Okay. There we go. And now I have a beer. I'll be joining you in a bit of alcohol shortly.
I'm still here. I just put my picture because I want to do something suspicious.
It's I guess not really beer per se, but it's close enough. The raspberry margarita flavored, I guess wine cooler or something. I guess it's supposed to be like a margarita.
What I like most about alcohol is that it takes out our inhibition. It's like we're not shy anymore.
What's that again?
What I like about any alcohol is like it's a social lubricant. It's make us not shy anymore. When we are shy about anything, it's like after a while, when I'm drunk, I don't care about what I say. I can say whatever. Que je mange, je pourrais dire, je cherche mes mots. I'm more open to confession when I'm drunk.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure everyone is that way, but I might not be. I'm not sure what the difference is. I have a bad feeling. Okay. I'm safe. I've never been really very addictive or whatever. It's kind of a new thing that I don't know. I seem to have had like self-control issues or whatever with eating. Not sure exactly where that came from. It might have been, you know, sort of, well, when, you know, a big sort of grand last ditch effort and such. Basically all fell through. You know, there was a I don't know, level of something there. What would you even call it? It wasn't just despair or hopelessness. I mean, that was kind of there from the outset. I kind of knew how bad the odds were and all that. It was more that it was coming to its conclusion. And that conclusion really was winding down to, well, the obvious bitter end. I mean, it was pretty predictable. I mean, everybody basically warned that those what the risks were. I mean, it would cost you a career, and once your career was over, you would then no longer have the resources to actually transition. And of course, if you rely on your career for anything else, I think most of it was talking about maintaining assets, relationships, whatever. my case, held. You know, of course, that went out the window too. Oh, go ahead.
No, nothing to say. I just put back my camera. I think everyone must stand alone. Everyone must know what they know. It's for themselves only. It's really hard to share knowledge. The path to salvation is difficult and narrow as a razor's edge. I can say this in French, but what it means to me is that we make our own path. There is no wrong path. There is no wrong way. Every way leads to divinity. We have to realize that we are cosmic beings. We are living in a material plane. I don't believe in such things as heaven or hell. It's only really for me a point of view, not a point of view, but a perspective between our mind and our soul.
Oh, and welcome, Plum. Yeah. Well, the ideas of spiritual realms are. I probably should go into the whole God, souls, and afterlives, but.
I think we just. We see examples when we watch TV, when we read books, when we listen to radio. It just gives example and we somehow life is an imitation. It's like I would never have changed sex if I was the first one to change sex. I changed sex because I realized it was possible that people had changed sex, and I just figured out that it was made for me. It was my path. I could not say how or why. I just say it is. Transsexuality is a kind of path because we share all the same things. We share that our body is like I feel like an infirmity, but instead of missing a limb, it's my whole skeleton looks the the wrong gender. I wish I could change my skeleton with my free will, that my skeleton could move. I would like to have more hips, and I don't know. I would like to change my voice. I don't know. Maybe I want to be a masculine woman. Maybe there is something I want to say that I think that we are art. Whatever person we are, it's like a poesy. People should not judge us, but we are learned. We learn in school to judge things, and that's wrong.
I don't know about Art. Art is a total slob. I mean, he's a freaking alcoholic.
But I mean, human beings is a piece of art. Animals are a piece of art. For the books I have read, I think that humans were here on Earth before animals. The animals were brought here after, and some aliens brought the animals. And we have nothing to do with chimpanzee. Genetically, we are very, very different. That's what I know for sure.
I think we're a mix between like the chimpanzees and the bonobos or whatever they're called. I think we're like a mix between those two.
Well, they themselves are not really that different.
Well, I guess I was referring more to like the sexual behavior, where we kind of use sex in a violent way, and we also use sex as a way to avoid violence.
Sex to avoid violence? What about sadomasochism? What about if I was masochist and the only way I could have orgasm is by being tied up and being spanked? Because of my habit, because of my escalade. It's like a step. I go further and further and further, and then I cannot come back.
No, I agree with you. Like I met girls who have told me that they like to be in a masochistic role, and and a lot of people will say, well, you can't have that type of pornography. I think I was talking to Rev about that, but you can't say what the woman wants. Like every woman has her own desires and her own needs for whatever reason. So I agree.
Yeah, and the man have to figure out those needs without the woman telling him, because if the woman is telling him, it's like kind of cheating.
Really? So like that's interesting. You should say that. So like my ex-girlfriend, I was supposed to like figure out like what her needs were and I haven't done that for 14 years, and that's why I'm no longer with her. You think maybe that's the reason? Like
Somehow, I would say that woman wants to be killed and raped, but romantically. Somehow, I would like a man to kill me, but I'm not ready for it now. I still want to live, but ultimately, my final orgasm would be death. We're born from an orgasm, aren't we?
I say you trade places with Nadia. Go to where Nadia lives and give her your passport, and you give your passport to her, and uh, they will kill you. Nadia, now's your chance.
I know I will never travel into Arabie Saoudite or Arab place because they will kill me, yeah, for sure. I feel wicked because I'm a kind of I don't know. I just feel I'm a being who is really close to their feelings. What can I say for sure?
So you think like this is really interesting. So you were saying like so females want to be killed by males. So you think that females do things on purpose to provoke males to do these things to them?
Maybe not killed, but just the act of sexual penis goes into vagina. It's a little like a knife goes into the heart, don't you? But
Yeah, it's like Andrew Dworkin, yeah. There is a power dynamic there, but
somehow I would say I have sacrificed myself. I have sacrificed my male part. I had a dream about it. When I had surgery, the day I had surgery, I dreamed that my male part was going in the underground and I put him in jail. It's like I killed part of myself and then a new part of myself was born. Somehow I feel like uh, not a worm that turned into a butterfly, but you know what was a butterfly before it was a butterfly? Chenille,
a caterpillar.
A caterpillar. Because when the doctor asked me what do I feel about the surgery, I said I feel my surgery is it's a miracle. And I won one. There was two girls who get the surgery at the same day of me. There was surgery 5 days a week, and I was one of the girls who had the most, who has the less suffering because and the less of with blood spots and I was the one that healed the fastest because I was because I believe in myself because I believe in Reiki also. Reiki Chi, the psychic energy that some Shaolin use when they practice their martial arts. I've seen Shaolins that they 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 could be strangled because they have iron bars around folded around their neck and they do things that would be impossible to other human to do. And also if I would try to exchange my life with other people's, I know that other people's if they follow the same thing that I was doing in daytime in my regular on a regular basis, they would die because I don't know. I would say that physically, I am kind of I don't know a mutant. The hours of the day that I eat, that I dream, that I do my things, that I work, I just do this to survive.
Yeah, when Hello, Alexandri. I've been enjoying your conversation, your talking. When you say mutant, that's very interesting because earlier with that chap, Christian Hillbilly, if you remember, he was talking about mutations and bodies.
The
And
part
the
that I
first thought,
because I was sleeping. This was
okay.
because I left my YouTube opened while I would sleep. I would almost sleep at the same time of Nadia.
Okay then. Mutants, but when you say you think of yourself as a mutant and mutilating the body,
Yeah.
would make someone a mutant. And as Nadia doesn't really relate things to movies often, but I've seen the X-Men movie, and I watched it under a filter of seeing several of these hangouts, so I could relate to the themes in that kind of movie where it's people not being accepted and whatnot. And also, just what you were talking about, which is very interesting, as Rustin pointed out, about your fantasy there. I, I have, in my personal life, I have a friend who's in jail now, and he became that intimate partner for a girl who wanted that to happen to her too. So these things play out in real life,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. There is
Yeah,
friends here in Montreal. I really people like me who are masochists. We really don't want to die. We just want to reproduce like orgasm that we have in really, really difficult situation. I've seen a movie called G.I. Jane that impressed me a lot because some women they somehow enjoy being beaten. Another movie that I enjoy is Crash. Another is Preaching to the Perverted. Those are movies or 50. I've seen 50 Shades of Grey. I've seen The Venus and Furs, Histoire d'eau. I'm really into the sadomasochism and the gothic.
The Secretary is one that comes to mind.
I've seen this movie.
Yeah.
I'm a
I
cinephile.
haven't seen many of them.
I know that video
I haven't
game is more important than movies, but movies are still the seventh art.
Yeah, well, art, expressing real life and all that jazz. But yeah. So I've had that encounter where, and I knew this girl a little bit. She was an acquaintance of mine, but the way it all played out, they sort of shacked up by themselves and on the outskirts of town and lived together for several months, and then that act played out. He did that, and in the fashion that she had wanted him to do it for. So I keep in contact with him with letters and that, but I often go a bit personal with my stories on these things, but I don't think I've released too much information, other than I have a friend who's a murderer. But yeah, so is my great-grandfather. Well, my non-extant great-grandfather who's in the photo. So, yeah, we all know situations that have occurred, or no, not all of us do, but they do arise, and I found that very interesting too, that you expressed that sort of uh, fantasy. I would just put it simple as that. So.
Oh, and welcome, Michael. Good to have you on again.
We just have to be very delicate about what we say because internet is a very sensitive place.
Yeah. Well, and
I don't want to be. People don't want to be the marginal one, but somehow I know I am. I am being marginalized. I am a taboo. People, it's like I have no really place for expressing myself.
Well, and just one more film reference, Nadia. I know that you are adverse to popular culture, but so was Edward Scissorhands, right? That's another movie where someone on the margins who didn't fit in, and he was accepted for some of his skills, but yeah, I wish you the best anyway, and continue to interact in the room. I think you can hold up to the fire. I saw you interact with Jim, the Christian hillbilly, earlier, and you seem capable and very
Powder,
good.
The Crow, Danny Darko.
Yes, all very good, all very good. Yes.
The Razor's Edge with Bill Murray.
I'm not familiar with most of it.
I have to go do my shopping, my grocery. I will be back in probably 2 hours.
Very interesting conversation. Glad to have listened in earlier. I didn't know how I was going to feel about it, but I thought that your engagement in here with Nadia and with Hillbilly and so forth and so on, including your self-descriptions are very nice. I wonder how you identify with what you might consider dark tones as opposed to marginalized tones. But if you must go, maybe I'll catch you on the flip-flop sometime for future engagement.
Yeah.
Alexandria.
Whatever.
Michael, what did you mean by dark tones versus marginalized tones? Can you be more specific, please?
When I see dark tones, I'll show you dark tones a little.
Well, a marginalized tone might be the mutant or the transsexual might be marginalized, but dark tones generally, like when she mentioned her movies, Donnie Darko, Razor's Edge, so forth. I know that those are presented more as psychological horror than they are like maybe, let's say, Sons of Anarchy, which is a family-oriented but a gunslinging murderous tale. So one is kind of a non-marginalized darkness where Donnie Darko is almost cultish, I think. Anyway, I don't know if that gives any. Thanks for asking. Did I?
I didn't know if you were insinuating one being evil, where one was just being marginalized because one is inherently evil where the other one's not. Is that what you were trying to say?
No, it was more like taboo things are socially relative, socially defined. One might take on that it concurrently in the current zeitgeist is considered of the margins, of the fringe, right? But from a Christian point of view, it's like we still must love these marginalized people. So they may be considered by somebody like Christian Hillbilly as evil, right? And that he's out there doing God's work. Where dark, by dark, I just mean shadowy. I mean of value. I mean moved away. What you don't want. If you have a kid that's afraid of the dark, you don't want to move them in the dark. You want to let them enter the dark when they're ready to enter the dark. I'm over rambling.
So nobody doesn't stand up and leave me door open the window like that. I school like go inside, I school like and fall inside.
Okay.
The same thing with the smoke. If you were to go up here and stand up over there, you would smell the smoke over there too. I ain't arguing, that's it, nobody's talking. Because nobody do stand up and leave the door open and go and cool there.
snaky tones are not explicitly dark tones. They may be socially marginalized in certain provinces or certain regions, where in other regions they are not. The other are dark tones. You might call them evil. So it's nice that Alexandria moved herself into mutant position, so to speak, into relative position of self-care, which is more Buddhist, more Eastern, less Christian, less Abrahamic. And I think that Nadia could change the room to actually, instead of end with Christianity, end with Abraham. I thought that would be more exacting, actually, to where I think her real beef is with.
Okay, I'm a little confused, but that's all right. I guess I just don't see why the distinction between the two different being marginalized and dark tones. But that's all right. It's okay to be confused about a subject, I suppose.
Oh wait, okay, kind of like Despicable Me, right? Is the character in Despicable Me is marginalized, but definitely not evil, right? And so we're teaching the acceptance of something there, right? But from another point of view, prior to being a Disney figure, out of the gate, it might be marginalized and evil. Okay, and if you can't parse Donnie Darko with Despicable Me and see kind of what I mean by social taboo forces marginalization, so I'm not calling it evil, and then you have other things that may be called evil, like Sons of Anarchy, that are accepted within the mainstream of culture, right? They might it might also be called evil, but it also might be shifted to be called loyalty, overt human loyalty.
Well, that's kind of like, okay, so like David Vitter, for example, in Louisiana. So he's a Republican candidate for now for governor, but he was a U.S. senator, and so because he kind of follows the mainstream mores, but on the side he got caught having like a prostitute. That would be like evil. That would be accepted. Is that what you're trying to say? Something like that? Like he's still allowed to be a political office. People still vote for him. People still accept him as being a politician. But would you consider that to be an evil, like Sons of Anarchy, that's acceptable because of whatever other reasons?
Let's see. I think my mic's off there. Yeah. Well, Sons of Anarchy, although being overtly murderous and evil, did echo a group of people pushing outward that people can identify with. People can also identify with sexual urges and prostitution, and I think what he's showing politically is the ability to almost live and still get into office. Something that I think we, as the most sophisticated and maybe I'm just blowing smoke up a bunch of people's asses, but the more cosmopolitan people accept as prostitution should be allowed for capital gain. If one is going to say yes, we belong in a capitalistic system, I think that anybody should be able to pull out all the stops that they feel they need to do, and that this is a moray. It goes against certain mores of Puritanism, and so I think that all he's doing is showing that yes, a statesman may be also living and showing what he really feels the law should be, and is just echoing maybe the suppression outward to the Puritan Bible Belt population that seems to populate that area heavily. I mean, it is Louisiana. It's joint. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, there are probably three components to that kind of consideration regarding sex work. I mean, it's a little bit trivial to say that the people who go into sex work should not be penalized. The trouble is, of course, you know, what drives people to sex work, and is what drives them to it right? And last but not least, well, once they arrive at sex work, under what conditions are they operating? And
So if prostitution became legal, Nadia, like let's say federally legal, like gay marriage, bam, would you say we should have an institution that oversees the prostitution, like a Department of Prostitution?
Well, it should be a regulated sort of thing.
Yeah.
Where, of course, people don't have STDs inflicted on them and such.
Yeah.
But also, I think the probably number one biggest thing is, well, ensuring that people don't actually get economically coerced into it. And it's not really that.
You did use the word drove.
People
drove them in, and I thought, that there should be no trafficking. And that's why a Department of Prostitution would be nice, because there should be no trafficking or coercion for this kind of a decision. It should still be mandatory that they're of a certain age to grant consent to the process. They should not be coerced relative forces. So that would all be part of the department's job.
There wouldn't be anybody that would go into it.
What are the matters of coercion, right? And basically, no one should be rendered so desperate that they have to go into it as a kind of last resort, last ditch effort, and all that.
Yeah, well, that's why in my administration I would have a complete welfare of food, clothing, and shelter for every citizen that so desired it. It would be a given by definitions of inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So that being said, as a given, if that was given, then prostitution would be a choice for nymphettes or nymphos or crazed bitches that needed to get laid early or wanted to make capital their pussy for whatever reason they wanted to do it. But that would be up to them then. And I think the echo of pornography and the notion of pathologies and diseases and so forth, that all is, would be part of the department too. You want licensure, here's part of your licensure to get your license to prostitute. And maybe it would be weird to give out licenses, but I think maybe it would be a license-based department instead of like a filing, like I'm filing for divorce, or I'm filing for my LLC incorporation, right? I'm filing to be a prostitute. I'm not asking for licensure. I don't know. What do you guys think? Licensure or filing?
I'm not sure that makes that big of a difference. I think the sort of fundamental difference with the strong welfare system, etc., are important aspects to preventing the prostitution as a desperation profession.
Yeah, what Michael was saying there, I think when he's talking about everyone would be provided with the necessities, I think that's like based on the futuretimeline.net. They're going to have something called guaranteed income. So everyone's going to be is going to receive a check, like a welfare check in the mail, even the rich. So everyone will have that guarantee. I think it would be like, like probably what I get on Social Security, which is like close to $800.
GBI. GBI, guaranteed basic income.
Yeah, that's it.
And so why would the rich get it in a free market system, or are they anticipating that everything will be automated and hence capitalization and human labor won't be required on this future timeline? Is there anything about that?
I think so. I think there has a lot to do with the fact that a lot of jobs are becoming just unnecessary. I mean, it's not because we're not we're uncompeting or we're not competitive or we're not competent. It's coming down to just that we don't need people to do certain jobs, and that's what it comes down to.
All right, but but we haven't currently exacted automation and robots and free energy as of yet either.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be in our lifetime. I think you can see it in the next 100 years, though, for sure.
So in the meantime, there still should be a capital market that allows people to be introduced into it. There is still the wealthy that have this grip on finances and hence power and production, but they're not monopolies, so they're not violating any monopolistic law. They just happen to be a very small percentage of the wealth hoarders and the people whom are given money by the people who control the currency, and given tax breaks or tax exemptions to some major corporations. It's absolutely absurd in that we still do have humans that do labor and suffer, and not just within our citizenry, but around the world. But if we're going to still call a nation state and have a government over a nation state, if we are going to do that, if that is not being dismantled, right, then it has to function within an ecology of other nation states, financially and economically, practically. But hierarchically, ethically, morally, I think it's got a revision. Just over babbling, though. What do you think?
Well,
go ahead, Nani. Sorry.
Matter of the nation state almost definitely relates to these international, transnational dynamics. So when talking about like the nation state as an organizational principle, the way this relates to them, of course, is well, I mean, is this guaranteed basic income going to apply to all those in India or Papua New Guinea? And if it does, then, well, how does the redistributive principle apply? Does it apply across those borders or what?
Well, the Federal Reserve hypothetically can indefinitely, as well as any other currency controller, indefinitely they can QE to infinity around the globe, inflating and devaluing the currency, but they still can do it around the globe. They do fund, our government funds things around the world that are both on and off the books. And the only thing that's really on the books is maybe 1% of our budget is in foreign aid, but we know that there's probably more, there's closer to about $200 trillion of worldwide debt-bearing instruments that are Federal Reserve oriented instruments. And so every other currency in this dynamic it's interplaying with this. I'm just saying this is just a matter of digit manipulation in banks. I'm not talking about real hard currency, except for that I was referring to real hard currency just a bit ago, right? 200 trillion in digital assets that are debt. They're debts. This idea that we're only 14 trillion in debt, that's what's on the books, right? And so the idea, the very paradigm of currency itself is something that I think needs to, like, I personally want to succeed from international currency ecologies. I want our nation to have an intra-digital currency that is only exchangeable with Federal Reserve notes until we allow the Federal Reserve notes to default worldwide and collapse our involvement in the ecology of world currencies. I want to multiculturalize and not make the world currency buoyant once again. That's my thought. It's like the only way a nation-state cell can remain that way before we are ready to implode our organelles out into the rest of the cell. You know, whether or not it should or shouldn't do that, whether or not we blow up the planet if we did that, if we just started funding the basics for everybody in India and Indonesia and so forth, right? Unless there becomes a singular world currency that would just fund this worldwide. But whoever's controlling the world, I don't know which groups or which fashions, or if the living Christ, as the Christians say, is at the top of this heap, you know. But at the same time, if there, I don't think there's a singular entity, unless maybe it's the Queen of England or something. Who knows? I don't know. Otherwise, I think it's a group and an ecology that's controlling this. And I say we succeed out of that.
No, it's not the Queen of England.
Nadi, do you really believe that like prostitution would even exist though if women were not driven to it by because of economic forces? I think like the 99% of prostitution is for that reason.
It do exist, but it wouldn't be very common.
And so for the people who were lucky enough to get a prostitute, might as well just marry them, right?
I think there's a lot of trafficking, meaning I think there's a lot of slavery prostitution. Like maybe for economic forces, a parent lets her daughter go out into some area and gets bought off, like literally sells their child off. That's also for economic forces. So the trafficking, whether the parent's naive that that's what they've done, or whether or not the children, the women, or boys, or whomever is in this bedacle is sent, it is for sale. And economic forces, yes, certainly drive this. And so what would you say are the roots of economic forces? I mean, how do you define the paradigm of money, currency, and economics in general? Historically, I blame it on Abraham, but maybe it's like a refraction off of our ability to speak lingually. That we have currency. I don't know. Curious.
Well, I just wanted to say when it comes to the trafficking, a lot of that stuff that's being reported, I don't think the trafficking problem is as bad as it seems. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. But I remember the comedian Bill Burr was talking about, or maybe it was a guest that he had on his show, on his podcast, and he said that one of his friends, or somebody that he was friends with, and he found out about a criminal offense that the guy had, and he was like, whoa, and it was sex trafficking. But really what actually happened was the guy had picked up a prostitute and brought her across state lines, and that's considered to be trafficking, just because she was a prostitute and they went across state lines. So I think a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in statistics, I don't think they're as big as, or as numerous as they may appear to be.
Can I briefly name drop Patrice O'Neill then too, and his tale about being imprisoned? If you know of Bill Burr, I'm sure you've heard of Patrice O'Neill too. And dead air. We'll be right back after the break.
So, are we talking about solving world hunger, or what is it? Or money, or what are we talking about?
I was curious of what people thought, like archaeologically or historically, or how when they thought that currency, basically like a brief history of how they think currency evolved into a world ecology of currencies, into the modern state that it is now. Where did it sprout from? How did it come about? Are we theorizing on this, or do we know? Is there a different sort of history that one might have? Arguably.
A very funny thing happens in MMO games. In MMO games, people they naturally started to trade in whatever resources were harder to get. So people started just trading in stuff, not really money. They eventually just ignored the money, ignored like the gold. They just started trading in raw materials. And it's like when I'm in the game, somehow this sprang up with no one really deciding what or whatever to choose. It's just you just it's like if I have something that's like it takes like 20 hours for you to gather in the game, that thing will be worth so much more than something you can get like in 2 hours. So I mean, I think that's how money evolved. I think maybe we started collecting animal bones or teeth, maybe of animals that were hard to catch, and we said, hey, I'll give you this many for that many, and it was also easier to carry or whatever. I think it's always been part of us. I think it's always this idea of money has always been there. Like it's just something that's easy to carry, easy to protect, and maybe hard to get. I think that's how that sprang up. If you can just think from there, then you can easily imagine how money came about.
Well, okay, but then after this exchange of goods, a bartering system became money, currency, a third-party system that is exchangeable. Then there is the controllers or the distributors, the printers or the smolters of that currency, right? Whom are using initially silver and gold or coins and or stones or rice or different beads, whatever. Yeah, function. So it's like whatever was a tradable commodity that was generally common became the currency, and then somehow that became metaphorific to a printed currency that is controlled by whomever is the king or the tribe leader of that particular province or domain, that tribal group or whatnot, I would imagine. I don't know. Anybody else want to fare on this?
I think the transition you're describing is much too sudden. I think the transition was much more slower. Like it's like a paper. Like for example, you gave a paper with a signature of someone. It was like, this is my words, this is my name, and you can trust me that I will be good for what this paper says. So I give you this paper now, and you can come later, and then or we can collect whatever materials you wanted. I mean, in the dollar, for example, it did say like specifically this is worth this much silver, or this is worth this much. You can exchange it for this much gold. I think it was a very, 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 very slow transition to paper. I think it wasn't a sudden change. It was like moving from material to digital. We moved from material to digital, and we're still moving to digital. It's still transitioning very slowly. Like people are using like money, paper money, less and less and less and less, and eventually we'll just stop using it if the trends keep going. We could just completely go digital. I mean, here in my country, it's if you are working, it's illegal to not have a bank account. You must have a bank account so that they can track your taxes and whatever and what you're making.
Okay, I would hope that there would never come a day that there was not that everything was completely digital. Simply because at that point there will be complete legal totalitarianism. If you never have an exchange of barter, unless it's a barter exchange, like in Sons of Anarchy, hey, here's you know, a shitload of cocaine for a shitload of guns. We're not transacting any money, hence there's no financial record. So the barter is completed, right? And then the exchange happens under the underground trafficking of what is currently illegal. Should always be a liberty to the people to investigate that exchange to see whether they feel it's prohibitory and should be brought up the ladder in a democracy for allowment within the law. If you allow complete digital transactions of value worldwide, then whatever the law is that's set will make complete and absolute prohibition and transparency on every human thing. We'll be Borgs and automatons if we don't have the right to exchange the black market.
I agree fully, but it's like, I'm not saying that we really have a choice here. I'm saying the transition is so slow. It's like people would make the same argument as you're making for hard currency, like gold and silver and whatever, like 50 years ago or 100 years ago, when they were talking about moving to paper. You know, they were saying, no, I don't want your paper. Give me, like, they were making like the same, probably the same arguments as you're making, but you don't really have a choice when you go to the store. You know, you either pay with paper or with plastic, or you go and starve. You know, it's like you have really no choice. The transition is just gonna be that slow. You know, you're not even gonna notice it. It's like gonna be, it's like your hair is growing. You know, you don't know. You know, when did you go from short hair to long hair? You don't know when you went there from short to long. It just happens, and
Well,
that's
okay, but you're saying this is going to be a technological outgrowth that you're predicting, regardless of any political or chance that.
If trends continue, of course, you know, I don't know. Maybe this will fail. Who knows? But if it continues, you won't really have a choice but to use the digital. You know, I don't think any of us are gonna have a choice. It doesn't matter what we think. You know, and people didn't have a choice whether to use paper or not. I mean, I don't have a choice really. If I go to the store, they won't accept like gold or whatever. And they say, hey, maybe this is fake gold. Who knows? I don't want that. Please just give me money and go about your day. You know, gonna be the same thing probably.
It's so weird. I'm such a hypocrite talking about underground exchange and coming off of an argument against sex trafficking, which is totally based in this underground exchange. That if I was to say prostitution would be legal and had power to do that, and had a department to watch it, and yet knew there wasn't going to be an economic force against anyone to enter it, and that they were strictly only entering it for capital gain, into the markets of exchange and profitability, then I would think that should be promoted. Where like with drugs, I guess, you know, at some point, I don't know. I've used methamphetamines. I haven't used heroin, but I've used psychedelics, and I would want a decriminalization of all drugs, and yet as far as incorporatizing a drug, I don't think I would want methamphetamines to be incorporated as a corporation. I mean, I guess I would have allowing, you know, like you can't have a company that exchanges raw nuclear material on the free market, right? I wouldn't have a company that would allow methamphetamines to be on the market, even though there is an exchange rate for it. It's so weird to say it would all be digital, hence it'll all be transparent, but it's not. I'm also a hypocrite there because I already think everything is already pretty much transparent, if not completely transparent.
I mean, they check your car in front of your house. If you have too nice of a car or whatever, I mean, you're gonna get a visit from the, well, in your country, the IRS. You know, they're gonna check it out and they're gonna say, hey, this guy makes this much, this car, he shouldn't be having this. You know, that's gonna show up. You know, someone's gonna notice that. That's why, you know, they launder money. But whatever. People, if people want to do bad things, they're gonna do bad things, and they're gonna go under the law. It's gonna happen. But anyway, it's I don't think you can really do a lot about it by changing what you're using. You know.
Do you think that somebody who commits high crimes and misdemeanors, like George Bush, let's say, or maybe like every president, who knows, or maybe like every person in general, when you say goes below the law or outside of the law, do you really think that in transparency, as transparency grows and continues seemingly across the net, that we will find groups of people that have always stayed within the law, and should those who have always stayed within the law strictly be the ones to take power, look in a utopia, or should some outlaws, people with outlying criminal pasts, also be allowed to partake in high office? Kind of like Obama smoked weed. He admitted he smoked weed. He broke the law, the federal law, and he's still high president. He's still high Grand Poobah.
He's the chief, yes. But I think it is a bit too simplistic. I think we should see what context we're talking about. I think if you are caught doing a crime, you should be rehabilitated, and you should maybe also seek psychiatrical care, for that too, to get whatever issue you have resolved. A lot of times criminals, they will have, they always come from, well, maybe not always, but always you hear they are angry at the world, they are angry at people, they are angry at their parents, they are angry at whatever. And there are a lot of times there are underlying issues that cause them to go, they like that causes them to justify their crimes. They always, I mean, if you ask the criminals, and they always say, "Oh, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. Hey, the guy did this, and so I did this back to him." It's always some argument like that. It's like they feel justified. They don't feel
That
guilty.
sounds like a marriage to me. It doesn't necessarily say like the law, but like maybe you're trying by saying this either to confess that you have been a criminal, but it sounds like you're trying to assume the position that you have never done anything criminal, which maybe you haven't. I think it's interesting that you're generalizing criminal states, because I think that a lot of people do things hedonistically that are outliers to the law, and I think that is something that they're choosing as a positive movement in their mind, not as a retractive, I better stay in order so I don't have an insurance bump, I better not get in a car wreck because I don't want my insurance rate to go up.
Well, no, I'm saying there's always underlying issues for why people commit crimes, and always when you see them justifying it, there's always a lapse in logic. There's always a lapse in judgment, and you're always like puzzled, like how did this guy do this? Like how can he think this is right? Like if you kill someone, there's always.
Then I'm really curious, Paul. I'm really curious. What do you think that the states changing the marijuana laws within the nation that are changing their internal state laws relative to marijuana against federal law currently? Do you think that very movement is like a metaphor for a criminal, that it has a lapse of oversight? That lapse of oversight is, yes, we're inhaling plant particulates at a very heated level that we know go against longevity futures for that organ and that organism. Meaning, do you think it's criminal that we are considering allowing a lapse of prohibition against marijuana to happen again? And how does that relate to your feelings about what it means to function criminally against the law. Meaning you're saying there must always be a subtext
Always, yes.
to breaking the law. And so I'm curious of what you think about when the law at large changes.
Well, I think it's wrong to lock people up for using drugs. You know, a lot of times they're self-medicating. A lot of times when they abuse these drugs, maybe not marijuana. You know, maybe that's like a drug to give you, like, you know, whatever, like you're drinking Coca-Cola. You know, you just want a buzz or whatever after a good meal, or it's but a lot of times, like crack cocaine or all these things, what they're doing is just they're ignored medically because they can't afford it, and you know, they just medicate whatever psychological issue, physical issue they have. I think it's wrong to lock these people up, and a lot of times they talk past each other when they're trying to communicate what they're saying, and when they get out of jail, a lot of times they're bitter at the world, and they feel like they have not been heard, and they can't explain why. And I think this is I think these are huge problems. I think punishing people for drugs is not. This is not really something moral, I think.
Well, now you just have me wanting to ask you outright, what are your 3 favorite religions that currently exist on the planet?
I have none, really. No, I don't really like religion.
If you had to choose 3, or I was going to put a bullet in your head, just give me 3.
Well, I don't really care about religion. That would be my answer.
Then you're dead.
That's fine. At least I'm an honest dead man.
Yeah. I mean, Christianity, Islam, pretty clear. They're relatively anti-LGBT. Hinduism, of course, India reinstated sodomy laws recently. And Buddhism has the Dalai Lama coming out with anti-LGBT garbage relatively routinely. So the 4 largest are all on my shit list.
Yeah.
So Buddhism, how do you feel about Buddhism there, Nadia?
As I said, the Dalai Lama has...
Oh, you said Dalai Lama. I thought you said Hinduism.
The Dalai Lama. Yes.
Oh, okay. So how do you feel about Hinduism?
Well, my general attitude is to, in effect, exile people like myself from the caste system. Hijra become Dalit, right? Hijra being the Hindi word for eunuch, or I guess they say transgender. And from there, of course, Dalit means outside the caste system. What I guess in English was
wait.
The old era is called untouchable. Right?
Now you're not a eunuch like in the olden days where it was given to you by some, like your king's order. You're a eunuch by some an accident. Right? You didn't do a Bruce Jenner and choose to have what you do and don't have in terms of plumage currently, right? Am I wrong, or am I right in that assumption? I don't know.
I sought out professional surgery to remove my testicles, and I'm glad they're gone. Although the complications should have been managed better without disruption in health insurance at the time. Around the time of the surgery, it would have been.
And what was there any precursor diagnostics about your testicles that you wanted them removed, or was it strictly just your choice for this?
It have been clear to, I guess, psychiatrists, whatever, for what would have been close to 30 years that I was obviously transsexual.
But you wanted him to save the penis. You kept the penis. But for future vaginal reconstructive surgery, perchance?
Yeah, in hopes, yes. I mean, it wasn't like I chose to keep it. I mean, couldn't really afford to have much else done.
Okay, well, all I was saying about the caste system and you being marginalized is that historically eunuchs have been around, but mostly they were forced to be eunuchs historically within caste systems as having a particular function in community. But somebody as yourself that moves into it as a liberty of choice and for body dimorphism or change is yeah, I guess you're right. The modern yeah, it's kind of unnerving to speak positively about arcane religions relative to modern processes. But maybe back in the day there were still guys that cut their junk off.
Well, Origin, I think, was
a hammer and knocked it out.
Origin was famous for having self-castrated. He was a Christian church father. He took Matthew chapter 19, verse 12 a bit too literally.
I tried to self-castrate one testicle in 2003 in a hospital with a plastic knife. And I felt that it was a weird religious stamping that had come over me, like a means out of a certain guilt of having this sexual desires and poor choices, and having it reduced down to a visceral and almost religious decision to attempt to castrate myself, but
that is kind of strange, at least to me. I mean, where I've generally come at it from is that the feeling of having those things there is kind of like having some kind of, like, I don't know, parasitical thing attached to me that's pretty unpleasant to have there, and I kind of wanted to get the damn thing off me. Not really like, I don't know, guilt about sex or whatever. I mean, I wasn't remotely guilty about sex. Pretty much just said.
What was yours more like? You couldn't
Come get it, boys.
Testosterone, or the momentum of your metabolism, your libido? Was it an irritant? Like your libido was an irritant, or was it more of a full metabolism? Like what?
Libido was fine.
The libido was fine. It was what? Was it more like the attachment itself was too alien? Yeah,
the body part itself. Yeah.
The body part itself was alien. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that now because my feet are alien to me. But
your feet are alien? What? .24 and 44 is 15. Your feet are alien. What?
It's interesting that you say that, Michael. Actually, there are people who cut off their own body parts, who they feel like their body parts are not belonging to them. Like, there was this woman who had to cut out her eyes because the eyes didn't feel part of her, and when she blinded herself, she was okay. She didn't have the anxiety anymore, and whatever other mental problems were there, but until she cut out her own eyes or whatever she did to her eyes. No, I think she poured acid or whatever on her eyes, and then she was okay. It was a very peculiar thing. Like there are people who their brain rejects certain body parts, and like some people it's with their feet, with their whole leg maybe. Some people it's with one arm or the other arm or both arms. It's and they live in constant distress because if maybe if this arm is here or there or whatever. It's very peculiar. If you look up the woman with the eyes, yeah, you'll find an article on Google about that.
There is something in the Bible about casting out your eyes. Casting out one of your eyes if you keep like averting them. What was that about? Like if you're looking at a woman lustfully, or if you're sinning, or if the eye is having you sin, you're supposed to take the eye out. And at one time, I remember attempting, pretty. Like realizing that I actually could tear my own eyeball out if I had to, and kind of gripping it hard enough and pulling on it just enough to know that I could do that if in fact there was some sort of requirement to do that. And so I was wondering if the lady that took out her eyeballs had simply been a victim, if you will, to biblical paradigms.
I found the disorder. I think this is the one. It's called body integrity identity disorder. Yeah, these people, they amputate their body parts to feel normal.
Well, I have smashed and reconstructed feet, so the scarring and the disconfigurement of the feet feels kind of alien. It's indigenous, but it's still somehow alien. It's like,
I know a person that very well that took out one of his eyes with his hands, but I'm afraid to ask about the reason. So
it's so.
Oedipus Epicuronian featured Oedipus after he had tore his eyes out after.
And it was strange.
Really engaging in incest with Yocasta. Go ahead.
No, it was really strange when Michael, when I joined, when you start to talk about this, I was just going to ask Michael if he had thought about tearing out his eyes, and of biblical reasons. It was very strange that he mentioned it.
Yeah, it's a discussion of another case. It's saying there's a biblical verse regarding plucking out one's eyes as opposed to, I don't know, being tempted by sin. So that's where it came from. The biblical verse, then someone should actually follow that.
I was reading the Bible at the time when I came across the verse, and something about whatever the pretext was of the sin that required that this gentleman tear out his eyes in the Bible seemed entirely applicable to myself, and yet, Farhan has mentioned, to do not tear out your eyes. I had gone past a certain state of masochistic processes in my life, some just very, very painful bone breakage histories that were not intended to be, that developed into a progression of masochism, such that when I did finally reach this high point of almost cutting my eyeball out because of a biblical passage, I threw back and made a distinction between literal reality and historic reality. And
what do you call masochism? This is not remotely like anything I do.
Like burning cigarettes out in your hand, or bleeding yourself, or cutting yourself, or something like that might be masochism. Just engaging pain for pain's sake.
For pain's sake is not quite what masochism says. You understand that the
no,
masochists generally derive pleasure from it, right?
No. Masochism has a lot of different dimensions and areas. So for you to say that it's necessarily an outcome of pleasure is not
an outcome of
or a sidebar of pleasure. I say no. It's you can just bring it to the red zone and have pain for pain's sake, just to experience pain. Not for the release of the pain, but the knowing you're going into pain mode. You can get your mind there too.
Yeah, that's I guess unlike anything I do.
Levels of this masochism, just like people, let's see, just like people who go into aggressions, or people who like have degrees of caring for people. Like some people care much more about others. Same goes for masochism. Like some people go into very extremes. Like it can go like to where you're like chopping off limbs to like get that rush, get that pain sensation. It's I think we're just talking about a degree of severity here. It's the same thing.
Different in kind, but still.
It's the same thing, though. It's yeah. Are you Michael? Are you talking about enjoying the pain, like doing the pain, and then you feel the pain and you enjoy that pain? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about. She's talking because masochism and sadism are generally, like, masochism functions as self to self, but oftentimes relegated against somebody else in a sexual exchange. And then the sadist, if properly dominant, likes the infliction outward, right? And this is a basic psychopathology that you entrap somebody that is either a harm to themselves or others. But some people brand their skin, and they do it not because of how great it's going to feel when it comes off of me, and I don't think they're there necessarily saying the word enjoying, like I enjoy this. They're more like allowing themselves to allow greater toleration than they have ever known for a stamp, for a symbol on their skin, for a sense of getting over one's sensual body. Maybe more of a spiritual growth, to be quite honest. I think a lot of pain it offers a type of enlightenment to know that one has the strength to go through certain things, as opposed to like smoking, which is a form of masochism, but it's drenched in a pleasure, and yet it's got its immediate discomforts as well. And so that's a different type of, like she said, like Nadia said, a different kind of masochism in a manner, but I still think they both function under the umbrella of masochism proper. But maybe somebody has a greater nuanced word than that.
There was this case I saw where there was this guy who he didn't really enjoy pain, but when he experienced pain, that's the only time he felt alive. And to him, the only time when he was alive, he felt alive and he didn't feel depressed, is when he was doing extremely dangerous things, like climbing mountains without safety, jumping from an airplane, and like really very closely to the mountains, like gliding close to the mountains, like you have those like squirrel, whatever you call them, like you glide, like he did extreme things, and And when he was like in a room, calm, talking to the camera, like he seemed extremely depressed, extremely just extremely depressed. He felt it felt like he had no essence in him. He was like a dead man walking. It's like, but when you saw him doing these things, because he was like recording it with a GoPro, like it's like it was a completely different person. And to me, this is sometimes maybe to a more atheistic person, maybe this is an existential crisis. Sometimes you know there's no whatever after this. I mean, this is it, and this is the only time to make the most out of it, because after this is it. And to me, like, maybe part of their mind is maybe atheistic. Maybe the other part is maybe sometimes they believe there's a God, and most of the times they don't. And maybe this is like, I mean, who knows what this is? But this, to me, it seems like an existential crisis. That's how I related to that person. I mean, this is it. This was their time to be alive. To me, that's what they were always repeating to me in other words. It's like, I mean, if I don't do it now, then this is it. I'm gonna have regrets, and and that's, I think, yeah.
There's a shitload of scared chicken shits all over this fucking planet, and I'm guilty of being one at times, and of not being one at other times, and I do appreciate your sentiment that yes, this is it, and yet if this is it, then this idea of harming oneself, them knowing that, I would say it's an existential crisis for theists as well, not just atheists. It's the idea that God is present and wants your positive motion, but and experience, but that you're somehow putting fire to the rain, like in the Adele sense. Out of mere concept, out of mere, yes, this is my time, yes, this is what I would like to do.
Yes, I think I don't think that you are either a theist or atheist. I think there is even a middle point. Like I said, that some people, sometimes they believe there is a God and sometimes they don't. I know personally people like this. One day they are a theist and another day they are an atheist. It just depends on how they feel. It's like if you held a gun to their head, like one day they would tell you absolutely there's a God, and another day they would say I don't feel anything. It's a very peculiar thing. It may just have to do with a lot of physical issues. Like I personally don't believe in any supernatural whatever. Like, to me, this is all really physiological. All of these things that people feel, so in the same way, if the chemistry in your body changes, so why shouldn't your propensity to accept one thing or another? Like if I give you a hot cup of coffee, you are more likely to be generous to me, like, because just of the feel of the hot coffee in your hand, it gives you, there have been studies on this, like you're becoming more charitable, versus if I put whatever else, like maybe a cold coffee. I don't know if a cold coffee does that, but there may be, if a warm does that, then there may be other things that.
Maybe a wet dildo. You might. I hear you. It's yeah. I don't know. I like what you're saying about the sometimes off, sometimes on with theism. I think people move in different. I think very mutable people often allow their perspectivism to shift rapidly, and oftentimes this rapidity generates a certain vibration in that organism that might make one more, let's say, snake-like or serpentine-y. and less maybe rabbity or doggy, or I don't know. I'm not trying to paint it back onto astrological forms, but I'm trying to not paint it there either. But my point is that the people that can move through different phases in and out of different notions of masochism or currency or economy or self-identity or religion, people that move fluently, mutably, and less cardinally than other fixed positioned people, tend to cause a little bit of dissonance in I would say mainstream normatives of behavior. But like Charlie Sheen, he might be very serpentine and mutable and considerable, just as an example, and yet he's already in the inn, so his doing it is super fantastical for everyone else to witness.
Actually, I
On a
think
lower
Charlie
scale,
Sheen's more like a tiger. He's got the tiger blood.
Yes, like Tiger Woods has tiger blood.
Well, oh, sorry, Nadia. Go ahead.
For me, it's like, hey, buff boy, made me feel good. And by the way, there's a trick to make you feel good. These whips and chains and things, they actually work for that. And sure enough, they went along. On the other hand, I think there's probably I've seen like the DNS types where it's like, they gotta like prove themselves, and probably some other people too, like how much they can take and all that. And it's like, if you're quote unquote taking it in the first place, I don't get. It's like it would defeat the point for me. You're not really like getting the kind of thing I'm getting out of it and all that. Why are you doing it? Well, okay, they get something out of well, quote unquote having taken it or something. Who knows? So I mean, there's that, and there might be some others cutting along different lines. And also the BIID comparison is actually a typical kind of line of like transphobic argument, and part of how I guess people can tell it's something different is the association with other aspects of gender, and probably also the idea of like reconstructive procedures and such, as opposed to just removal, right?
Is that something you were all shrivel? Is that how you wanted to? Is that something you would say to a patient in a hospital before undergoing surgery? Well, just keep in mind we're all shrivel. Is that? Sorry, did I misunderstand what you said?
I don't know where you're picking up the word shrivel from.
I didn't know how you. I picked up something you didn't lay down, obviously. But what I was wondering, I guess, is what could you tell me what the last two sentences were that you said prior to this last sentence?
Maybe not verbatim, but it's basically going on the, gender dysphoria is distinguished from, things like body identity dysmorphic disorder or something like that. Is that the reconstructive procedures and all that are, type of things people are comfortable with too, as opposed to mirror removal, right?
Okay, and then once again, that was the last part. It sounded like you said mere removal. I didn't. You said opposed to mere. I didn't catch what you said opposed to.
Yeah, I said as opposed to mere removal. Right.
Okay, then I take that whole thing as a comedy skit, because you're staring into the mirror. So I'm staring into a mirror of sorts. But, huh.
M-E-R-E, not M-I-R-R-O-R.
Mirror removal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, my reconstruction was a byproduct of a fucked up behavior that I also caused. Where yours was obviously you felt, sensed, meditated on, and moved towards a reconstructive portion of your anatomy. So we approached the reconstruction from different angles. So I'm empathizing, obviously from a different vantage point relative to gender and relative to gender identity than you are. But being reconstructed physiologically in the manner that I have, that both shows publicly and imbues itself upon me personally, makes me similar to being an outlier of sorts, not unlike a transsexual, but it's more of, oh, look at that poor disabled fuck, or that almost that guy that almost looks like he's healthy, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's weird. It's taboo-y. Different than tattoos. Branding is different than tattoos. Body breaks are different. Chosen body breaks are different. Incidental body breaks are different. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how we come to ideas here.
Yeah, might be something less of a immediate moral presumption there, but go on.
Thank you. I just came back. By the way, hello everybody who's new. I'm just waking up from my drunken stupor. It's a great thing to be not drunk. I'm kidding. It's awesome to be drunk. But I just heard the new person here.
When you're drunk.
Michael says that they're purposeful breakings. Like, are we talking about purposely breaking your own, for example, limb? Michael? Did I cut out?
No. I was just nodding, like saying yes visually, because I thought you might see me on camera. But
I have my bandwidth lowered, so I don't see people on camera, unfortunately.
Okay. So, but yeah, there are people that personally break and damage themselves. Yes.
But is it like a tattoo kind of thing? Like, I wanna be, I wanna have a broken leg. I think it's cool. Is that a thing?
I'm sure there's that psychology as well. That as far as motivation as to why they purposely do stuff that they give a high probability to physiological damages on themselves, I couldn't speak to, but my own. But I know they exist. I know statistically that those people exist as contemporary genetic humans, such as all of us. Yes.
See, that's interesting. Actually, I never heard about it. People who break their limbs purposefully. I can understand piercing or tattoos, but breaking your limbs? I don't know.
Somebody named it earlier. It was like a body
dysmorphia.
Yeah, body dysmorphia.
Yeah, body integrity identity disorder or something like that. Yeah. Once I found out there was something other than this sort of like hacking it off yourself like they did in ancient Greece and Rome. I pretty much was like, oh well, the professional scientific surgeons and all that, would have a lot less complications, and enough damage done on my own would prevent them from doing that later and all that. So, nowadays it's kind of like, well, only in like the last moments before I know I'm gonna die. At that point, oh yeah, I'll have to flash myself. Otherwise, no worries. Well, unless
No, I think it's normal to have a good homeostasis and a good sense of comfort, and good metabolism and a good sense of hedonism. I personally, I generally try to get myself seated in that modality, but occasionally I have to skip seats and even go back in the cargo hold sometimes if there is going to be some sort of self-damaging process. But as far as the pathological descriptions that medicine tries to lay down as an underscoring subtext as to why these processes happen, part of that I think is just fixed normative academic bullshit, and that nobody really could know the subtext. And other times I'm interested in their theories of what they think is causing that sort of process internally. Theoretically speaking, medically speaking, I'm curious, but whether I agree with their words or not is altogether different. And I am curious, Nadia, of why what you think you're going to be facing at these last few moments of your life that would allow such a change so quickly at that moment that you wouldn't dilate and extend out concurrently with your time between now and the end of your life.
It's kind of an odd question. I mean, the trouble is more that things will be dilated and extended is kind of ongoing pain and suffering and so on of, well, having like some guy's things in between my freaking crotch, right? I mean, a guy sticking it into me might be decent, but having something like, attached to me like a freaking leech is a different question, right? And that's pretty freaking uncomfortable. That's freaking maddening. And getting that to end for a few minutes before I bleed out or whatever is, it'll be worth it if I'm going to drop dead soon anyway. And the kind of thing that would generally be ending me is probably ketoacidosis without the prospect for rescue. So, for instance, somebody strands me in some kind of rural backwater of some, hillbilly redneck hellhole red state, and it's like, oh well, guess what? I'm going into ketoacidosis in the middle of fucking nowhere, nobody's seeing it. There's no phone. No, I'm gonna die anyway. I don't have to worry about the urological complications afterward. Where I basically piss myself nonstop until I die, right?
Oh, so you're saying you want to die and leave a good-looking body, or the best. You want to make certain that when you die, at least you peed well right before you died.
That's not what I said. What I was saying is that I would at least feel in the last few months before I die, I guess, relief at not having a dick attached. That would kind of be nice.
And do you ever tie anything back to your dad, or patriarchy, or feminism, or inherited modalities of feminism as current cultural paradigms or childhood paradigms that you were filtering through, or do you have a description of what you would call your own personal pathos as to what drove you to what others might consider such a margin? It's definitely not a normative behavior. So you're an outlier in that respect, but I'm just curious. I mean, maybe it's because I don't listen or try to extract from tacitly and try to speculate on a pathos. I thought you might just be able to shortcut my query and just tell me if you're comfortable.
Sure, it had to do with express my body feeling alien from day one. I mean, probably the closest parallel to, I guess, getting forced to go through a masculine puberty was out of the 1980s version of The Fly. Of course, that guy started off a man, but, well, from Human to Fly is like from, I guess, previous best child to man instead of woman. There aren't really any good parallels. Like, was it Kafka's Metamorphosis? That didn't really work because it was all too sudden.
Boy, and you saw
Sometimes just like wakes up in the morning, it wakes up a cockroach. It was like, no, you actually have to like, well, if not watch, then at least feel being incrementally transformed, like a little bit worse every day by day, grinding away at you, and so on. Ah, you're walking.
Yes, proving my feet are still existent, proving I do walk, and proving to myself that there's a good reason why I go see an ankle replacement surgeon in 2 hours. Yay! But yeah. I was curious of that. Okay, so Kafka, and then The Fly. And so how does was it just the mere morphosis of the fly that caught you, or were you had a thing about flies, or what were you pulling out of the universe that you corroborated systemically in your psychology that you felt led you to seeking out to have your testicles removed from flies? That would make a cool painting, a fly with big fucking hairy bear balls on it. But I'm just kind of curious of how did you get from flies to castration?
Well, I didn't really lead that directly. Yes, I kind of knew like puberty was coming, and well, I mean, kind of before all that, before I even saw the movie, which I think was later. I don't think I saw it in the 80s itself. I think I saw it afterward. Anyway, I guess I'd heard about the like opera, castrati, and all that. So that's kind of where something came from. I didn't know it would change my face. I knew it would change my voice, but not my face. And that, afterwards, I mean, I didn't really know that it would have like any benefit, once the damage was done. I basically thought it was forever until basically like very early 2012 when I was actually told it would like reduce sensitivity and all that if they were removed, and well, they're right. Yeah, and not feeling the things down there quite as much at least helps not be so bothered by them. It didn't help that it bloated me into the job of the frigging hut, and I was so disgusted by, what that's done to the rest of my body that, it's, I don't know what you call it, hell on earth. So, they didn't even know, you get Hashimoto's like that. It was like, they did not even know to warn me. And several had actually done it and not gotten it themselves. So.
Ice Cube and the Lynch Mob.
What?
So sorry you didn't feel warned. I thought basically you were criticizing me for interrogating you, and I apologize if that's how you took it, unless I'm misreading you. I'm picking up. I'm guessing about 70% of what you're laying down, and it's probably a volume and other issue, but I am picking quite a bit up.
I'm not sure how you got that, but okay. I mean, my own sort of like frustration with frustration, is that even the right word? I guess the kind of irreparable destruction of me that went on from complications for the orchiectomy is not really directed at you.
Gotcha. Well, I was also kind of curious, like I speculated about the way you move your voice, you quiet it, the way you speak in general, and kind of what I think is a rhythmic pattern that that has an interesting pattern of accents and non-accented traits to it. And I thought it seemed like you were recessing, like your voice comes out and it recesses different than other people's articulation. And that by itself, I wondered whether or not you spoke differently, whether or not you've known a history of how you speak to rudimentarily change how you communicate. whether or not there's like a history of difference where you might have felt like you were more socially robust in terms of how you articulate it compared to now, where maybe based on metaphors with flies or with changing and with Jabba the Hutt or not being quite there, the mode of your physiological changes changed the way in which you speak, so that maybe you're more reclusive, maybe hidden off from, or maybe you want to remain like a little bit inert. Or
did he cut out or did I?
He cut out.
I babble, but curious.
There's some interesting observations.
Yeah, my manner of speech has not changed since I can remember.
I think there's a lot of, in my mind, what I see Nadia is, there's a lot of like internalized criticism she has gotten over the years. She's made it part of herself, like when she's like being told whatever, you're this or that, in my mind, when you're growing up and you're constantly being told these things, it becomes part of you. There's only so many times you can be told like you're whatever, whatever. You can fill in the blanks. Eventually you believe it. Eventually you believe whatever they're saying, whatever negative. When they say, "Hey, you're not really this, you're really that." I suspect, sometimes when you have people on here, Nadia, like people who reinforce these negative things, like I think it's sort of a what do you call it?
It's called internalized transphobia.
It's, how do you call it? It's called like, I can't find the English word for it. It's when you want to reaffirm something. Right. It's when you want to reaffirm whatever it is, whether it's negative, positive. So when you have these people on who reinforce these negative views you have, I think we do sometimes do that. We surround ourselves with those people, who either give us this or that, and that's not speaking to the truth of it or the whatever. So it doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's not really the point. It's we want to reinforce what we believe, and I think everyone has that. Yes.
Christian hillbillies. Probably number 1, too timid, and number 2, not observant enough, and number 3, not even knowledgeable enough about what the distinctions even are to even try to verbally convey what these things are, and even assuming he could verbally convey them, the verbal conveyance would not actually be the way those things would get under my skin, so to speak.
I like how you read my mind. Who I was talking about. We love you, hillbilly, but yeah, to me it doesn't matter. It could be like a parrot, if the parrot says, he just wants a cracker and he just says it. It doesn't matter who it is. It just psychologically it reinforces it in your mind. I mean, it could be like, a radio stuck on repeat. Just a validation, really. I think everyone is looking for that. It's not exclusive to you, but.
Well, are you saying you're not trending? Like to me, this is this is like an aviary room where there's a lot of differing types of birds that land here, and it's not really a flying out, birds of a feather thing. But sometimes I want to, fly with a different species of bird, and I just didn't know if you had a trending metaphor that you like to use to describe this trending, less oh god, therapeutic sounding. Like you sound therapeutic when you describe it, or not therapeutic, clinical. That's the word.
Well, it's like if okay, let me just give you an example so you can relate. Let's say someone like in school always told you like your face is ugly, right? And they always told you this: your face is ugly, your face is ugly, your face is ugly, and eventually there is a sort of masochistic tendency. I don't know what this is, but some people have this. They sort of need this to be reinforced. They need this to be told back to them. They need to be told that your face is ugly. It's some sort of.
When have any of the transphobes, Christian, hillbilly, or otherwise, ever really discussed the masculinity of my face? And if they were to, do you think they could actually give any remotely detailed description, or even have the wherewithal to like snap pictures of me at my most manly moments, and like flash them up on the screen for comparison? No, they don't even know what the differences between male and female faces are.
That's
to discuss or witness or even to grab the most masculine looking pictures, right?
Well, that was really an example, just so Michael could relate to what I was saying. But I mean, it's interesting how you extrapolated on that, Nadia. I mean, this wasn't really relating to you. To me, it's like it could be whatever. They could be saying there's jelly pudding on your face, and you just need to be told that there's jelly pudding on your face by these people. It doesn't really matter what it is. I'm not really making a moralistic judgment. This is not saying your whatever you're saying is not it's right or wrong. This is just an observation I have. This is not really like I don't care about whether this is like right or wrong. I think these things are just it's foolish when you get into these things. It's just you become trapped and you forget like where you are. I think it's much more beneficial to focus on like on the why, like on no, on the how, not the why. It's really on the how that I want to focus.
What do you think about the who? I'm just curious. Do you answer the who am I question in a reverberated, always expanding, sort of reapproaching, self-identification process? Do you feed yourself idealism methodologically, psychologically, or do you tend to trend with your historic self-identifications, believing that maintenance of these identifications means the maintenance of your current maybe value income or social, familial, interactive comportance? Pardon.
I think I think that's a very good way you put it. You're much more articulate than me. It's like my English language is very lacking, but we want to, like in my mind, we want to sustain our identity for the better or worse. So it doesn't matter like where we are. We could be like neck deep into like quicksand. Being there is better than not knowing where you will be next. Like so, we want to reinforce what we believe. We want to reinforce our identity. That's sort of where I'm coming from. So it's for the good or bad, either way, really. Everyone has this. Everyone has to have an identity. Everyone has to. I mean, every person I've met, it's really a universal trend in my mind. Even like narcissists even have this, like people who like some who lack complete empathy, like or near complete, like even they have to have reaffirm their own identity by projecting and you know and just getting back whatever they're getting from people. It's I don't think you can really go without this. I don't think it's possible.
Are you thinking of entering into psychology?
What was that, Nadia?
Are you thinking of trying to go into the field of psychology?
Well, no, me, no, not really. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm more like, I'm just examining like how people behave and how they interact, and you know, it's to me, it's sort of a self-help way to navigate life for me. It's like that's really my ultimate goal. Well, when going through these, like, it's easier for me to do it with other people because I don't really have a vested interest in them. Versus if I did it on myself, I have biases, I have traps where I fall into where I like say, hey, no, I don't want that, I want this. It's like when I'm doing it with the other people, I don't really have such a strong restraint to not go certain places. So and then in that way I can examine it from afar and then I can have a good look at that and then relate it back to my life, and I think that's where I'm coming from. I'm engaging in self-help here.
That's why psychologists all have problems. Just that mechanism.
It's really a selfish endeavor in my part. I have to be honest about this. So I mean that's why I say I don't care about the right or wrong. I just want to see why, like not why, like how. Not it's the why you're gonna get into moralistic judgment. It's like just a how, really. That's more it. It's how did we get here? You know, how do you hold these things? You know, it's like just asking questions, not giving any whether one way or the other.
So even though there's a lot of atheists that traffic through this room, in general, I'm wondering whether or not the idea of the archon, not to transect the conversation or vivisect it, but I'm wondering, for my own gratification, whether or not any atheists believe in anything such as the archon, like an actual facilitated, like engineered archon.
What's an archon?
Like Gnosticism? Are you thinking of Gnosticism?
Well, I just like a group Google of the word archon would be fine for a moment.
Well, yeah, there were
tell us what it means,
archons and Gnosticism, right? I think sometimes described as constructs, right?
Could you define it for us? Could you define archon for us, please?
Can you spell it?
Archon.
Yeah.
So you don't want to define it for us then?
Well,
yeah, a lot
apart
of times.
from Gnosticism, there's kind of a rank of angels in more standard Christian and angelology.
Well, I'm not sure what he means by it. I mean, he's put the word out there. What's the definition you're using, my friend? Can you explain? Rather than sort of not.
No, it's no, it's his mic is muted. But a lot of times when you're speaking to laymen, it's hard to like speak in more simplistic terms. This is very common. It's no problem. We can look. Yeah, your mic.
I think it's some kind of secret knowledge.
There it is on the side chat.
Oh, it's I think the Gnostic affair is distinct from angelology, and I guess you can look at the Google affair right there.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what he's getting at. That's really what I'd like to know, is what he's meaning by this. What the question is. I'm just a simpleton, so you'll have to forgive me.
Okay. I think the icon, the marker just went off, but you guys, am I babbling to myself?
You were muted, so if you could.
You're fine. You're fine. We hear you.
Okay, I'm fine. Yeah, kind of like since we were talking about normative trends and marginalization in some respects, and as well as a number of things, the idea of an archon would be either the progenitors of propaganda and media, right, as a controlling unified force, a conspiratorial, but not with the negative connotation, just that it's a grouping of individuals that control purposefully and attempt to limit the vocabulary of its citizenry, or at the very least, it's analyzing what the limits of the vocabulary are relative to the statistical per capita population of any area. And I'm wondering that relative to an idea of those who are also controlling the currencies and the flow of currencies and the control of value, as well as those who are watching and analyzing it at whim any data that passes through the internet or phones or any camera system on the planet. I'm wondering whether or not you believe that an archon, meaning the controllers, are functionally either there and present above and contextualized to all of us, and whether or not that the very impact of the controlling powers, whether or not you find any benevolence in them, whether or not you think religiosity has anything to do with our relationship to the archon of controllers, if you will. Maybe I should just say the arc of rulers.
Well, I believe in the existence of a ruling elite, but not in any, I suppose, fanciful sense. Just in a more, I suppose, the language of, I guess, Marxist kind of way, really. A ruling elite, you know, the capitalists. That's what I would say. I don't know about anything more. I want to say conspiratorial, but I don't think that's entirely fair. I mean, there are ruling interests. There are people in power who have interests, and those interests are informed by religion. You know, they may or may, well, some obviously do have religious beliefs, and some may or may not. I don't know how widespread religion, by which I think would probably mean Christianity, is within the realm of the people in power. I mean, they have their own values, which are mainly around keeping power for themselves and making sure that they have wealth and status and power. I don't think it's anything more than that, to be honest. So, yeah, I think that's what I would say, if that's any help.
So you don't think that Virgin Galactic actually does go out into and service people to the current moon station or Mars station or the Elysion station? You don't think there's any high technology that is not really controlled?
Moon station? Sorry, you've lost me there. Perhaps I've missed something in the conversation. What moon station?
Well, I'm employing an imaginative idea to see whether or not you believe that everything that you understand about high technology is actually whether or not you feel like you've got a grip on where high technology actually stands currently in this year, or whether or not you have a systemic naivety that is promulgated in secular normative discourse, and it's redistributed in media and propaganda to reinforce the limits of where you think high technology actually exists and where it doesn't. Meaning, do you believe that you understand the world pragmatically in general, or do you think that there might be exceptions that would surprise the fuck out of you and blow your hair back?
Well, I'm sure there are things I don't know about the world. I don't think there's a moon station or a Mars station, or I'm not sure an Elysian station. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What, a high orbit station or something like that? An orbital station? Well, does it matter? I don't. Other than what is this? The International Space Station. I'm not aware of any. Perhaps there is one, but I don't think there is, and I don't think Virgin Galactic is up and running yet. I think that's kind of a pipe dream at the moment. So I'm sure there's bound to be things I don't know. I'm not so arrogant as to believe that I have an understanding of all the things that exist on the Earth and all the crazy phenomena that happens, but I can get by.
Cool. I decided with that I was going to sit back a little bit and just be a voyeur while I took care of my pre-appointment beeswax. So thanks for all the interaction, folks.
My pleasure.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah. I wish I had more to show from I guess my earlier history and all that. A number of pictures were taken, but unfortunately, when you get put out on the street and all that, your collections of things tend to get wiped out. My collections of pictures of you. Can you all still hear me there? Well, fingers crossed you can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to show. Kind period. Anything basically before 2011. I think maybe like 2 pictures from before 2011 have been recovered.
To me, sort of being, I've been away for a couple of days now. I think to a day or two. I think maybe being away from this place has been much more better for my mental health.
Yeah, I had the same experience. It does help.
I really think that this place is a cesspool. It's really, really reevaluating, like being among regular people who care. I think it's really like maybe not this room. I'm not talking about this room, but just the YouTube. It's really YouTube is a cesspool. Really, this place is. I mean, it's. I believe this already, but it's just being away for a bit. It has really. I mean,
that's why I think mostly Google Plus. Mostly Google Plus and have as little to do as YouTube as possible.
Yeah, this is this place. Get the hell away from this place if you can.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about any of the participants here, of course.
Yeah, you are. You're talking about me, aren't you, bastards?
But it's really.
Yeah, all the memory stuff. Yeah.
It's really draining. It's really. I just had to get that off my chest. I just had to say. I just say that because. I don't even know why, but I had to say that. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Somehow I'm used to a different level of threat. It's like more like well, yeah. For me, it's like, hey, this group of these 5 ex-cons in the shelter shower, have it into, juke me when they get the chance, and oh well, so-and-so's trying to get me canned, put me on the street, and or guess what? We got MRSA and ketoacidosis and all that kind of shit hitting too. And that's kind of my lifetime bread and butter. Surely been.
I think everyone has heard that, Nadia. I think people are like frustrated that they really can't help you in any meaningful way, and people are tired really of hearing you like suffer. Like, I mean, they know you're suffering, but there's nothing really anyone can do. You're like drowning in the river, and people are saying, "Ah, I don't want to hear it anymore." It's like, I think that's a lot of times how it is. I mean, I do think you're drowning. I do think you're drowning in the river. Of course, I am not saying you're not. It's just.
It's like the brazen bull, right?
Yeah, it's just people. At some point, it's like people are gonna say, "Oh, damn." It's. I mean, it's not really taking away, but of course we. Actually, also a caveat I would also like to say is, what I said about the YouTube community. I think it's important to say that mental health may be the reason why, that may be the reason why this place is successful. It's you're dealing with.
Tom, you have to speak for yourself. If that's the
Of course,
experience.
yes. Me too, of course. But a lot of times people come from they're mentally very unstable, and then they sort of perpetuate this negativity.
Well,
I have my own problems, of course, but I try to I try my utmost to not be negative, but it's when you're on here, it's very, very, very hard not to be.
Yeah,
like
it
I had to do my best, like my utmost, to not give in to the. But it's just like I've thought about this for a couple of days, and I just had to say it. It's just this place needs freaking psychiatrists. That's the nicest way I can put it. Like,
yeah, have you guys ever seen how Helena Handbasket's eyes just glow when she's in Hangout Commando?
Who?
How Helena Handbasket's eyes glow when she's in a room with Commando and she's asking him questions.
I've never seen her face. No.
Oh, okay. She looks like a girl in a candy shop when she's talking to Commando.
He is a psychologist, right?
I didn't get to ask Michael this earlier, but next time he's on, can someone ask him if he likes chocolate ice cream for me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Helena is I think a specialist in autism spectrum.
She has a doctorate in psychology.
Ironically, all that she's really interested in that. It makes sense. But yeah, Plum, I endorse your selfish approach to this, where you say I'm sort of cutting myself off a bit, and I'm trying to evaluate what I get out of it versus what I might be putting into something that seems not fruitful. Something like that. The other point that I would make is that I always find myself back here anyway. So there's some sort of value that I'm deriving from it.
I would, I think there's the manner in which you approach it that has, I don't know if you can so much exert that much conscious control over the manner, but I mean, the extent that that's some aspect of you, or it can make the difference, I think, between whether it's beneficial or detrimental.
I think it doesn't matter like how much you realize what the situation is. In my case, I'm only human. There's only so much I can take, and I'm just like the rest of you. I'm as fallible and as whatever you might say. I have just as much potential to crack under whatever weight there is, and to me it's sometimes I say burn this place down. That's like how I feel. I don't say it, but burn this whole community down. That's how I feel. But of course, I'm telling you, I'm just human, and this is like my less rational side. Of course, I'm being completely honest here.
Tom, just a quick, but yeah, if you can manage to burn the place down into flames and ash, then I'll be right there playing my fiddle, just like Nero. So go for it.
It's like if you stub your toe, you want to hit the desk. That's like sort of how it is for me. Of course, I don't really mean it, but I realize, rationally thinking about it, like all the stuff that makes this place, and why people behave like this. I realize it, but of course, I'm just like the rest of you. I just get depressed about this place. That's just what I want to say.
Well, sometimes it's a lovey-dovey, and then someone will intrude on the harmony of the family, or one person will get put out by that, and then you have a little feud, and Nadia sits back in the background and tries to reframe these discussions in her way for arguments, or trying to convey situations and knowledge.
To me, it's the dynamic, really. It's how people interact on here. That's really bothersome for me. Like I don't appreciate this unkindness and how people are so belligerent, and some outright don't care. And they have admitted they don't care.
Listen,
well, it's like even Art, you will catch him sometimes going out of character because he's really not like an asshole, I would say. But he'll get out of character.
You're wrong. Fuck you.
I mean, even freaking Seamus, he's like turned into a monster.
I mean, no, Seamus is a trap.
He's usually so witty and has.
He turned into a little Hitler. Really, he's turned into.
And I thought I don't like him.
Fuck you, Seamus, if you're listening. That's what I think of you. That's what I think of him, at least. If I want to be honest. But of course, I realize this is not really his own fault.
No, I view it.
It's this place.
Well, this place.
He's half Italian, so at least he's more comparable to Mussolini.
Hey,
come on.
Don't talk about the Italians at large.
I think you can become attached to it like you would if you listen to radio stations, and you become attached to the sort of characters. And sometimes, some nights you don't enjoy what they're saying, or you might have a different opinion of someone, and I think it's all basically learning. That's what I take away from it, is that you learn from the moment you're born to the moment you die. So,
to me, there's two aspects of it in my mind. It's one side, me cares for this place because I care like how people interact, and that's why it bothers me. But on the other side, like I'm at a point where I don't care anymore. It's like I'm a very like in a very vexing. I would have to describe it. Yeah.
Ambivalent. Ambivalent, perhaps.
I suppose. Yeah. I find myself in those both ways. Like it's part of me wants to burn this place down, and part of me wants to burn it down because it's like I can't see like watching it suffer anymore. Like fucking shoot it already. You know, it's suffering. That's like sort of how I approach it.
Yeah, but you're sort of you're putting an identity on a thing that is just a collection of identities. You know, we're all in here, and some people at any given moment will be having a great old time. You know, so this is just your experience at the moment, and I think everyone who's spent enough time in the echo chamber that is Google Plus Hangouts has run into problems with themselves, others, and the communication gap. You know, you can't reach out and slap someone across the face when they call you an idiot on here, or they shout you down or something. You have to find other strategies, which can be quite interesting and frustrating and complicated, you know. Even the fact of being heard sometimes could be a 2-hour ordeal, you know. And by the time you get heard, the whole conversation is you know, 25 steps down the track, and you can't. It's just branched out from there. So
the problem is, it's just very, 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 very cliquey. It's extremely cliquey and insular. That's the reality of it. People have their little groups. It's like a school playground.
And they don't quite like it when you go outside of the clique.
Well,
I go where I want. I go where I want, when I want, and I talk to whoever I want, and I get told that's unacceptable.
I hope you had a good breakfast, by the way.
Yeah, it's like this. It's a playground. You can't really become attached to it. I mean, some of the things that get said are just so fucking stupid.
I'm attached to whether I like it or not. I mean, it's kind of my sole method of survival at this point. So.
You had Hillbilly earlier. I mean, he just doesn't listen. He's not ever gonna change his mind about his Christian views. He's not gonna listen.
Oh, have you heard me analyze that though? I mean, have you seen the age structure of the United States population?
No. I haven't, no.
Yeah, the upcoming generations that are oh so liberal and accepting are actually, well, pretty slim. They are, and of course the population bulges of the past. Guess what? They stacked up, and they go back pretty far. So that generation will not achieve political dominance, so to speak. In fact, really ever. They're and so there's also the matter of my own longevity, which is not going to be long. I mean, the current Supreme Justice of the Supreme Court is a mere 10 years my senior. Right. Well, he's going to outlive me by several decades. He won't even step down or retire before, much less expire before I pass on. Right? If these elder generations are not swayed, you know, there will be nothing different from me at all. And furthermore, I am not a spring chicken. I am not one of those, 5-year-old trans children who will, well, go on to be perfectly passable and have their entire lifetime shaped by whatever kinds of these trans acceptance developments happen now, right? If there's not some, advocacy made for those wounded by past, I guess, harm, discrimination, whatever. Well, there's nothing for me at all. Right? So, sandwiched between those three different concerns, I actually have to face them down. It surprised me. He's actually a little bit younger than I thought he would be. And welcome, Beckel. Good to have you on.
What actually is a Veckel? Oh, I can't speak. What's going on here? What actually is a Veckel? Yeah. What is the significance of your nickname, if I may be so bold?
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
It's just the name of the cartoon character I made up.
Oh, cool.
Sorry. Well.
So what's going on?
Tomorrow I get lab work. Tonight I guess I'm just under an hour. I'll be slamming Jermaine Greer for her latest transphobic commentary. Let's see. Why don't I point you to that? I think you'll get a kick out of it. I noticed this while I was thinking about the Pope. Jermaine Greer made some trans comments, and instead of backpedaling, she actually made it worse.
But she ain't ever going to backpedal.
Well, if I may. So, when confronted about her recent transphobic commentary, she made more extreme transphobic commentary, a profanity-laced transphobic rant. Apparently her word on things is, lopping off your dick and wearing a dress doesn't make you a fucking woman. That's her commentary. Congratulations, Jermaine Greer. You have now been awarded a Transphobe of the Year award. A setting even above Tony Perkins and Brian Fisher. Brian Fisher, I might remind you, is the one who said he can see Satan in transsexual eyes. And of course, the Pope stepped in. Pope stepped in as well, and compared it to global thermonuclear holocaust. Yep. Yeah, I think recent one is that trans women are some kind of ghastly parody that will never be women because they do not know what it's like to have a big, hairy, smelly vagina. Interesting. She was pretty cross, apparently.
She's always pretty cross. I mean, she's just
irascible. I really wouldn't give a fuck what she says, to be fucking honest. I mean, you know, I think she's just wheeled out to say controversial shit.
Well, Pope Francis and Christian Hillbilly agree, of course.
Yeah, well, Christian Hillbilly's an old idiot, and the Pope is the Pope, and that's what the popes do. They just come out and say, you know, things like that. I mean, Hillbilly's just, well, you know, he's just not ever gonna. He's just intransigent. He's just not gonna listen. He's not gonna change. He's gonna have these views, and he'll come on and he'll think he can convert people, and he's not gonna convert anyone. And
well, he commands 1.2 billion Catholics, right?
Well, Hillbilly doesn't. Unless I've got the wrong Hillbilly. Well, he doesn't really. Well, he commands. I don't mean commands him. I mean he's the messenger. You know, he's the God's man on earth. But
he's the vicar of Christ, master and commander of 1.2 billion Catholic Christians.
Those that listen to him, I don't think they all do.
Oh, 1.2 billion transphobes, the Pope's command. Right.
Well, I don't know if they're all transphobes. I don't think that. I don't know. Some are, obviously. Many maybe.
They are transphobic at his command.
I don't know.
What do you think, Veckel? Is the Pope transphobic? Is Jermaine Greer transphobic?
Oh, okay. I missed most of the conversation as I was away for a little bit, but I got your question. You said, do you think the Pope is transphobic?
Yeah.
Honestly, don't know. I don't know.
Well, he compared us
I don't
to
really
nuclear
care about
weapons.
his opinions on anything anyway, so...
He said
He's a
a
heretic
trans
anyway,
woman like
so.
myself is more harmful to humanity than a global thermonuclear holocaust.
Oh, you're still talking about that? Oh, boy.
So what
He's the
makes-
Pope, for crying out loud.
Just
don't take anything he says seriously. Come on. He's a heretic.
Well, he has 1.2 billion.
Yeah, well, he may
transphobic.
He may have some
Catholics
strong
at
influence. That's true.
his beck and call and command, right?
Half of those. Yeah, you know what? I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna keep that comment to myself. But all I would say is, don't take him seriously. Come on now.
Just
how do I not take him seriously?
Probably,
he's got 1.2 billion.
He's probably in.
Catholics. Transphobic.
He's probably
at his
secretly in
command.
support of that. He's probably supporting it anyway, in the secret. I wouldldn't be surprised.
Just out of interest, what makes the
How
Pope
about
a
Brian
heretic?
Fisher?
You guys
Brian
talking
Fisher says he can
Well, number
see,
one, he
Satan
teaches.
in my eye.
Number one, he teaches that. Well, there's a lot of things. Number one, the office of the Pope itself is heretical. It calls himself the vicar of Christ. Substitute.
Well, how about Brian Fisher?
Nobody's the
Brian
substitute
Fisher says.
for Christ.
Brian
That's
Fisher
number
says
one. That's
he
the
can see
biggest.
Satan in my eyes.
That's the biggest heresy right there. Number two, he's the Catholic Church teaches that salvation is attained by God's grace and works. That's false. Number three, this Pope here said that even atheists can be saved without receiving Jesus Christ. That's false.
There are no souls, there are no afterlife.
So I mean, there's a number.
Hell, so,
Yeah. So there's a number of things that are heretical about this Pope and the popes before him. So when he says something like about transphobia or whatever, when he says something transphobic, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, is the Pope more or less transphobic than Brian Fisher, who says he can see Satan in my eyes?
Yeah. Well, you're talking about human beings, not any of the tenets in the Bible, which is something I keep pointing to all the time, Nadia. You got the Christian tenets, and then you got the Christian tenets, and then you got individuals. You got individuals, and then you have the Christian tenets. Two separate things.
And
again, if we're going to argue like that, then I would just say, well, atheism promotes rape and genocide because look at what Stalin did. If we're going to argue like that,
the people involved here are the only things that matter because clearly
yes, the people,
tenets, the Bible, and the religion are all false.
Right. The people. I agree. The people.
Do you think all atheists promote? What was it you said? All atheists promote.
I'm saying I'm using
socialism.
I'm using Nadia's logic here, though.
Stalin advocated is an oxymoron.
I'm just using your logic. If you're trying to blame all of Christianity because of the behavior and words of certain individuals, then I'm going to call that out and say that's just false, because yes, the Bible says that homosexuality is wrong, but it doesn't promote us to behave in the way.
Atheism is not organized doctrine. Christianity absolutely is, dude. There's a fucking book. There's no book of atheism,
but you're
dude.
still missing the point, though. You're still missing the point, though, that I'm making. Okay, the point is, and please hear me out, okay? The point is, you cannot blame all of Christianity on account of certain individuals that are doing things that are contrary to the tenets of the faith. If we're going to do that, then I could turn around and say the same thing about atheism.
What do you think stone fucking gays means?
The
tenets
of the faith. The tenets of the faith are anti-transsexual, as per Genesis chapter 1 verse 27. Genesis chapter 3 verse 7.
No.
Mind, Deuteronomy.
Nadia, stop playing this game. We've been through this several times.
23 verse 1.
Nadia,
Psalm 139:13. 1 Corinthians.
Nadia, we've been through this many times. I don't care how many.
Matthew 19 verse 4. Come on.
You've been through this many times.
Verse 17.
How many more do you want? We've been through this many times, and you still
anti-transsexual.
Okay. Well, look at Stalin then. You want to play this game? Okay, look at Stalin then. Stalin. Let's look at Pol Pot. Let's look at Mao. Let's look at all these guys here. Atheists. They killed all these people in the name of atheism. That's what atheism promotes. You want to play these games? You want to play these games? Okay, I can play the games. I can play the games. I can play these games.
You want to play the game then? And you want to play the game then? And you want to play the game?
I can play these games.
Okay, then. And what?
I'll play your game.
You mind? What matter does the mere philosophical position?
Since you don't want to listen.
The very isolated philosophical position. That there are no
you can play this game if you want. Okay.
Excuse me.
Since you don't want to listen.
Excuse me.
We are listening, but your fucking reasoning's retarded.
Excuse me.
No,
what matters?
You're just responding out of emotion. That's all.
Excuse me. And welcome, Rebecca. What matters does a very isolated philosophical position.
It's definitely
are no such things as God. Relate to.
That's why you have to resort to swearing and stuff. So, but.
Excuse me. I have not sworn. So
okay, but Nadia, I've known you for at least a year.
Relationship.
Nadia,
there's no relationship.
Nadia, I've known you.
Any further doctrine beyond the isolated philosophical position that there are no such things as God. Right.
Can you show me something by Jesus that says that we're supposed to stone or kill homosexuals?
Oh, are you? Well, there's definitely ones for gay people.
Yes, I am serious.
Leviticus chapter 20.
Yes, I am serious.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 30.
Can you show me a verse by Jesus? Can you show me a verse by Jesus?
Isn't the Bible the word of God, though?
Matthew.
And
can you show me something by Jesus?
The word of God?
Matthew,
can you show me something by Jesus?
Verse 17.
Shouting at each other.
No,
Matthew
no, that's
5,
false.
verse 17.
No, that's false. That's false.
How is it
that's false?
How is it?
False because where I'm.
Rocco
do you hear my question?
Well affirmed.
Do you hear my question?
Dude,
what's my question?
What is
my question?
Does Jesus approve of the word of God, though? Is the Bible the word of God, though?
What is my question?
Law by Christians.
What is my question? What question did I just ask a few minutes ago? I'm asking. Let me ask it again. Can you show me one verse where Jesus specifically says kill homosexuals. Can we see it? Matthew chapter 5 doesn't help you, Nadia. Sorry.
Verse 17 says that the law is to be kept according to various
Explain why that's not why it's wrong.
That's false.
Excuse me.
Explain why it's false.
Supports theonomous.
I'll let you finish, but it's false. But go ahead.
Why is it false?
Because what Jesus is talking about in there, he's talking about that the law and the prophets are about himself, about things that the law and the prophets that spoke about him in the Old Testament. They're not about keeping the law regarding stoning homosexuals and all the other parts of the Mosaic law. He's specifically speaking of himself.
So he's saying he
Would
should
you
kill
care to
homosexuals.
debate Rocco P?
Have you
Would you care
What's that?
to debate Rocco P?
Absolutely. Who's that? I never heard of him. Who's that person?
He is a Calvinist, number one, and furthermore, a theonomist.
He's a Calvinist? Oh, wait. Oh,
and
Rocco?
theonomist.
Oh, Rocco.
Yes. Rocco.
Oh, so Rocco believes that the laws still pertain to today?
Yes.
And I'd like to hear that from directly from him myself. But if he takes that position, I will have to disagree with him. The Bible is commanded to keep these laws that the Israelites had during the times of the Old Testament.
The death penalty specifically for me.
Where does it say that those laws only apply to Jesus Christ?
Okay, have you? Well, first of all, have you read all of the Bible?
Okay, well, where
because
it is
it's not right. First of all, no, I'm going to give you the proper exegesis of all of Matthew.
The Bible's massive, dude. No one's read the entire thing.
Oh yes. You mean no atheists, me?
Most Christians as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you're not talking to one of them. You're not talking to a person who has not read the entire Bible. I have read the entire Bible.
Okay, well, can you tell us where it is?
And that's why I think before I give you the proper exegesis of what Matthew chapter 5 is saying, I think, folks, that you need to take your time and be careful before you make these assertions that can't be substantiated. Okay? So let's speak in humility before you jump to these conclusions about my character and about what the Bible says.
The argument regarding New Covenant theology, about
Jesus,
Matthew 5, verse 17,
look,
generally
Jesus
derived from Romans chapter 7.
Okay, Jesus is speaking about the Old Testament principles and authority of rule and revelation. When Jesus said that he came to fulfill the law, he came to establish it and demonstrate how it pointed to him and how he would have lived it, how he would live it perfectly. Christ was simply indicating that he was the embodiment of all that was spoken of in the prophecies and how the law symbols pointed to him. Jesus did not abolish the law, he fulfilled it, meaning that he not only kept it, but he also came as the manifestation of what was spoken of in the law and the prophets. Now, if you got a few minutes, I can walk you through how that is true. Okay? So let's first figure out what did the law and the prophets were spoken of. Okay, so these are the Old Testament books. Okay, in fact, Matthew 7 verse 12 confirms this. It says, "Therefore, all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you even so to them. For what does he say? This is the law and the prophets." Okay, that's Matthew chapter 7 verse 12. Now let's talk about what Jesus fulfilled. He fulfilled all of the things in the Tanakh that concern himself through prophecy. We can confirm this by looking at John chapter 5. What does he say to the Pharisees? He says, "Search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me." So what is Jesus saying in John chapter 5 verse 39? He's telling the Pharisees that everything that you read about the law and the prophets are about me. They are about me. And then he says, he confirms this again later on in the same chapter. He says, "For had you believed Moses, you would have believed me, for he," that's Moses, "wrote of me." So anybody who's studied this issue would know that there are, well, most people say there are about over 300 prophecies concerning Christ that came true.
Greg
what's
Bonson
your
there's
definition
much
come
more I
true?
can say, but
Did Greg
Because I
Bonson
see a
study
lot of
this?
Christians think like
Did
the most
Greg
vague thing means.
Did Greg
okay,
Bonson
but
study this?
the point of the matter is that when what Jesus is talking about in Matthew chapter 5 is not saying that the laws that the Israelites had were to be maintained after his death and resurrection. He's simply saying that the laws and the prophets are about him, about himself. Okay, that's what he said, that it won't be fulfilled until, that's what he's saying in verse 17 of Matthew 5. But unfortunately, we have a lot of people that want to look at Matthew 5 and say, Christians are not abiding by the law because, according to Matthew 5, you guys should still be stoning homosexuals. Well, that's not what Jesus is saying. As a matter of fact, he says the complete opposite later on in the same chapter. What does he say? What does he say in Matthew 5, 44 and 45? He says, love your enemies. He said, love your enemies and pray for those that persecute you. Now, this seems awfully hypocritical if he would say, love your enemies, but then turn around and say, well, go ahead and stone these homosexuals. Do you see the problem with that? And there's much more I can say, folks. I don't want to fuck your ear off. But
did Greg Bonson study this?
Oh, Greg Bonson is a human being. He's a fallible human being, just like I am. And just like every other Christian you're going to know, every person makes mistakes.
What does the Bible say about what does the Bible say for today then? So today we have people, we have gay people, we have trans people, we have all different people, and some of these people are being treated as second-class citizens in our society. So what does the Bible speak to us about that situation? Well, by whoever it might be. It might be Christians, it might not be Christians.
Go back to Matthew chapter 5, verse 44. What did Jesus say? He said, love your enemies. He says, and he also says, love your neighbor. Even Deuteronomy says that. Love your neighbor, love the stranger. You don't treat these people.
Yeah, I accept that. But the problem is that you have also people will look at the Bible and it says homosexuality is an abomination in Leviticus, and so naturally they will say homosexuality.
The trouble right now is more with transsexualism or transsexualism.
Yeah, homosexuality is an abomination according to the Bible, but so is eating certain foods. So is certain prayers. So don't look at
more importantly,
homosexuality as the worst sin. It's not the worst.
Transsexualism, an abomination of greater harm to humanity than a global thermonuclear holocaust. And
who said that? That's not what the Bible says. I'm more concerned about what God says. I'm not concerned about what a man says. Well, you know how I feel about the Pope. I don't care what he says.
Well, so what?
He's not paying my
1.2 billion Catholics are. He's not. He's the master and commander of 1.2 billion.
Take it up with the Catholics.
Oh, I do.
Well, take it up with the Catholics. Don't take it up with Christ, because Christ didn't say that. Well, take it up with them. Don't take it up with Christ.
Oh,
because Christ didn't say that, and I just proved it.
Jesus Christ never existed. The only people who've taken up with are you.
Yeah, you can say that if you want. You can say that if you want. I don't take your position seriously at all. I don't think you've studied the issue thoroughly enough to come to that conclusion dogmatically. But
there's more historical evidence for Hercules than Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, you can say it if you want, but I don't buy it because I've done the research and I know what my sources say. So, but go ahead. I mean, I'm probably the worst person to talk about that with anyway. But I can tell you one thing. I do have sources that suggest that he was a living person. Even your boy Bar Ehrman agrees that there's more evidence that he existed than the opposite. But that's neither here or there. I mean, you jumping from one subject to the next. I'm asking for evidence from you guys that Christ commanded his adherents to kill homosexuals. You'll never see that. You never see that.
Christian doctrine is radically transphobic.
Well, it is. It is against. It is, but it's not just transphobic. It's not just. I mean, what transphobic? I mean, not just against, lifestyles like that. It's against other lifestyles as well. However, what we're not commanded to do is to have a lifestyle where we're walking around preaching hatred to people and
The disfigurements and
promoting some
deformities
sort
of
of
my body.
propaganda where people are living in discomfort.
The disfigurements and deformities of my body
guys,
is not a
what you need to
lifestyle.
guys, what you need to understand is that what you're seeing in the Old Testament was something that was only given, were commands given only to that community, to the Israelites. Okay, it wasn't that God, He gave this command only to the Israelites that such things as homosexuality was not to be practiced within that community. He didn't care that much about the other communities outside of that. Of course, he did punish them though for the wickedness that they performed.
So
But
let me ask you
again.
Go on.
Again, what I guess what I'm saying is that how I'm trying to word this. That's not important. The important thing is that we, according to Jeremiah chapter 31, we are under a new covenant. Okay, and Jesus confirms this at the Last Supper. He confirms that we are the new covenant now, and that means that what he did on the cross and at his grave finished it. That means we're no longer, there is no theocracy, there is no temple, okay, there's no commandments to kill gays or anybody that disagrees with us. Forget about sexual immorality. We're not commanded to kill anybody because they disobey God. That's between them and God, okay? All we're called to do is to preach the gospel, to love our neighbor, and to love God. That's it. So, but what you're doing, Nadia, is you're looking at, and you do this all the time, man. I don't know why you keep doing this, but you keep going to these individuals who claim to be Christian, and they're doing these horrible things in the name of Christ. And the Bible even talks about how in the last days that there will be people doing these horrible things in the name of Christ. But they're false. They're false teachers. How come you don't read those parts? You don't read those
They
parts
don't
because you don't
matter.
care. You want to point the finger.
Christianity is nothing but a quote-unquote social movement based on a false doctrine, a false book, a false religion,
I disagree.
and the like.
Well, I disagree. And it really, you're welcome to your opinion, but what is that to me? What is that to millions of other Christians around the world? I mean, they're still going to believe. We already have people being persecuted now overseas, being killed, maimed, jailed, ran off of their land. I mean, so your little opinion about Christianity, I mean, what's that going to change? It's not going to change anything.
Yeah. Yeah, Uganda.
I think what you'd be better off doing, Nadia, is just associating yourself with people who are Christian and who are living by the Word of God, who are trying to be at peace with you and stuff like that. I mean, who are not persecuting you. I think that's what would be best for you, rather than just getting on YouTube and complaining about it all the time.
They've already cast me out.
And we do have Christians that are speaking out against these other people that you're talking about. We do have people speaking out against that. I mean, look at Stephen L. Anderson, for instance. I mean, that guy is just horrible. We'll never fellowship with that guy.
Led
I
his
wouldn't be in the
entire
same room with him.
congregation
He
during
hates
imprecatory
gay people.
prayer.
He even said it on several occasions that he hates gay people. And he thinks that he's justified in doing
his
that
entire
because of what verse that he read in the Old Testament.
He led his entire congregation. He led his entire congregation in an imprecatory prayer for the Christian God to rip out Caitlyn Jenner's heart. So
they're deceived. They're all deceived. Every last one of those individuals that joined him in that imprecatory prayer are deceived, because Jesus never commanded us to practice hatred towards anybody. The only one that's allowed to hate anyone is God himself. That's it.
Is he loving though?
Oh,
I forgot.
Because when he hates somebody, he has a righteous hatred. He has a just reason for hating somebody. Stephen L. Anderson does
he hates
not.
evil, right? He hates evil.
Hates evil. Yes, evil. He hates wickedness.
Does he
He
think
himself
homosexuality
creates
is evil then?
He creates evil according to Isaiah 45:7, but the evil that's mentioned in that context is referring to calamity. He's not talking about sin, wickedness, transgression of his own law, or anything like that. So God doesn't do that. He hates all evil. If you look at Acts chapter 5, if you want to talk about homosexuality, look at what God did to Ananias and Sapphira in Acts chapter 5. They didn't perform any sexual immorality, but he took them out right there. Why? Because they lied. They lied to the church.
Well, I'm just curious as to what God's problem with homosexuality actually is.
Yeah, I was
What's
about to
the
ask that.
reasons for it? Why doesn't he like it?
Why doesn't he like it?
People? Well,
Because
not
it's against his created order.
How so?
Yeah.
God made the man and woman.
Right.
But then
I don't see
Man
the
can
problem.
get- man
He
can
also
get
created
pregnant.
homosexuality too.
No, he didn't.
Well, let's
Man,
not get to that just yet.
Man cannot get pregnant. Neither can
The
a woman
devil?
impregnate a man.
Did the devil make a homosexuality?
No, man.
Who cares about homosexuality?
So you think they invented
I'm
men to fuck each other?
interested in this. That's why I'm asking.
Man in a sinful nature
transphobia
has done.
of
Just like man in a sinful nature
Perkins,
steals. Just like man in a sinful nature lies. These things are contrary to the God's will and God's law.
So
You can't
God
just
is
will
concerned.
yourself to want to fuck someone you're not attracted to.
So,
as I mentioned before, the transphobia of Tony Perkins, Brian Fisher, Jermaine Greer, and such is at stake here.
Okay, Nadia, from this point on, whenever you mention another person that is claiming to be Christian but saying these things against gays and homosexuals, I'm just going to disregard it because we're talking about
Christian.
we're talking about fallible human beings. Okay, I don't care if they're real Christians or not. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what Christ Himself says. What the
Have you
Bible
seen Greg
says.
Boston's writing on homosexuality?
I don't care. I've seen him I've heard him in a debate though, but I don't really care what he has to say. That's not my concern.
I'm still
Christians
interested
make
in
mistakes all the
exploring.
time.
interested
Just like
in
atheists
exploring
make mistakes all the time. Atheists say some really, really stupid stuff too.
Yeah,
So
they do. I
let's
agree with
not,
that.
let's not just not point the fingers at an individual and then try to blame a whole community.
I'm still interested in exploring why God has a problem with homosexuals. So you're saying that it's because it's
There
to
is
do
no
with
God to have a
reproduction.
problem with homosexuals. And
Well,
homosexuals
I'm
are
asking
question
Beckle.
here. Rather,
Right, Beckle believe in God. So I'm
transsexuals.
The only reason
have
I know why God
Christian
has a problem with it,
transphobes.
the only reason why I know God has a problem with it is because it's contrary to His created order. So He created man and woman.
So
man cannot
and
get
man,
pregnant.
Hang on.
Man created homosexuality.
I keep telling you
I would
that
say
here
out
was
of nature, yes.
transsexualism and the transphobia of the Christian
Yeah,
right.
because if you look in Leviticus, I mean, God not only speaks against homosexuality, but he speaks against even sleeping with your uncle or your aunt, or
So
with your sister.
Let's not conflate different things.
But of course, prior to that, though, there wasn't a problem with that because you had to, replenish the world. So he didn't put a decree against it until Leviticus 18. So, he talks about homosexuality, he talks about heterosexuality, he talks about bestiality, he talks about trading, certain ways of trade that are illegal. He says that person will be condemned in the same way that a person practicing homosexuality will be condemned. There is no difference in the punishment. It is the same. It is the same, folks. The problem is that atheists and other non-believers keep focusing on homosexuality as if Christians say that that's worse sin. It's not.
I'm not focusing on homosexuality. I'm focusing on transsexualism.
It's just a good example.
And it'd be nice if at least one of you even noticed.
We have noticed.
Okay. Why do you keep saying homosexuality?
Yeah, we noticed it.
Because I was interested in the Bible. Okay, the Bible. You've been discussing it. That's fine. No one is saying
because they're related, Nadia. Yeah, I know. I know some transgenders are not necessarily homosexual. I know that, but what you're doing is altering something that God created for you, for that person. That is unnatural. It is unnatural. Transgenderism is unnatural.
Okay,
You were
if
not
someone's
born
born
as a woman.
with a fucked up lip and they like get surgery on it to fix it, right? You know, hair lip or whatever it's called, and they fix it. Is that against the word of God, or
That's
not the word, but
unnatural, but I don't see a problem with something like that because you're not trying to change your identity. All you're doing is fixing something that that's messed up. That's fine. Now, is that against God? I don't know. I don't know if like fixing like
your identity.
a messed up eye.
We don't
You're not
change
changing your
our.
identity, Nadia. Yes, you
We
have.
what's that?
No, they're not.
Okay, then why
That's
don't
the
you go
point.
back
How do
to
I change my identity?
Nadia? You have changed. You have changed your identity. You've
I think
changed your
you've
gender,
misunderstood.
and you've changed your name as well.
I think you've misunderstood transgenderism. Because
That's the word identity I mean.
Okay, but fellas, Nadia was not born in the way that she's claiming to be now. Okay, that's why you have a problem with transgenderism. It's because Nadia, if you were born a female, then why are you even arguing with me about this issue? Why do you have such a strong passion against people who say things that are closely related to you, to your worldview, to your position?
Because you have literally.
Because you are a transgender. That's
yes,
why you're passionate about this stuff. You care about this stuff, just like I care about when people speak against my faith.
A lot of you destroy my life.
I don't get offended by people speaking against transgenderism as much as you do because I'm not a transgender. I'm not passionate about it like you are.
it's my understanding that the phenomenon of transgenderism.
Yeah, your life apparently hasn't been destroyed by you.
For fuck's sake, I'm trying to speak here. Can I finish my point? You know,
go ahead.
Okay. It's my understanding that transgender people believe that they are that. So, for instance, Nadia believes she's a female. She is a female. She was just born in a man's body, so she is a female. So
I disagree with that.
I
disagree
with that.
That's
my understanding of transgenderism.
Oh, okay, that's your understanding, but that's not scientifically. Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you that if that's your understanding, but you can't prove that she's actually a female or not. I just don't buy that. I'm sorry.
Well, clearly.
I still refer to her as a her or she out of respect, and I do care about you, Nadia. But if you're going to ask me for my opinion on what the truth is, I'm going to tell you to the best of my ability.
Is the Bible really a good source for making that decision, coming to that conclusion about transgenderism?
Yeah, the Bible doesn't say anything about transgenderism. This Bible is kind of silent on a few issues. However,
well, then it's cool,
again,
right?
The problem is that we know that since it is contrary, it is unnatural. That means it is contrary to God's decree for man and woman.
What is your criteria? Yeah. What is your criteria with human beings as to what is natural or not?
You asking me, a Christian?
Again,
I thought you know already.
What is the criteria? What is criteria? What is the criteria for human beings as far as what is natural or not?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. You must have just came in.
Yeah, I did just come in.
Oh, okay.
I'm
a
Christian. I've
so.
seen you in the chat. I've seen your avatar in the chat, but I haven't heard you speak yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a Christian, so I believe I adhere to the Bible as the Word of God, and it's my ultimate source of authority.
Okay.
It's not my only source of authority, but it's my ultimate source of authority. So, and we have several places in the Bible where we affirm that God is the ultimate arbiter of morality. So He's the source of where we understand right and wrong, good and bad, stuff like that.
But what is natural for a human being? Is a human being a natural being to begin with?
Yeah, he's natural. Yeah.
Completely natural.
Well, I believe, according to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, that man is also a trichotomous being. So we're composed of mind, body, soul, and spirit.
Okay.
What exactly that means, I don't know. There's other people that can explain it a lot better than I can, but yeah, I mean, regarding transgenderism, again, the Bible doesn't speak about it at all. But I would assert that God sees it as unnatural because that is not the way you were born. You didn't come into this world as a man and then claim to be a woman. That's something that is being done to you. First of all, you're being done. You have to have operations, and then you have to take some hormone medicine or whatever like that. So you're basically changing the body, the way you came into this world, in order to make yourself into a different being, other than what you came into this world as.
What about people who are?
So that's unnatural.
What about people who are born not quite one gender or the other? Because that happens.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
What about them?
I don't know. I can't give you an answer to that one. I would say that they should stay the way they are, and they shouldn't try to change anything. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. A person who I remember Nadia had one guy in here who claimed to have been both genders, and he was having difficulty trying to discern what he actually is, and so I had no response to that, to be honest with you.
Is a person's gender determined by their body?
By their DNA.
So in other words, their physical body.
That's what I would say. Yeah.
So
determined by the DNA. Yeah. I mean, you got some feminine guys out there and some masculine girls out there, but that doesn't mean that they're not a woman or they're not a man. That's the DNA.
That's a different
Yeah, the DNA is still, man's DNA is still masculine, even though he himself is not masculine. Talking about those who have affinity for same sex, but that doesn't. His DNA hasn't changed, though. His DNA is still that of a male, and even those who are not homosexual, but still have this desire to dress like a woman or to become a woman, their DNA is still that of a male.
Are you slave to your DNA? Is that the end all? Is that Is that what's important, or is it your mind?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
Well, I don't know what you mean exactly.
Just 2 minutes ago, you said. Could you repeat what you said? Like a couple of minutes ago, you said that people are not only their bodies but their minds as well, right? You said. You didn't put it exactly that way, but that was the gist of what I gathered from what you said.
If you're saying slave to their DNA in the sense that because they're born male, that doesn't mean that they're not going to have any affinity towards somebody of the opposite same sex.
It doesn't have anything. Let's say there's someone like Nadia who is not interested in sex at all. Let's take sex out of the equation.
Okay. They can't change their DNA. They can't do it. So if you want to say that they're a slave in that sense, yes.
We're okay.
You can't change it. You have to do a lot of unnatural things in order to even get close to changing that. And that's what Nadia's doing.
So our physical body is what's important.
Well, I guess so.
Okay.
I don't feel like I'm exploring your question thoroughly enough, though.
Well, I just don't gather that from my understanding.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about for you.
The Bible speak on the issue of transgenderism. The closest we got is some verse in Deuteronomy 22, I think it is, where it talks about man shouldn't dress that pertains to a woman and vice versa. And maybe even what Paul says in Corinthians, man should not have long hair. But that's even that long hair verse. I I wouldn't use that as. I think Paul is reiterating what's said in Deuteronomy, that if a man has long hair, it has to be in the context that he's using it to deceive another man into sleeping with him. I don't think it's wrong for a man to have long hair, but I think he's speaking under the same context of what's mentioned in Deuteronomy, that man should not dress like a woman, woman should not dress like a man, that kind of thing. And again, folks, that's not only a cultural issue, but it's also with the context of a person trying to look feminine, like a man. Like, for instance, a woman wearing pants. There's nothing wrong with women wearing pants or having short hair, but if she's doing that to look like, with the intention of changing her sexual identity, then I think that's what's being spoken of in Deuteronomy.
What about people who identify with a gender that is not what they are physically from the moment that they grasp the concept of gender? Because that happens.
What do you mean? Like you mean like boys hanging out more with girls?
I mean like some 7 or 8 year old who considers themselves one or the other, without the physiology to support that, and never stops that.
Yeah, I know there are situations like that, but again, it doesn't mean that they still are born a certain way. They're still born a male, still born a female. That is their DNA. That's what I believe. That is what determines.
Okay, but see, this is what you say, though.
Opposite of
this
that.
This is what you say, and this
Yeah,
is
that's
not
what I say.
And no, listen to me. This is what you say, but
Yeah.
the Bible doesn't make plain.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay.
I said the Bible doesn't speak on transgenderism. It doesn't.
But you'll speak on it.
But it does speak on the actual. Well, like I said, I said I believe that God finds that unnatural because you are changing the way you were born, and you're not doing it naturally. You're doing it through science. You're doing it through medicine.
All right.
And operations. Okay, now, I kind of don't. There's a lot of things I want to say, but I don't want to say without really offending anyone. So I'm just gonna. But the fact of the matter is, I do believe that people are born with this affinity to some are born attracted to the same sex, and then some are born believing that they are.
So you think
not what they're.
So you think that
physically.
transgender mandates someone as gay, then?
No, not anymore. Now, after talking to you guys, well, not you guys, but a lot of atheists corrected me on that. I don't believe anymore that all. As a matter of fact, even watching Caitlyn Jenner, now I guess we can call him or her, he's still attracted to women, apparently. So that also proved to me that, okay, not all transgenders are originally homosexual. They're still very much attracted to the opposite sex. They just have this affinity of becoming the opposite gender, the gender that they're not.
Hey, Michael, could I ask you something here? I mean, you said that transgenderism is wrong because it does something, against, it's essentially non-natural, right? It changes the natural state of a naturally born human, right? But the thing is,
I think God thinks, I think it's unnatural according to
of course,
God's
sure.
order. Yeah.
The problem is, wouldn't, for example, I don't know, some diseases that are naturally genetically imprinted on us, curing them would be by that standard against God's law.
Wait, say that again? I was a little distracted. What's that?
Well, if you're saying that it's wrong because we are trying to change something that has been naturally produced, right, by a reproduction, by encoded in DNA. Well, if that is the case, shouldn't curing diseases that are genetic or inborn somehow in humans essentially?
No, that's different.
How is it?
No, that's different because you're not trying to change an identity. You're talking about completely changing an identity versus, let's say, something cosmetic, like, somebody brought up an issue with the lip or something like that. You're not changing your nature. You're just fixing an ailment of some sort. Being born a male is not an ailment. Being born a female is not an ailment. Okay,
But it's an error, isn't it?
having a disease or a sickness, that's an ailment.
I think I've mentioned this before. You do know that they've done